Tabling of documents. Conformément à l'article 28 du Code.
Pursuant to Section 28 of the Conflict of Interest Code for members of the House of Commons, it's my duty to present to the House the report of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner on an inquiry in relation to the Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian section of Parliamerica's respecting its participation at the 10th gathering of Parliamerica's Gender Equality Network held in Port of Spain, Trinidad and Tobago from May 22nd, 24, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 28th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security concerning Bill C-83, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and another act.
Studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back under very constrained timelines, Mr. Speaker, with extensive amendments. And I want to take this opportunity to thank staff and officials and members for their extensive cooperation in presenting this report to you today. Thank you.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honored to present two petitions. The first is in relationship to the Canada Summer Jobs Program. It highlights that the government's attestation requirement last year was in breach of the Charter rights of Canadians, and they're asking that the government this year, which is coming up very soon, that it not include the discriminatory attestation requirement. The second is on impaired driving, and it highlights that the Prime Minister, leading up to the last election, promised to make impaired driving much more serious, that there would be mandatory minimums. The petition highlights that they're disappointed that the Prime Minister did not keep that promise, and that is actually watering down. And they're asking the government to reconsider and to include mandatory sentencing for impaired driving causing death.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of 350 signatories, I have the honour of tabling the following petition: that the House of Commons support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and manufacturing of animal testing cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada. Mr. Speaker, with alternative safety tests available that are faster, more accurate and cheaper, animal testing is unnecessary to prove the safety of cosmetic products, let alone the ethical difficulties with this practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Nickel Belt, Kelowna Lake Country, and Mission, and Fraser Canyon. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns which already are banned. And my colleague from Sherwood Forest Park asked that I present a petition on the illicit trafficking of human organs, and to have a law against people going to other countries to have organs that are taken from people without their consent and transplanted into them. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because vision loss is predicted to double over the next 20 years, and because the most vulnerable people are children, seniors and Indigenous people, petitioners in Nanaimo Ladysmith ask this government to recognize that early detection and better access to eye health care service could prevent vision impairment. They call for the recognition that vision care is a growing public health care problem, and they urge this government to act proactively to prevent blindness in the first place. And thank you so much to the organizations in Nanaimo Ladysmith that have just gathered hundreds of signatures for this cause. Thank you.
For Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I present one petition in regards to allowing Ukrainians to travel to Canada with visa-free for a stay of up to 90 days, especially given the fact that we have successfully signed the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement on the 11th of July in Kyiv, and it came into force August 1st, 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm tabling a petition where petitioners are calling upon the government to bring legislation forward immediately following the report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources to provide better compassion and support for parents of pregnancy and infant loss and ensure they do not suffer any undue hardship as a result of federal government programming.
Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present a petition from a number of Canadians who are urging Parliament to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning failed economic policies of the government, standing in the name of Mr. Albus.
Aujourd'hui étant...
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending December 10th, 2018, and in view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the supply bill be distributed now?
D'accord?
Agreed? Agreed.
Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Deltal, moves that the House, A, recognize the severity of the looming job crisis in Canada caused by the failed economic policies of the Liberal government, especially for, one, workers in the energy sector impacted by the Liberal carbon tax, the No More Pipelines Bill C-69, and the ban on offshore oil tankers, two, workers in the auto and manufacturing sector impacted by the Liberal carbon tax and failed policies that put Canada in a competitive disadvantage. Three, workers in the steel and aluminum sectors impacted by the Liberals' failure to have tariffs removed from their products during NAFTA negotiations. Four, workers in the forestry sector impacted by the Liberals' failure to resolve the softwood lumber dispute during NAFTA negotiations. Five, farmers impacted by the increased input costs due to the Liberal carbon tax. Six, workers in sectors that rely on those above, whose jobs and incomes depend on the vitality of the Canadian economy. Seven, workers in all sectors impacted by the toxic medley of carbon taxes, higher payroll taxes, higher personal income taxes, tax increases on local businesses, and costly and burdensome regulations. And B, call on the government to, one, eliminate the carbon tax, two, repeal Bill C-69, three, resolve the dispute on steel and aluminum tariffs, four, resolve the softwood lumber dispute, five, lower taxes, six, streamline regulations, seven, open up interprovincial and international markets. Debate. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an honor to stand in this place on behalf of the people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. I wish to inform you, Mr. Speaker, that I will be splitting my time with the eloquent member from Lethbridge. Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, we have watched the ongoing demise of our energy sector. Now, regardless of what you may think of Northern Gateway, or Energy East, or the Northern Tanker Ban, the end result is clear. Billions of dollars of investments and thousands of new jobs leaving Canada. If this were just the Canadian energy sector, that would be a huge concern all on its own. But we know it's not just the energy sector. Last week in question period, I asked about multiple factories in different sectors that have closed their doors and have left Canada. General Electric in Peterborough closed, 358 jobs gone. Campbell Soup in Toronto closed, 380 jobs gone. Procter & Gamble in Brockville closed, 500 jobs gone. These are just a few examples. And keep in mind that these major companies are not leaving North America. They are just consistently saying no to manufacturing here in Canada. Should we not pause to consider some of those reasons why? We all heard the deeply troubling news that General Motors will close their Oshawa plant. Now, to be fair, General Motors is closing plants in the United States as well. But here in Canada, we know this will have a much larger impact. We know that there are many smaller plants who provide parts and supplies for this Oshawa factory. Should we not ask why so many of these manufacturing plants are leaving Canada? When we have raised this question in this place, we hear mixed messages from our Prime Minister. Some days he will tell us that all is well and that there is nothing to see here. Other days he will find some way to suggest this is all the fault of the previous Harper government. Yet when in Alberta, he will acknowledge that yes, this is a crisis. Then he turns around and offers up a budget update with no solutions for Canadian energy. Ultimately, none of these explanations address the underlying fact. Canada is losing critically important, well-paying jobs. So what are the reasons? Well, we know that the enhanced CPP created by this Liberal government amounts to a payroll tax to employer. It increases the cost of doing business here in Canada, and our competitors do not increase their payroll taxes in this way. Now, we also know that a carbon tax increases the price of doing business here in Canada. The Liberals seem loath to hear that point. Yet, this Liberal government announced that carbon tax relief for big polluters will happen for here in Canada. Why? Well, we all know why. Because our competitors do not have a carbon tax. A Liberal parliamentary secretary in this place, on the record, admitted that job losses and economic consequences would result from competitive concerns. So let's recap. The Liberal government recognizes and reluctantly admits that the carbon tax is a job killer that will harm the economy. They said so in this place. And that brings me to the topic of coal. Recently, this Liberal government provided a 95.5% carbon tax discount on burning coal for power in New Brunswick. Why? Because the Prime Minister and his inner circle decided that this is something Canada should do. Is it because the United States and Mexico do not have a carbon tax on the burning of coal? We don't know. Aside from the coal, there are other challenges. Some of our competing jurisdictions in the United States are right-to-work states. Now, I find when a company leaves Canada and moves production to the United States, it often relocates to a right-to-work state. Look at the Bombardier deal with Airbus. The C-Series jet, subsidized by Canadian taxpayers, now will be built in a plant in Alabama. Alabama happens to be a right-to-work state. The General Electric plant that will build 60 new locomotives, CN just ordered, to help move oil by rail because we cannot do it by pipeline, is located in Texas, also a right-to-work state. Procter & Gamble left Ontario and moved production to West Virginia. Virginia has right-to-work legislation. Now, I mention this because here in Canada, mandatory union dues are frequently used in plain partisan politics, and we are witnessing an example of this with Unifor. But we have other challenges. Despite a new NAFTA agreement, steel and aluminum tariffs remain. Softwood lumber tariffs remain. Buy American provisions remain. In the past, we have had a favorable exchange rate with the Canadian dollar compared to the US dollar. Sadly, much of those exchange rate savings have now been eaten up by costs and regulations that we have placed upon ourselves. Think about all the debate around how best to respond to Saudi Arabia. Mr. Trudeau continues to support buying, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to support buying Saudi Arabian oil while his Bill C-69 kills the possibility for the Energy East pipeline. Why? Because that Saudi Arabian oil flows to the Irving refineries in Atlantic Canada. And Saudi Arabia is a country with no carbon tax. And somehow, to this Liberal government, this all makes sense. Now, make no mistake, Bill C-69 will kill our Canadian resource sector. Every single day, we watch anywhere between 40 million to 80 million in lost resource revenue go out the door from Alberta. That's almost as fast as our Prime Minister can tweet Canadians' money away in new promises to his American celebrity friends. Meanwhile, we turn the other way while money from outside of Canada continues to fund the very groups who oppose our Canadian oil, made by Canadian citizens who pay Canadian taxes. Seriously, folks, we have a problem here. And make no mistake, it is a Canadian problem. Right now, we're talking about General Motors shutting down a plant in Oshawa, Ontario. But who will be next, and where? On a more local note, I'd like to share an example. Many of you have heard of TOCO Industries. Now, it's a Canadian success story with strong roots in the Okanagan. TOCO runs over 15 different lumber operations in 3 provinces in Western Canada. But where did TOCO announce its next major investment and expansion earlier this year? Well, that would be the state of Louisiana. And you guessed it, Louisiana is also a right-to-work state. The last mill that TOCO closed was located in my riding, Mr. Speaker, in the community of Merritt. Unlike this Prime Minister, who tries to lay every one of his failures at the feet of Mr. Harper, I am not going to lay every one of these challenges at the feet of this Prime Minister. We cannot control what happens outside of our borders. We cannot control if other countries reject a carbon tax, and they have. We cannot control if they reject looking at resource projects through a gender lens, and they have. We can't control if they lower the costs of doing business in their jurisdiction, and they are. We, here in Canada, cannot stop other nations, our trading partners, from implementing policies that they believe will make them more competitive. Here's what we can do. This motion proposes that we should recognize that we have the power to compete here in Canada. When and where Canadians compete on a level playing field, we can compete, Mr. Speaker, with the best in the world. And we can succeed. In my view, we cannot continue to enact policy, regulation, and taxation where others do not follow. Now, we as Canadians like to think that we are leading the way. But when others do not follow our lead, and when we lose jobs and investments to other jurisdictions, we need to take notice. And, Mr. Speaker, there is an upside. In one word, opportunity. Canada is a rich and resourceful country. We have incredibly talented people who live here. We are a world-class place to live and to raise a family, but we cannot tax away our best and brightest, nor can we regulate new opportunities. If we're to truly succeed, if we need to be competitive, we need to allow our innovators, our best and brightest, to have the opportunity they need to succeed. We need new employers knocking on our door, not just because they want handouts and subsidies, but because they know they can get a return here on their investments. But they need to be able to invest and to build easily and relatively quickly. We have almost lost that here in Canada. Deep down, I think most in this place would admit that. Fortunately, we have a capable and skilled workforce. We have good infrastructure to get goods and services to market. And thankfully, because of considerable effort from previous governments and with some ongoing efforts from the current government, we have trade access to many of the world's most lucrative marketplaces. In closing, we must not overlook our opportunity. Compared to many jurisdictions, we have relatively clean power in Canada. We need to show the world that using Canadian-made goods and services is part of the solution. But the first step is to recognize, Mr. Speaker, as a problem, and that's ultimately what this motion is meant to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the points that the honourable member made during his remarks was the threat of higher payroll taxes, as he phrased them, to jobs and workers in the Canadian economy. I'm curious, then, Mr. Speaker, if it's the Conservative Party of Canada's plan, should they have the opportunity to form government, of repealing the changes that we've made to enhance the Canada Pension Plan to protect our seniors for future generations.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, at a time where this government is proposing a job-killing carbon tax that will raise the price of everything, including groceries, I'm very mindful of the working poor that are trying to get by. And they are reading this morning, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a 3.5% increase in the costs of groceries. Groceries that help put people, that allow them to feed their families. And Mr. Speaker, CPP takes away from those people that are working hard today and gives it to them in the future. And I think that that's important. But we need to be bearing in mind that next year we will have increased employment insurance rates, increased Canada pension rates. We'll have a carbon tax that the province of Ontario, the province of New Brunswick, the province of Saskatchewan have all rejected as being harder for people to put food on the table. So, Mr. Speaker, this government is cascading our economy, and people who do not have the means to be able to feed themselves are going to be worse for wear, Mr. Speaker. That's where I think this government needs to be looking at this motion today. We need to start reversing that trend so that people can put food on the table, they can put away money for retirement. That's what this government needs to focus on.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the Conservative opposition motion. Unfortunately, though, this is a motion that covers off far too many things. We agree that there needs to be a price on pollution, that we can't allow polluters to continue if we want to honour our Paris commitments. But I have a question for my colleague, the member from the Conservative Party. What does he think about the Liberal government's negotiation ability? They sign agreements with the states, for example, even though there are tariffs on steel and aluminum, and this is affecting us. Does he not think that the Liberal government missed a good opportunity to keep a lever with the U.S. by accepting to sign a deal before the tariffs were lifted?
I mean, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly agree with the member that the government capitulated time and time again when it came to the new NAFTA negotiations. Despite the rhetoric of the government, those steel and aluminum tariffs are hurting jobs right across this great country. The softwood lumber, the first thing that I stood up in this place after the 2015 election was to implore this government to take concrete action to engage with the Obama administration on softwood lumber. And yet here we are years later, Mr. Speaker, and there is no certainty in either of those. I think that this government likes to talk a good game, but delivers very poor results. I really do hope that they take in mind this motion because, as I said in my speech, we do have so many things to be thankful for and so many things that we can work on, Mr. Speaker. But we can't do it if we're saddling our industries with tariffs and with policies and regulations and taxes that do not allow them to compete with places like the United States.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Richmond Centre. Short question, maybe 30 seconds, and a 30-second answer, please.
My question is about small businesses. Master Chef was my favorite place for my dim sum and other things. Every time when I went there, he kept saying, get rid of the Liberals, because for small business, there's going to be high taxes, going to be payroll increases, and the business is going down. He's going to fold his business if nothing is going to happen. So can I ask my colleague to expand that?
Honourable member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen in 35 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is going to be a challenge for me because I can't do anything in 30 seconds or less. So I will just repeat what was in the motion itself, that basically workers in all sectors impacted by the toxic medley of carbon taxes, higher payroll taxes, higher personal income taxes, tax increases on local businesses, and costly and burdensome regulations. Mr. Speaker, all of these things are reasons why small businesses should, as the member, the restaurant owner has indicated, not support the Liberals in the next election.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect much better than what they're receiving right now. They expect the government to implement policies that will create jobs, to steward tax dollars well, to advocate for the most vulnerable, such as seniors, veterans, and those living with a disability. They expect the government to stand up and provide good health care. They expect the government to deliver services with excellence. And, Mr. Speaker, they expect the government to do this while cutting back on wasteful spending and bringing investment into our country. Canadians are incredibly hardworking people with a ton of potential, and that potential deserves to be realized. It's up to a government to put policies in place and to decrease regulation in order to make sure that that can be the case. Unfortunately, this government has failed. At a time when the government should be focused on making life more affordable by getting out of the way, they're focusing on implementing even more regulations and by slamming Canadians with further taxation. They're driving investment and jobs out of our country, and they're making life less affordable. According to a recent Ipsos Reid poll that was released just after Christmas, almost 50% of Canadian families are within $200 a month of not being able to pay their household bills, not being able to put food on their table, not being able to pay for their mortgage or their rent, not being able to pay for the fuel in their vehicle that will take them to work to earn their next dollar. And to make matters worse, the prospect of recovering from this dreadful place in which we exist looks rather bleak under this current government and its policies. We face a looming job crisis in Canada caused by its failed economic policies, and yet the Prime Minister insists on villainizing those who actually create the jobs that keep our economy afloat. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about those women and men who dare to take a calculated risk, to invest capital and to create jobs by creating local businesses. Now, you might remember the small business tax that this government tried to sneak through in the summer of 2017. According to the Prime Minister, he said that 1.4 million Canadians who have led by vision, who have taken substantial risk, and who have worked hard to start and operate their businesses are nothing more than, he called them, tax cheats. Yes. Now, their businesses, according to him, aren't job creators. According to him, they're just simply tax havens. They're tax havens for the so-called wealthy. That's rather rich coming from the Prime Minister, who's never worked a day in his life, who was born with a silver spoon. Now, the Prime Minister wasn't talking about multinational corporations when he was talking about this. In fact, they're left protected. They get the easy route. Instead, he launched an attack on locally owned businesses that sustain our communities. I'm talking about the hairdresser that we've relied on for years. I'm talking about our family doctor that we go to when a child is sick. I'm talking about the cashier who works at the local hardware store. I'm talking about the farmer in Picture Butte, my riding. I'm talking about the college student who just got her first job as a welder. According to the Prime Minister, it's unfair for those who create these jobs to tuck some of that money away, invest it in their company for the further advancement of their well-being and, of course, job creation for others. However, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the resiliency of Canadians and thanks to the fact that they pushed back and joined us as the Conservative Party of Canada in this House as the official opposition, we were able to be successful in pushing back on those changes and make some headway. Collectively, hardworking Canadians, they took a stand on behalf of these small business owners. It's proof that Canadians will not sit idly by as the current government damns our country to a poor future. Once again, we're appealing. It's not just increased small business taxes and payroll taxes that are hurting local businesses, it's also the carbon tax. This summer, the federal government granted special exemption to Canada's biggest emitters. But despite providing breaks to these companies, the federal government still intends to impose a carbon tax on local businesses and families. Now, Mr. Speaker, my question is simple, and that is this. In what world does that make sense? If, in fact, the carbon tax is being put in place in order to reduce emissions, then wouldn't it make sense to tax those who are putting the most pollution in the environment? And so, Mr. Speaker, we have to conclude then, we have no choice but to conclude that the carbon tax isn't actually about reducing the carbon footprint. Exactly. It isn't about taking pollution out of the environment. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is simply just another excuse to apply a tax to the hardworking people of this country. And Mr. Speaker, each and every day I'm waking up and I'm reading the news and I'm seeing that investment is fleeing. I'm watching companies close their doors. I'm walking through the downtown core of my local riding in the city of Lethbridge, and I am seeing signs put in windows that businesses are shutting down. Mr. Speaker, the reason they're being driven out is because of this government's policies. Now, the truth of the matter is this. This government will continue to impose a huge carbon tax on families and these local businesses. But the truth is this. It won't reduce the carbon footprint. We still need clothes. We still need food. We still need to drive ourselves to work. All of these things will continue to happen because Canada needs to stay open. Canadians need to continue to live. And this is our country. This is our well-being at stake. And so, Mr. Speaker, this government is being nothing other than cruel, unkind, and unfair to the Canadian people by imposing this senseless carbon tax. And speaking of keeping Canada's economy afloat, let's talk about trade for a moment. This weekend, Canada ratified the USMCA. Now, the fact is we have a deal, but all Canadians should be asking this question. Did we get a good deal? Ultimately, the USMCA must be judged on how Canada benefits. The deal should be evaluated based on what Canada gave up versus what it got in return. Sadly, in this case, we gave up much more than what we received. There really is nothing in the USMCA that puts Canada in a better position. The government backed down on automotives, the government backed down on dairy, the government backed down on pharmaceuticals, and for all of these concessions, Canada was unable to win anything significant in return. In fact, Mr. Speaker, tariffs still remain on steel, aluminum, and softwood, and the U.S. has told us that they have absolutely no timeline in place by which they will remove those tariffs. Mr. Speaker, we signed an agreement without insisting that these tariffs come off. We have a Prime Minister that doesn't care enough about his country and these industries to advocate on their behalf, to ensure their well-being, to stand up for Canadian workers. That's sad. In my local riding, I have a business called Lethbridge Iron, and they continue to take hit after hit. Payroll taxes, small business taxes, tariffs on steel. And Mr. Speaker, I've met with them multiple times. I've gone and I've toured their facility, and they are working incredibly hard. But Mr. Speaker, they are taking hit after hit after hit, and they are unsure of how much longer they can keep their doors open and keep their employees employed. Now let's look at the pipeline here for a moment. Mr. Speaker, this is an example of a $400 million investment that was driven out of our country overnight. This government had an opportunity to keep that investment here. They had an opportunity to sign the dotted line and provide Kinder Morgan with the certainty they needed to stay here and build a project. And instead, they refused to provide that certainty and thus drove this country out. Where did they go? They didn't stop investing. They just went south. They went to the U.S. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are without this pipeline. Now, of course, we know this pipeline is of huge significance to Canada because, yes, it provides great-paying jobs, but more than that, Mr. Speaker, it helps us get a product to market. And when we can get that product to market, there's an income that our country will receive. And when we receive that income, we can build hospitals, and we can build schools, and we can build roads, and we can build bridges. So, Mr. Speaker, all Canadians benefit when we develop the oil and gas industry here in Canada. Now, the fact of the matter is now, the Prime Minister has taken tax dollars and he's invested it in this pipeline. And we are getting absolutely no return for this investment. It's interesting how that works. The Prime Minister takes our money and invests it and nothing happens. But if you were to encourage a private investor to come into our country and invest it, a ton would happen. Mr. Speaker, my point is simple. Right now, because we're refusing to develop the oil and gas industry, we're actually purchasing blood oil. We're purchasing our oil and gas from places like Venezuela and Saudi Arabia, places where they have incredibly atrocious human rights records, and where they have pretty much no environmental standards. None. That's the type of industry that we're choosing to support instead of developing it right here in our own country and bringing investment home. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we are calling on this government to act in the best interest of Canadians by eliminating the carbon tax, by repealing Bill C-69, by resolving the dispute on steel and aluminum tariffs, by resolving the softwood lumber dispute, by lowering taxes, by streamlining regulations, and by opening up our markets. Let's bring Canada back. Let's put Canadians first.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed a lot of rhetoric about our environmental policies, both contained in the text of today's motion, but also during my honourable colleague's remarks. I'm curious, is it her position, first, that climate change is a serious threat we need to take action on? And if so, what specific measures will the Conservative Party put in place to combat climate change? Because it's been almost a year with her leader in that office, and I'm yet to see a single policy that's designed to fight climate change coming from the Conservative side.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal logic. We need to bring down the carbon footprint. Therefore, we will allow the largest emitters to go free. Instead, we will impose this carbon tax on local businesses and on moms and dads, hard workers across this country. Mr. Speaker, In what world will that reduce the carbon footprint? In what world will that reduce pollution? In what world does that count as an environmental policy for the benefit of Canada? Mr. Speaker, let me answer that question for you. None. The world doesn't exist.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. And on one point, she is right, because the Liberal government gave a 10% present to 4 industrial sectors, cement, for example, when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. And it's absurd when you look at what they're saying and their remarks. But coming back to C69 and the environmental assessments, it's an area that I'm familiar with, and I'd like to know what she thinks about why the Liberal government gave arbitrary power to the Minister of the Environment, over which the projects will be assessed and which one, and whether or not the minister is required to follow the recommendations. Does that not give far too much power to the minister and to the government when it comes to what needs to be done?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-69 is a piece of legislation that's been put in by the Liberals. Based on my observations of the bill, my reading of the bill, I would say really what this bill does is it handcuffs an entire industry. And that is, of course, oil and gas, an industry that has supported this country for years and years and years and years and years, and could potentially support this country for years to come. Now, Mr. Speaker, this government, for whatever reason, has decided that they are going to handcuff this industry, that they are not going to allow new pipelines to be put in the ground, that they do not want our country to benefit from the development of its natural resources. Mr. Speaker, I'm unsure as to why this government feels that way. I'm unsure as to why the Prime Minister feels that he should bankrupt our country and drive investment out of it. I'm unsure of that. Perhaps they could answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Industry in my riding, RAM Industries, that creates steel products. They require a very specific steel from the States to manufacture that, and of course they do sell back to the States. So they are facing this aluminum and steel tariff with very trepidatious feelings. Their passive income is being eaten up. The very passive income that this government said they didn't deserve to have, and yet now they are holding on by the skin of their teeth, not qualifying for the support in the circumstances because their business isn't over 200 employees. So I'm just wondering if the member from Lethbridge could tell us a little bit more about what it's like for businesses that are facing this government's idea of what growth in Canada really looks like.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Unfortunately, these stories are many. Stories of businesses from coast to coast, all parts of this country, rural and urban, that are being impacted in negative ways by this government's economic policies. Mr. Speaker, again, we come back to the carbon tax alone and we look at the dramatic impact that it has on these businesses. Women and men who have taken these calculated risks in order to launch a company, in order to create jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, these are individuals in our country who should be honored, who should be respected, who should be celebrated, but instead we have a current government that insists on punishing them. Our Prime Minister calls them fat cats. Mr. Speaker, that's not okay. That's not the type of country that I want to live in, and that's clearly not the type of country that many people want to invest in. Hence why many of them are moving south, where they can enjoy policies that serve them to a greater extent and will help them generate wealth, not just for them, but for future generations.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to take part in this debate today. The motion before the House this morning seeks to pit the economy against social and environmental progress. Over the past few years in Parliament, I've come to expect this trend from the Conservative Party of Canada. And while I'm disappointed we have to have this debate, in one sense I'm happy to have the opportunity to highlight the progress on the economy and the environment that our government has made. But today, the Conservatives have essentially laid bare for all to see their strategy to grow the economy is to simply abandon environmental and social protections that benefit our communities and grow our economy in the long term.
By comparison, Mr. Speaker, our plan is to grow the economy while we enhance environmental protections. The Conservatives seem to think this is somehow impossible, despite the fact that it's actually happening right before their very eyes. Now, despite a lot of the rhetoric contained in today's motion, our economy is doing historically well. This cannot be disputed by anyone who's actually looking at the publicly available data. But, Mr. Speaker, for the long-term sake of our country, it's not enough to focus on short-term economic growth alone. We need to realize that protecting our environment and enhancing social protections are essential if our communities are going to thrive and our economy is going to succeed. Over the course of my remarks, I hope to address a few troubling aspects of the motion on the floor, but I do want to start by highlighting some of the measures that we've implemented to grow the economy and discuss the results of those measures before transitioning into a discussion about the environmental measures that we've put in place. With respect, the Conservatives have offered no plan and seem committed to an agenda of trying to trick Canadians about the measures that we're putting in place in order to earn the support of Canadian citizens. They fail to show the leaderships that Canadians should expect of a so-called government in waiting. To begin, Mr. Speaker, off the top, the motion seeks to attack our economic record and suggests that there's a job crisis across the country as a result of our policies. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth, and frankly, the results speak for themselves. Since coming into office, our economy's added over 550,000 full-time jobs, primarily in the private sector. The unemployment rate in our country is at a 40-year low, more or less since the time we started keeping track of this statistics. Business profits are up and wages are growing. There is a good story to tell. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our rate of economic growth should make the Conservatives blush. After 10 years in office, what they can boast is a record of demonstrating the worst rate of economic growth since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, this is no coincidence. The Conservatives' strategy of giving tax breaks to their millionaire friends and taking support from middle-class families is not one that will lead to economic growth. It's one that leads to the inevitable result that we saw under 10 years of Stephen Harper. Our government has a plan to grow the economy in a way that works for everyone, and the results are demonstrating that it's working. First and foremost, our economic growth record is characterized by support for middle-class Canadians. We need to look no further than the Canada Child Benefit, which has put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families and stopped sending child care checks to millionaires. At the same time, it's lifted 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. And, Mr. Speaker, these statistics are very important, but what matters to me is that there's a human story behind these policies. I can point to a conversation I had with a young woman from my hometown in Pictou County, Nova Scotia, who told me that September was always a difficult time of year emotionally for her because she could never afford a new outfit for her kids on the first day of school. But after she started receiving more money from the Canada Child Benefit, she told me that she was proud to be able to take care of her kids the way that her neighbors will be able to when she sends her kids to school in September. These are the kinds of human stories that breathe life into these policies. But it's not just the Canada Child Benefit. We've implemented the Canada Workers Benefit for those people who are living in low-income households but are busting their tail to get ahead. Mr. Speaker, at tax time, this is going to put up to $500 more in the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I note in particular the motion addresses heightened payroll taxes. The only thing I can think of that the Conservatives are referring to is our strengthening of the Canada Pension Plan. We want to ensure that seniors can retire in dignity, not just today, but for future generations. That's why we've made these enhancements. And if the Conservative Party wants to repeal that plan, then they should just come out and say so. Mr. Speaker, we've invested in a national housing strategy to the tune of $40 billion and created, for the first time, a national poverty reduction strategy that's going to cut homelessness in half in this country. We know that these investments are important not just because they're the right thing to do, but they are the smart thing to do. They are going to allow Canada to experience economic growth, and not just the wealthiest few, but for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's not just these social and economic policies that are helping grow our economy. We've taken steps to attract serious investment. I note in particular LNG Canada recently announced the largest single private sector investment in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, this is no coincidence. We've implemented policies to encourage this kind of investment. We've reformed our immigration policy so we can attract more talent. We're investing in innovation, Mr. Speaker. Recently, in the fall economic statement, we've demonstrated that we're willing to change the rules around how we tax the manufacturing sector by allowing 100% write-downs for manufacturing equipment because we want companies to invest in their factories to create more jobs that will put Canadians to work. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we are making historic public investments in infrastructure to the tune of $180 billion. What this translates to in my community as a local member of Parliament is a new twin highway between Sutherland's River and Antigonish, a new Trades Innovation Centre at the Nova Scotia Community College campus in Stellarton, a new Institute of Government and Centre for Innovation and Health on campus at St. FX. We've got investments in small craft harbours in excess of $15 million. It's going to help 9 small rural fishing communities get jobs in the short term, but provide fishermen with a safe place to land their catch for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, these are the kinds of investments that create jobs in the short term, but set the stage for long-term economic growth. There's some rhetoric around high taxes in the motion today. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because one of the very first things we did as a government was cut taxes for the middle class and raise them on the 1%, and the Conservatives voted against it. When it came time to discuss the small business taxation, we're actually reducing small business tax to 9%, the lowest rate in the G7. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to pursuing new trade opportunities, which the motion suggests we should do, we've secured access to the North American market by renegotiating NAFTA. We've completed the CETA negotiations. We've completed the CPTPP negotiations. We're focusing on export diversification and trying to enhance interprovincial trade. Mr. Speaker, our record on trade is impeccable, and it's helping grow the economy and support the communities that I represent. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to innovation, we're also making serious investments, for example, by announcing the largest investment in research in the history of our country. By investing in superclusters, like the Ocean Supercluster for Atlantic Canada, is going to create thousands of jobs by developing expertise in regional hubs. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the results speak for themselves. We have had historic job gains over the past few years. The economy is doing well. We're experiencing a great rate of growth. Our unemployment rate is low, wages are growing, and business profits are up. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to take some time in my role as Parliamentary Secretary to speak to some of the troubling comments in the motion and in the speeches I've heard this morning with respect to the need to combat climate change. The motion has demonstrated that the Conservative mission in the next election is to oppose meaningful action on climate change. It's really difficult, Mr. Speaker, to have a debate about solutions to this threat when certain members of the opposition don't seem to believe that there's a problem to solve. It's hard to debate solutions when we can't agree that there is a problem. Now, I don't like that I have to do this, but for the benefit of those present, scientists have actually understood the potential impact of increased pollutants in our atmosphere for about 150 years, Mr. Speaker, since the middle of the 19th century. The vast majority of the world's scientists agree that climate change is not only happening, but that it's a result of man-made industrial pollution, and the IPCC has recently warned us that if we don't take meaningful steps to address this problem, we are going to suffer dire social and economic consequences. Mr. Speaker, the cost of ignoring climate change is too great to ignore. Mr. Speaker, and I'm being chided from the other side of people sarcastically suggesting that the consequences won't be dire. As I'm giving this speech, it's remarkable. And perhaps there's a generational divide, Mr. Speaker, but on this side of the House, I can tell you, there's not a single MP I've talked to in our caucus who doesn't believe that climate change is real. Mr. Speaker, we may not be able to point to any given weather system and say, yes, that's a result of a single industrial player from the other side of the world, but we know with a high degree of confidence that as a result of increased man-made industrial pollution, we are experiencing more frequent and more intense extreme weather events. And the cost of this is pushing $5 billion, Mr. Speaker. I lived in Calgary when we experienced significant floods in 2013. We look at the forest fires that are ravaging Western Canada. We can look at the floods in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to tell somebody whose cultural, traditional practices in Northern Canada may no longer be possible that climate change is not real. Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to tell somebody who can't get insurance for flooding that's impacted their home that climate change isn't real. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, anyone who disagrees that we should be not taking climate action seriously, I mean, they were elected to this House, but I have a hard time understanding why they deserve to be here. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that really bothers me is that there are certain Conservatives that seem unwilling to accept that there's a golden opportunity to fight climate change when it comes to growing the green economy. Mr. Speaker, by investing in energy efficiency, for example, I know there's a company in my home community, the Trinity Group of companies, who's helping make homes more efficient, bringing power bills down for people in the communities that I represent. And it started as a dream with just 2 guys who were doing some home repairs. And they've added dozens of employees, and they're doing work all over Atlantic Canada. These are the kinds of investments that make it apparent to me that when Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, has indicated there's a $23 trillion opportunity in the green economy, that it's not a joke. We want to be on the front end of that wave to take advantage of the jobs that we know can result from making investments in the clean economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to take some time to just highlight some of the environmental policies we are moving forward. In particular, the fact that we're putting a price on pollution, which is very important, Mr. Speaker. And it's not a difficult policy to comprehend. What a lot of Canadians don't appreciate is that up until now, it has been free to pollute in Canada, and the cost of that pollution has been downloaded to taxpayers. We want to change that. We don't think it should be free to pollute in our country. Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward with a plan to put a price on pollution so polluters will pay when they degrade our atmosphere. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, we're going to return the revenues to communities and to Canadians to ensure that families are left better off as a result of this plan. Mr. Speaker, this is not a brand new policy invention that's never existed around the world. There's many jurisdictions who've implemented this with a high degree of success. We know BC and Alberta, California, Quebec, the European Union, previously in Ontario. And we've seen actual economic growth in clean energy sectors as a result of moving forward with these kinds of plans. Mr. Speaker, in Australia, when they implemented a price on pollution, emissions actually came down, and when they got rid of it, emissions predictably started going back up. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting, though, who actually comes out to support our plan. We've got leading scientific experts. In fact, we've got leading experts in economics. This year's Nobel Prize winner in economics was awarded the prestigious prize for his research that identified this kind of a path forward to fight climate change as being effective and practical. In fact, he pointed to the system they have in British Columbia as a model that the world should be adopting. Mr. Speaker, there are religious organizations saying that this is the right path forward. There are Indigenous communities saying this is the right path forward. The National Farmers Union voted overwhelmingly to intervene in the court case to demonstrate that this is the right path forward because they know that the agricultural sector faces the highest risks of climate change. Mr. Speaker, there are youth groups across the country that support putting a price on pollution. The provincial government in British Columbia supports the federal government's jurisdiction to put a price on pollution. In fact, Conservatives support a price on pollution, just not in this House. If we look at Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy, he's indicated that the kind of policy that we're implementing today is the right path forward to fight climate change. If we look at Doug Ford's Chief Budget Advisor, a few years ago before the Senate, he indicated that the #1 thing we can be doing to transition to a low-carbon economy is to be moving forward with a price on pollution. We've got former Conservative Prime Ministers who support this kind of an approach, whether it's Kim Campbell, Brian Mulroney, Joe Clark. Mr. Speaker, the fact is, and in fact, Stephen Harper's even indicated that putting a price on pollution back in 2008 was a sensible path forward. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that I suspect the opposition to our plan to put a price on pollution comes not from a place of doing the right thing by the environment, but trying to capitalize on a populist wave of politics that they've seen succeed in other parts of the world. Mr. Speaker, the motion also refers to our effort to revamp the environmental assessment process. We're moving forward with a plan that's actually going to restore public confidence that was lost under Stephen Harper, because we can build major projects in this country, but we need to respect our environment and include the perspective of Indigenous peoples at the same time. We're putting in better rules. It's going to allow one review for one project. It's going to give more predictable timelines, and is going to allow us to get things done, but get them done in the right way. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned the Trinergy Energy Group. They're benefiting from investments in clean technology. We've got serious investments in green infrastructure in excess of $9 billion that's going to improve the treatment of our water and wastewater. Mr. Speaker, after years of having nature and conservation budgets slashed, we've made the single largest investment in nature and conservation in the history of our country, with $1.35 billion. We're making serious investments in public transit to get more people traveling together rather than taking their individual vehicles to their workplace. Mr. Speaker, we are phasing out coal by 2030. The Conservatives had no plan to do so until 2062. Mr. Speaker, with respect, this is not only going to have positive environmental impact, but a positive health impact on our communities as well. Because we know when Canadians are living near coal plants, there's higher rates of things like childhood asthma that drive up the cost of care and don't do the right thing for our kids. Mr. Speaker, the fact is the Conservatives have failed to recognize not only that we need to take meaningful action, but that if we do, we can capitalize on an incredible economic opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned that it's hard to have debates about solutions when we can't agree that there's a problem to solve. I know in particular, I heard a recent radio interview from the member from Caribou Prince George who was asked squarely whether he believes that climate change is real and that it's man-made, and he refused to answer the question. I've seen the member from Renfrew, Pembroke, Nipissing suggest that this whole climate thing is just a jig of some kind. The member from Saskatoon University has indicated that this whole thing is just a whole silly agenda. Mr. Speaker, the former Conservative Finance Minister, Joe Oliver, recently had an editorial suggesting that it's not really worth doing anything about this problem. And recently we've seen the Ontario provincial government's plan with Doug Ford, who the honourable leader of the opposition seems to be taking his marching orders from, roll something out that is not going to have a meaningful impact on climate change and has no path to actually meeting any kind of goal that's going to allow us to avoid the dire consequences that we were concerned about. I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that I was somewhat disappointed we had to have this debate today. And I find it remarkable, frankly, that the Conservatives chose to waste a day of parliamentary debate for me to stand here and highlight the success of our economic and environmental policies today, while confessing that their strategy to grow the economy is to abandon progress on the environment and social files. It demonstrates to me that they're suffering from a real lack of leadership and an extreme lack of vision. In light of this, before I conclude, I'd just like to look at the actual text of the motion itself. If I look at point A, they talk about a looming job crisis when we've added over 500,000 jobs and unemployment is at a historic low. Mr. Speaker, they talk about the auto manufacturing sector, and I've watched them try to conflate the losses in Oshawa at GM to a price on pollution, which is disingenuous, Mr. Speaker, and quite frankly hurtful to the people who are having a difficult time right now. It's in a jurisdiction where there is no price on pollution. It's simultaneous with other investments, or rather other closures in the U.S. in states where there's no price on pollution. In fact, General Motors itself supports the kind of price that we're putting forward that returns revenues to families. And if the opposition wants to dabble in the realm of post-truth politics, and I can invite them to peddle their nonsense elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, when they're looking at NAFTA negotiations and the steel and aluminum tariffs, I've seen one of their members stand up in the House and suggest the reason they're there is because our policies are somehow actually having a negative impact on the U.S.'s national security, which is ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the softwood lumber, we're not only investing $100 million in innovation in the forestry industry, we protected our dispute resolution clause that allows us to have an objective remedy. Mr. Speaker, when we want to look at, God, I could pick from one of 100 things here. When we want to look at trade, we've secured NAFTA, CETA, CPTPP. When we want to look at, they suggest there's higher personal income taxes. The reality is the middle class is paying lower taxes today and the 1% are paying more. They're talking about business taxes. They've come down to 9%, the lowest in any G7 country. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the record that we can stand on. There's hardly an element of truth in this motion. Their strategy in the next election seems to be to trick Canadians into supporting them because they know they don't have the ideas to convince them. Mr. Speaker, the fact is our economy is growing, our families are better off, our emissions have come down, and the environment is benefiting from better protections. Now, this motion suggests that the Conservative plan to grow the economy, as I mentioned, is to ignore progress on the environment and ignore policies that promote social progress as well. Their strategy seems to be to close their eyes and hope for a lucky break. While on this side, luck is not part of our strategy. It is hope, hard work, and planning that is going to get us to a point where more Canadians are working and our environment is protected for our kids and grandkids. If the Conservatives don't change tack, Mr. Speaker, I can tell them right now that their leader can stop beginning his tweets with the phrase, "when I'm Prime Minister," because they are going to be on that side of the House for a very long time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting that the government decided to put up a full discussion on climate change when we're talking about the looming jobs crisis. The member would give cold comfort to the people of Oshawa right now, and he even started his speech by saying that that everything is rosy. Mr. Speaker, there's 2,500 jobs. There are auxiliary jobs that are associated that will ripple through the Ontario economy. Does the member not realize that when you raise the price of inputs into Canadian businesses, and again, Canada Pension Plan is going up in 2019, carbon tax is going up, EI is going up. The cost of energy in places like Ontario is 75% higher than many of the competitors in the United States. Does the member not realize in an integrated North American economy that when you have one side, ours, being the cost of doing business is so much higher, Mr. Speaker, does he not realize it pushes Canadian investments south? Does he not realize that his policies are higher costs than the United States? It doesn't take a rocket scientist, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure that they may have one on that side, to figure this out. Why does the member continue to say it's all about protecting just the environment and balancing the economy when they are doing neither? British Columbia's carbon tax has not stopped emissions from going up. The cap-and-trade system used in Quebec yesterday was said by the Quebec government has not reduced. Does he not understand that it's folly to say one thing while doing another?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the critique included in the member's question just now is that the Liberal government would dare discuss the environment in a motion that he suggests is about the economy. I note in particular there are at least 7 references to our government's environmental policy, which he argues are interfering with our ability to affect job creation. I don't know if the member was paying attention for the first 8 minutes of my remarks, where I focused squarely on our economic policies that are driving growth in our country. But the reality is that we can grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time. And just because the Conservatives could do neither doesn't mean that we can't do both. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member is interested on our record of job creation, we can point to over 550,000 full-time, primarily private sector jobs. We can see that unemployment is at an historic low. We can see that business profits are climbing, and we can see that wages are growing up. There is a good story to tell. Because of our measures, we are seeing the largest private sector investment in the history of our country. The fact is, there might be an individual business here or there that is experiencing tough times, but we can point to a record of job creation and economic success while we enhance environmental protections, and that's a record I'm proud to stand on.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. I just want to remind the honourable members how it works. The question or the comments get made, and then the answer or the reply comes back. It's not a matter of the question happening and then comments going from all sides. I know it slipped our minds and it's difficult to keep track of, but I just thought I'd remind you. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, people watching the debate at home are probably a bit confused right now because it's really surprising to hear what's happening on both sides. On the one side, you have the Conservatives who are denying science and who think that pollution should be free. They have no plan. And on the other side, we have the Liberal government that is just crying crocodile tears and spouting a lot of empty rhetoric. What are they actually doing? They are continuing to subsidize the oil industry to the tune of $2 billion a year. They made all of these promises during the election campaign, and now they're breaking them. Plus, they're spending billions of our money to buy a pipeline that will triple the oil production of the most polluting type of oil in the world. How can they say that they are following science? How can they say that they are following the recommendations of the IPCC and scientists when they're buying an old pipeline with our money?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question, and thanks for the acknowledgement that at the very least that we're on the same page when it comes to supporting putting a price on pollution, and that climate change is a real threat that we need to address. With respect, there's a number of environmental policies that we're implementing that are having a very meaningful impact. Yes, we're putting a price on pollution, but that's only the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. We're revamping the way that we do environmental assessments to protect our environment while we can develop major projects at the same time. We're investing in clean technology. We are investing in green infrastructure. We're investing in nature and conservation. We've made the largest single investment in public transit in the history of our country, and we're phasing out coal 30 years sooner than the Conservatives would have, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, we're taking these steps to improve our environmental protections at the same time that we're taking steps to grow the economy. We do need to get our resources to market in a sustainable way, and I only wish that the NDP cared as much about growing the economy as they did about protecting the environment, because then they would have a home on this side and would be part of a government that's doing right by Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Nova Scotia, the Parliamentary Secretary, to talking about the record that our government is doing, not only socially but also economically, and the work he's doing for his people and his riding and Canadians and future Canadians on the environment file. My question is to him, the Conservatives keep talking about the jobs we're losing because of the price we're putting on pollution. And they always allude to the Oshawa jobs. Well, my question to the Parliamentary Secretary, there's a GM plant closed in Michigan, Ohio, and Maryland. So one would assume then there must be a price on pollution in those 3 states also, because GM closed those three operations also. So my question is there a price on pollution down there that they've closed their plants down there, similar to the one they closed in Oshawa?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for a thoughtful and important question. And before I begin, I want to express that I know how hard it is for the community of Oshawa right now to deal with the job losses that have impacted their community, and how disappointed I am on the decision to actually have GM close that facility. But what we've seen over the past few weeks in this chamber was the Conservatives' attempt to conflate the closure at the GM plant in Oshawa with our government's plan to put a price on pollution. But the facts really matter here, Mr. Speaker, because we can't be putting forward disingenuous arguments like this, because it actually hurts those families in Oshawa. The fact is, Ontario doesn't have a price on pollution. The 3 states that experience the closures that the honourable member raised in his question do not have a price on pollution. In fact, General Motors, if you visit their website today, I'd be happy to show the quote that exists, supports a carbon pricing system that returns revenues to families in the exact same manner that the policy we're implementing does. The fact is, we're moving forward with a price on pollution that will leave middle-class families better off, and at the same time, we're making investments that will help create jobs. And I know in particular, GM has publicly said that they're transitioning towards manufacturing electric vehicles. Mr. Speaker, we need to get in front of this wave of economic growth in green industry. Otherwise, we are going to miss out on the boat for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Speaker, it's kind of interesting. Climate change is happening. I think people would admit to that. The reality is it's a global problem. So when you talk about it being a global problem, you want a global solution. And if you wanted a true global solution where Canada can do the most benefit, it would actually be manufacturing more things, ship more oil, have more natural gas. Because you know why? Because every time we ship a liter of gas or a liter of oil, it displaces something from a non-friendly environment, let's say Venezuela or other countries that don't produce with the same regulations that we have here in Canada. So if you actually wanted to do something that actually did a difference in the world, you'd actually work with the oil workers in Alberta to say, we can make a difference by making this even more efficient, by not flaring, by doing a variety of things that they've done here in Canada that other countries are coming to Canada and grabbing and taking back home. And what do? We shut down the sector. How stupid is that? It is what it is, Mr. Speaker. Can't you do something smart and do something for the world and actually increase production here in Canada? Because that would be doing the world a great benefit.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I answer the question directly, I would ask a favour of my honourable colleague. After we finish this round of remarks, if he could go into the lobby and tell all of the colleagues on that side of the House that climate change, in fact, is real, he would be doing a real service to the Parliament of Canada. To answer the question on the oil and gas sector, Mr. Speaker, I worked as a lawyer before politics, primarily in the city of Calgary, and a big part of my experience was working in the natural resources sector. Mr. Speaker, I've seen firsthand the impact of the growth of that sector on employment in our country, and I've seen firsthand the impact of downturns in the sector. The fact is, the honourable member is right that we can grow expand our natural resources and get products to new markets, but protect our environment at the same time. Mr. Speaker, I note in particular our government's supported investments at the Flux Lab at St. FX University in my riding to develop instrumentation and technologies that can detect leaks that are about 20% of natural gas projects are leaking into the atmosphere, and companies are missing out on production as a result. Mr. Speaker, we can move forward with the Trans Mountain pipeline in the right way to ensure that we're factoring in Indigenous people's perspectives and environmental protections. In fact, the reason that this project didn't go ahead years ago was because the Conservative government of the day didn't take seriously the need to protect our environment and incorporate Indigenous people's perspectives. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Straight off, I'll mention that I will be sharing my time with the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. So, where should I start, Mr. Speaker? A debate on this Conservative motion on a whole series of things can be quite confusing. I understand if viewers today are a little bit lost because the Conservatives' motion today is really big, and there are all sorts of things that are included in it. It seems that they included all kinds of different aspects in this bill. Just a moment, please.
Honourable members, the translation is provided, even though it's in a language that may not be their first language. And if they want to shout across at each other, it's not against the rules to cross the floor and speak to the individual that you want to speak to, not shout across so that I can't hear the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke speak. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for intervening. I know that there were some conversations happening, and often that makes things difficult. As I was saying, the Conservatives love to fearmonger with the concept of the carbon tax. I guess it seemed to work for them, or at least they thought so, in 2011 and 2015. They would constantly raise this specter and say that we were going to impose a carbon tax, or the Liberals would impose a carbon tax, and it would be a total economic apocalypse in Canada. But now we saw that that's not the case. So I'm not sure their strategy worked. But the Conservatives still seem to be convinced that they need to convince Canadians that the carbon tax is something that they should be afraid of, and we'll see if the Canadians decide to give them their support. Now, in this motion, they seem to be blaming the carbon tax for anything bad that has ever happened to Canadians. Now, we are all here to point out the Liberals' failings since 2015, but I don't know if they should be brandishing the specter of the carbon tax at every single opportunity. I think that really is taking Canadians for imbeciles who don't understand economic issues. So I would invite my colleague, the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, to explain that to Canadians when he speaks, and perhaps he can do that during his speech. But what I'm talking about today is that we can't blame the carbon tax for everything. Now, what are some of the failures that are mentioned in the motion? Well, a number of failures on the energy front, of course, in the automotive sector as well. We have a lot of sympathy for the auto workers in Oshawa and all across Canada, because they're suffering from the closure of the GM plant. This is not only the location where the cars are assembled, but it will also affect people who manufacture component parts, who are involved in that supply chain. Of course, it will still be based in Oshawa for another year, but after that, it will be closed as per GM's decision. And, you know, the factory had been recognized for its good work, so this is very disappointing. And we were quite sad to hear that it was going to be closing. Then there's also the failure on steel and aluminum. The Liberals negotiated, or tried to negotiate, an end to the steel and aluminum tariffs. Now, the new agreement with the U.S. and Mexico was recently signed. And the only leverage that the Prime Minister had was, well, if you don't lift the steel and aluminum tariffs, I won't be there for the official photo op. That was the only leverage that the PM had over the Americans. He said, well, if you don't do what I want, I won't be there in your lovely little photograph. Clearly that didn't work as a negotiating strategy. And we did end up signing the new agreement, taking a picture with the with the American president and the Mexican president. So this is a real disappointment for the many workers of the steel and aluminum sector. They have, of course, suffered from the Liberals' failures here. Then there's also the forestry sector. This is mentioned in the Conservative motion. The forestry sector has been calling for the lifting of the unfair tariffs on that industry, but unfortunately the Liberals were not able to do anything about it. Now, the problem started under the Conservatives. I think that's important to remember. But the Liberals have been dragging their feet since then to solve the problem. And it could have been used as leverage in the trade negotiations. But unfortunately, that was yet another Liberal failure. Farmers, of course, are also mentioned in the motion. They're mentioned briefly, I'm not sure why, because they really are some of the people who are the most impacted by the new free trade agreement with the U.S. and Mexico. But in the motion, even though farmers are mentioned very briefly, the carbon tax is mentioned a lot, as though the carbon tax is the root of all evil. In fact, perhaps we should have been focusing a bit more on the problems in the supply management system. It seems to me that that is something that is really upsetting farmers, particularly those who work under the supply management program. Now, I thought, well, maybe this is because the Conservatives negotiated the agreement with Europe, which opened up 3% of our market, our dairy market. So with the additional 3% that was added under the new NAFTA, that's almost 10% total that's been opened up under these various agreements. And, you know, the Conservatives did this a few years ago with the TPP and with CETA. They opened up some of our market, and they promised compensation, and, you know, the Liberals are promising compensation today as well. It's all the same promise, essentially. They all said, well, don't worry, we know this hurts. We know that opening up these markets, the dairy market, will have a significant impact on you, and that's what we hear from the Liberals today as well. But it really does not satisfy the dairy farmers who have seen their supply management system being progressively weakened. And we don't know how far this is going to go. Now, the system hasn't been fully dismantled, but as the market opens up under the Liberals and Conservatives, it's significantly weakened, and eventually it will be so fragile that it will be seriously compromised. And a former Conservative has already really criticized the supply management system, and who knows how many other such people are hiding in the Conservative Party who might end up wanting to sit in the corner of the House here with the member for Beauce calling for the end of the supply management system. Even though, of course, the supply management is so helpful to our regions and to our farmers. Now, I know I only have 2 minutes left, Mr. Speaker.
So essentially, this motion, as I said, covers off all of the failures by the Liberal government. It doesn't have any solutions to resolve the issues. And based on the speeches I've heard so far this morning, there seems to be a lack of competitiveness vis-a-vis the people in the U.S., in the views of the Conservatives. And I'd like to point out that there are other ways that other methods apart from taxes that can help make companies more competitive. The healthcare system is an important component of healthcare, which isn't negligible. It must be taken into account because when you talk about investments, corporate investments, a healthcare system is a good example. And the education system, that's another good example. But that's never mentioned by Conservatives in their speeches. They never talk about health or education. 2 other points that I think we need to mention here today, if we're talking about competitiveness with the U.S. and the rest of the world. Pharmacare. So a drug plan that should be adopted immediately by the government. If they had gone ahead with the promises they made, we would have something in place that would make them more competitive because companies' employees would have access to free drug medication care, a free drug plan, and affordable child care. Mr. Speaker, that too comes into the consideration of how competitive a country is. When we talk about competitiveness, we need to focus on those potential solutions and not simply talk about taxes and the carbon tax as the Conservatives do, unfortunately.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to pick up on my colleague's comments in regards to trade. And, you know, I wasn't surprised in terms of the NDP positioning on it. Generally, traditionally, the NDP will oppose any sort of trade agreement. So not surprised on that. A little bit surprised in terms of the Conservatives' positioning on the trade file. They're the party that capitulated a year ago saying how everything was going to fall apart because we were not getting a trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, the trade agreement that we have just signed off has been recognized from virtually all regions of the country. We've had leaders of different political entities. We've had union support of the trade agreement. There's widespread, I believe, general support for the trade agreement. And this trade agreement ultimately enables Canada to continue on in a very healthy way with the United States, which is our greatest market. We're talking about Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and how important it is that we secure our biggest trading partner market, Mr. Speaker. Now, the U.S., I can understand the NDP position in regards to just oppose trade for the sake of opposing trade. But my question to the member across the way, would he not realize that a healthy middle class here in Canada is in good part achieved by ensuring that we are able to secure the markets that are so absolutely important for our economy. A healthy economy, something in which we have clearly demonstrated by working with Canadians, over 500,000, over 500,000 new jobs, Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 years. We are working with Canadians in developing that economy, and trade is a very important aspect of it. Would the member not recognize the importance of trade?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A very long preamble for a short question. Yes, I do understand the importance of trade for the Canadian economy. What my colleague isn't mentioning, or what he tends to forget, is that we can be involved in trade without an agreement. It's almost, it's as if he thinks that trade isn't possible without an agreement. Perhaps my colleague is too naive to think that it's impossible to be involved in trade without an agreement, but he had a very long preamble to his question. Now, people in Sherbrooke are telling me that the agreement isn't a good one because it betrayed agricultural producers. We know that in the eastern townships and Sherbrooke, farmers are angry. They're upset over the issue of supply management. They're also angry that the Liberals didn't take the opportunity to work out trade irritants like steel and aluminum, forestry. They're upset with the outcome of the trade agreement because the Liberals simply didn't deliver the goods they expected. People back home in Sherbrooke and the eastern townships are disappointed. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I won't delve into the comments with respect to our not having the right election strategy out of Christian charity, but I would like to go back to other issues, very fundamental issues. Now, solutions for decreasing greenhouse gas emissions in the view of the government involves a carbon tax. That's not the position that we share. Now, there is a carbon trade program, and last Thursday in Quebec, the Quebec government tabled the document that concluded, or that in fact provided an update on a drop in greenhouse gas emissions under the carbon exchange. Do you think it went down very much? No, it did not. Do you think it went down a little bit? No. Do you think that it balanced? No. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that despite the price on carbon, despite the carbon exchange, greenhouse gas emissions in Quebec went up. How can the Honourable Member explain that? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke in 45 seconds or less, please. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd say that we need to take a look at the overview. Is the price on carbon the only way of decreasing greenhouse gas emissions? No. There have to be other aspects. There needs to be comprehensive strategies for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So if my colleague thinks that a price on carbon is the only way, well, no, that's not our view. He always tries to scare people and talk about the carbon tax, the price on carbon as being a problem for all Canadians. No. There is a price on carbon in all jurisdictions, and with economic growth, well, Quebec stands out for its economic growth. Maybe it's one of the reasons why the greenhouse gas emissions are increasing. There's a great deal of economic activity when the economy is rolling well. It's the province is, in fact, a victim of its success. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke for his excellent remarks. And I'd like to continue along the same lines. I liked his way of describing the motion. When he talked about the motion as being a catch-all, it covers off so many topics. If we addressed any issue here, in fact, it would be covered by this catch-all motion. And I think this reminds me of the theory of everything. I don't know if the Conservatives are interested in science, but the theory of everything is a very interesting theory when it comes to quantum mechanics. But I don't think that that's where they were headed with this motion today. Now, if I want to agree with them on some aspects of the motion, I would say, Mr. Speaker, that it's a reminder that there are people in our society suffering, having trouble making ends meet. People for whom life is expensive. It's difficult for them to pay their rent. The incomes haven't increased. There are inequalities in our society. They're on the rise. And that, in fact, means that many people are fighting, dealing with very difficult situations. We're seeing it in our ridings, people who have to make very difficult choices between paying for medication, buying food or buying school supplies. There are millions of people in that type of situation who are living in poverty and who are having a great deal of difficulty making ends meet under this Liberal government. Not enough is being done for them. The Conservatives or the government continues to make promises in the event that they're re-elected, but people are suffering on a daily basis from the decisions made by the government. There are steel and aluminum workers, people in the automobile sector in Ontario, people in Oshawa who are seeing their good, well-paying jobs vanish despite promises by the Liberals. Dairy producers, people who are in Ontario and Quebec, who have family farms, who are the pride of our regions. They've been under attack successively by the government that has opened up agreements, made concessions on supply management, and as a result, American milk is in our markets. So our dairy producers, people who are raising the cows that are used to produce milk, cheese, and other products, well, 3 times now the Liberal government has given away 3% in terms of a concession with CETA in the Trans-Pacific Partnership and again in the agreement with Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. So it's very difficult for these people. Enough is enough. And we don't understand why the Liberals keep saying that they're here to defend supply management when each time they sign an agreement, Mr. Speaker, they make a concession. And our dairy producers have seen 10%, openings up to 10% in terms of concessions. Now, the housing crisis. This is something that exists in many of our regions, in our towns and cities. Montreal, up until now, hadn't been hit all that hard, but now we're seeing that the vacancy rate in Montreal is below 2%. The mayor of Montreal has sounded the alarm because this is exerting a great deal of pressure on renters. It's a problem that we've seen in Toronto and Vancouver for some time now, and of course the our leader, Jagmeet Singh, has put forth a plan to deal with the housing crisis, especially for people in Burnaby South and in the Greater Vancouver area, because the Liberal government isn't doing enough when it comes to investing in social housing and affordable housing. Now, when the federal affordable housing strategy came out, we saw promises of $11 billion. Well, that's a lot, except that it's spread over 11 years. Now, I'm someone who likes things explained simply. I thought, that should mean $1 billion a year if it were $11 billion over 11 years. But no, that would be too simple. It's promised for after the next federal election and after a later period in 2023. So people who are suffering today, who are having trouble making ends meet and who see their rent go up, who can't live or afford to stay in their neighborhoods where they are, they're going to have to wait until 2024, 2025 for assistance. They need help now, Mr. Speaker. They can't wait that long. Unfortunately, the Liberal government is simply offloading the problem. It's pushing it into the future, and it's refusing to take action to help with the crisis. There are some 12,000 housing units required in Montreal alone. Now, I represent a riding, Mr. Speaker, where 78% of people are renters. Among the 78%, one-third, 1 out of every 3 people, devotes more than 35% of their income for housing. Now, these are people, thousands of families, who are in a situation of poverty and who need help now. But they haven't received any assistance from the government when it comes to short-term help to offset this social housing crisis that exists in many of our regions and municipalities. Another failure by the government, Mr. Speaker, deals with a drug plan, pharmacare. People are having a great deal of difficulty taking care of themselves, following the steps in accordance with what their doctors are telling them to do. And what we're seeing is people being forced to go into debt or make devastating choices. Now, the cost of services is another issue that's important here. How is it that in 2018, in a G7 country as rich as Canada is, dental care, eye care are not covered by our public health care system at present? How is it? That creates situations that are intolerable for thousands of people who have to pay outrageous costs to have their eyes checked in order to buy glasses, to get their teeth checked. How is it? Someone's legs or heart are covered, but their eyes and teeth aren't. It's as if our body weren't considered a unit, and people have to choose what they're going to take care of, their legs, their heart, or their teeth. Now, in the Conservative motion, Mr. Speaker, we have different opinions. We think, well, they think, in fact, that if giving large corporations big gifts, it would be, we would be seeing action already, because the tax rate for large corporations dropped from 28 to 15%. And that's a huge amount of money given to large corporations. And the trickle-down effect isn't working here because those decreases in taxes didn't help. Companies are sitting on unspent millions of dollars. We also agree that there has to be a price on pollution because climate change will be even more costly than choices we have to make today. The increase in the national disasters that we're seeing everywhere, Mr. Speaker, are going to be costing us a fortune in human costs, economic costs, in insurance as well. So we disagree with the Conservatives' plan to take no action when it comes to climate change. That is the challenge of our generation. We will be judged on the decisions we make today and on our ability to honor our commitments, especially when it comes to the Paris Agreement and the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. This is extremely important. I will have an opportunity next week to address the issue in Poland, and we need to be able to deliver the goods. But the Liberal government isn't delivering the goods. Everyone agrees that they're going to miss their 2020 targets, they're going to miss the 2030 targets, and those targets aren't even ambitious enough in order to maintain global warming at 1.5 or 2% per year. And we can't afford to go beyond that. So I urge the Liberal government to stop subsidizing oil companies, to stop buying pipelines, and instead to invest in renewable energy, to create jobs for today and for the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up again on the issue of trade, because we've had now two members of the NDP make reference to the importance of supply management. And virtually from day one, we've seen a Prime Minister and a government actually getting behind and supporting our farmers and their agricultural industry. One only needs to take a look at the issue of canola, and I believe it was in year one in which we were able to ensure that those canola markets were going to continue to grow and prosper beyond our borders, Mr. Speaker. And when you talk about supply management, it was a Liberal government that brought in supply management, and it has been a Liberal government that has been there to protect the long-term interests of supply management, Mr. Speaker. And my question to my colleague across the way is, in regards to the issue of supply management, something in which we have demonstrated very clearly in terms of our support for it. Can my colleague indicate in terms of to what degree the NDP believe that trade is in fact doable in regards to within a framework of trade agreements? The previous speaker indicated that we don't need to have trade agreements with the United States at all. Is that something in which the NDP do now? That is their position? A trade agreement is not viable no matter any circumstances with the USA?
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it unfortunate to see the parliamentary secretary twisting the comments made by the member for Sherbrooke. He didn't say they were useless. In the NDP, we believe in trade, fair trade, respect for workers, respect for the environment, respect for democratic choices of societies. The reason why we disagree with certain trade agreements is that they give too much power to large corporations over municipalities. Now, with respect to supply management, Mr. Speaker, it's not because the Liberal Party created the supply management position that it gives the Liberal Party the right to fail on when it comes to supply management, or to cut it to such an extent that it no longer serves its purpose. Dairy producers in Quebec and Ontario are furious with the Liberal government. The Liberal government has betrayed them. They trade agreement after trade agreement, they've made concessions and allowed in foreign products. They've reduced the ability for our farmers to have a stable income with producing good quality products at a set price. So the Liberals should look at themselves in the mirror and realize that they've abandoned our dairy producers.
The honourable member for the Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always agreeable. It's always nice to hear from my colleague, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Now, under our government, GHGs actually dropped by 2.3%. Now they are up. But our record was a really enviable one. When we were in government, yes, we did make a breach in supply management, but that was compensated. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member says that he will be in Poland for the conference. How can he explain that in Quebec, his province, there is a tax on pollution? They have a cap-and-trade system. They have a carbon exchange. But despite this, GHGs have actually increased. How can he explain this? The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. But I'd like to specify is that, yes, you take a plane to Poland for the C-24, but this is something that is entirely logical. Now, we in Quebec have always believed that you should put a price on pollution and that we should have a whole train of measures to deal with pollution. It could be tax, and there could be a carbon exchange. Both can work. But New Democrats are saying, yes, you could use the market to change the way businesses act. Now, greenhouse gases have increased in Quebec despite the carbon exchange, but that's because our economy is still too much dependent on fossil fuels. If we had more production powered by green energy, that would help. We're still far too dependent on fossil fuels, and that's why the carbon exchange isn't working.
For Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to be sharing my time with a member from Calgary Shepherd, so I want to just state that right off the fact. I think competitiveness in Canada, to say that it's struggling is probably the understatement of the year in terms of where we're at and how we're competing in energy and manufacturing in a number of different areas. And, one of the things I want to talk about today is that I think that as we move forward to the future, one of the things that what's happened in the U.S. is there's been a whole bunch of uncertainty created by Mr. Trump's tax cuts and his tariffs and a whole bunch of things that have gone on, which causes us all the more to be committed to being more competitive and doing the things that are well within our control. We can't control when someone like Mr. Trump decides to give us increased tariffs or reduce increased restrictions to make it tougher to do trade. And so this is why, more than ever, we need to do the things that we are good at. We need to do the things that, quite frankly, we are known for as a country. And if we don't do these things, I think what's going to happen is we're going to be left behind. When I talk about pipelines, some of the issues we have right now, the fact remains that this current government vetoed the Northern Gateway project. The Energy East was one of the ones that kept changing the regulations on. And so as a result of that, what happened is that we've seen some 80, 90, 100 billion dollars in energy infrastructure investment flee this country. And I think if you look at Trans Mountain, that's a good example. Right now, we ended up buying the pipeline for about $4.5 billion, which means now we own a pipeline. The challenge with that is that now we're going to be expected to rebuild the pipeline. And I think, where private sector could do the work, I think we should make sure that we are giving them the tools, which is making sure that there's a regulatory pathway. People understand the process very clearly as they move forward. And I always give the example that when we were in government, there's a number of things that we were doing under Stephen Harper, and the things that I think were important in terms of the ease of doing business or being competitive or being a place that people want to invest. And if I look at what we did, it was our government that lowered taxes, and we had the lowest corporate taxes in the G7, G8. And I think that was good. I think in and of itself, it doesn't matter unless you've got a whole bunch of other things that are going on at the same time. Taxes were important, and that's why something like a carbon tax, which is what no one else is paying, and certainly in North America, gives us a complete and total competitive disadvantage. Trade, I would say that this government has pursued and finished some of the trade deals that we started. They've brought some of these deals across the finish line, so I will give them credit for that they've actually realized that's important. But trade and trade deals in and of themselves are not the be-all and end-all. I mean, they are important, and I totally agree with that. But if we keep going back to the whole issue of competitiveness, if we do not have the ability to compete globally, then no amount of trade deals are really going to matter, because we will be less competitive. We won't be able to compete with, already we can't compete with the Chinese. We're struggling under the whole issue of tariffs right now with the United States, and I think that makes it problematic. Infrastructure was something our government supported in a big way, and I know there was over $30 billion we committed towards infrastructure. And I think not only just roads and bridges, but critical trade infrastructure. And I think that's something that this government has dropped the ball on. They talked about it, and they said, hey, we're going to set up an infrastructure bank. But really, for 3 years, there's been no money going out the door. And so we've lost 3 years where we had an opportunity to look at infrastructure as a way that we can help be competitive. Once again, one of those other things in the things that we're talking about, something that we move very quickly. I know I cite a recent Financial Post article that said there was over 4,100 projects approved, valued at $13 billion, but only $430 million has been paid out. And that's obviously problematic as we look at, missed opportunities over the last 2 or 3 years. And I think that's something that needs to happen. And if I look at, this infrastructure bank in terms of what that's going to mean, what is it going to mean for small communities like the riding I represent, Niagara West? I've got townships like Pelham, and I've got Lincoln and Grimsby, I've got Waynfleet, and I've got West Lincoln. And I guess my challenge is there going to be an infrastructure bank that wants to come in and lend millions of dollars to build a bridge or a road? What's the return on investment, or what's the payback on that? And so I'm left with the challenge that we have missed 3 years of critical infrastructure. And if I look at trade infrastructure, whether it be ports or airports, highways, and the like, or rail, this creates a challenge. As I said, at the end of the day, not only do we need to be introducing and spending money on infrastructure in our communities, but we also need to be giving that critical infrastructure to trade so that we're able to become a trading nation. We just have to look not too far to the Western Canada and see that we've got all kinds of oil on rail cars, which makes it tough for our agriculture producers to actually get the product to market. And that's really a bit of a travesty. If you look at regulation and red tape, I think this is one of the largest issues, in terms of when we look at trade deals, non-tariff barriers. This fits in that category. And I think that, we had things our government was working on, the RCC, the Regulatory Cooperation Council, and beyond the border and things like that. I believe this government has continued to do things like that. But if I look at the energy infrastructure around pipelines and what it takes, and Bill C-69 and some of these other things, this is a challenge. This is what causes people to say, you know what, I think what we'll do is maybe sit on our money, or maybe we'll invest it south of the border in the U.S. where the regulatory framework, or we identify a way to get our things approved in a big way. And so this is something that I sat on the red tape reduction roundtable, where we went across the country and we had conversations about how we could reduce red tape. And this is something I believe that we'll always have to work on. And the challenge remains, it's not just the federal government that throws up red tape, but it's also municipal governments as well as provincial governments. And so this is something that, quite frankly, every government needs to be diligent on. We look at R&D. I think that we certainly spend our fair share proportionally as in R&D dollars, but I think at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we're getting not only the results that we want, but we're making sure that we're able to commercialize the R&D that we do. And once again, this was something our government looked at and worked towards. If I look at entrepreneurship and access to capital in this country, there's a number of things that we still need to do. Our government actually looked at a $400 million fund for venture capital as a way of trying to use some seed money, but there's still lots of opportunities. And when I talk with my colleagues in our International Trade Committee, one of the challenges that we still see every day is the fact that we've got small and medium-sized enterprises coming to committee right now, and one of the things they say all the time is, guess what? We are challenged with access to capital. That remains difficult in terms of what we're trying to do. And so as we move through our work on the committee, on the Trade Committee, not only as we look at things like investment in capital and things, but what we're finding out is that some of these trade programs and things that are in place are very hard to access for our small and medium-sized enterprises. And so I think that when we look at competitiveness, it's not just about tax relief. And I'll note that in the recent economic statement, there was a commitment to accelerated capital cost allowance. And I do want to thank my colleagues for that. I think it may be a little too late. But at the end of the day, hopefully it'll help some of our manufacturers who are trying to divest or trying to invest in new machinery, which hopefully will make them competitive. And quite frankly, when you're talking about automotive or aerospace or advanced manufacturing, all these things, our companies need to continue to invest in their equipment, because if they don't, quite frankly, they fall behind fairly quickly. And so I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that, as we move forward, there is a ton of things that are on the horizon that I feel are very challenging. And if I know it's been mentioned before, I need to mention it again, the carbon tax, when the rest of North America is not paying one, I think quite frankly creates us a competitive disadvantage. We've got increases in our CPP and unemployment insurance premiums that are coming in January, which is going to make it more expensive for business people. We've got increased personal income taxes. And quite frankly, I'm never sure why any government thinks that any people working should be paying over 50% income tax. I don't understand why at the end of the year we think that 53%, and then we start throwing on like a GST or an HST consumption tax, and we throw on property taxes. A number of these things make a whole lot of sense. And so I think as we look at what's going on, the last thing here I want to mention is the continuation of large and massive deficits. I think this is where a situation where we are borrowing for our children's future. And quite frankly, while the economy has been doing fairly well, this should be the dime that we're saving money for a rainy day. And I think that what happens when we start moving forward is that as we spend too much money, as we continue to tax people, we realize that only two ways that we can fix this in the future. Either we're going to have to do massive reductions in programs to pay for what's going on and all the massive deficits, or we're going to have to use tax increases. So I think in a day and age while we're actually trying to be competitive, not only globally, but with our friends and neighbors south of the border, these are some of the things that we need to look at in order for us to end up being more competitive. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member and the Conservatives as a whole have consistently raised the issue of employment taxes. And what they're referring to, in good part, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we believe that we need to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. That's all about the future. We were able to get agreements in regards to that from other provinces and territories, yet the Conservatives continue to call it a tax. And they want to attack all taxes by saying they're committed to reducing taxes. And my question to my colleague across the way, is it the Conservatives Party's position, because they opposed the increase to the CPP that this government was able to put into place, would it be the intentions of the Conservative Party to get rid of the increase that we were able to put in place for CPP?
The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, my colleague, for the question. You know, I guess any time that people or employers need to pay more, we do call that a tax. And I guess we look at some of the things our government did under Mr. Flaherty, which was a tax-free savings account, and a number of initiatives like this. We certainly believe that personal responsibility is important. Yes, I realize there are people who are struggling, and I think as a nation we've done very well in terms of how we take care of our seniors through OAS and through the guaranteed income assistance as well. So I think at the end of the day, what this government has to understand is that there's only one taxpayer. At the end of the day, it's not governments that actually pay taxes, it's actually individuals and companies. And so what happens is when companies are required to spend more, either they have to increase the price for what they do, or they have to cut back. And either way, this is a challenge when we're trying to get companies to increase hiring the number of people that they have and make commitments to them in this regard.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I read the motion, it seems to me that the Conservative Party is trying to say that all governance problems linked to the Liberal Party is the carbon tax. I see a lot more problems in their governance, which have led us to the position we're in now. I'm thinking about dairy producers, the signing of a trade agreement without compensation, the fact that we've gotten back to compensation, whereas when we talked about CETA, we were talking about billions in compensation, and now the Liberal government has come with compensation of like 250 million. Does the member believe that all the problems with the Liberal government are linked to the carbon tax, or does he think that there are enormous amount of problems? Now, it's not just the carbon tax. Does he not think that there are a lot more problems than the price on pollution, and the price on pollution might be a logical thing?
I would thank my honourable colleague for the question. I guess I would just simply say, as I had mentioned in my speech, it's not just the carbon tax; it's a combination thereof. And if I look at competitiveness, it's making sure we get trade deals, it's making sure that we're reducing regulations and a whole bunch of things. I think the carbon tax is one thing, including deficits, which I also mentioned, that make it more difficult for us to be competitive in Canada and around the world.
Time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga, a 30-second question, hopefully a 30-second answer.
Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his great work on this, the economy and on the trade file. Came to my riding, we did a roundtable, and certainly heard clearly from the processors there about some of the challenges they're facing. But right near the end of his speech, my colleague commented about the massive debt. This Liberal government promised to balance their budgets by 2019. Here we are with about $20 billion yet this year in the deficit. The massive debt is growing, and the interest costs alone are going to be $30 billion a year by 2021. This is clearly having a negative impact on the ability to invest in other things or to reduce taxes for our businesses, and this reducing investment. I wonder if my colleague is hearing the same concerns from the people in his riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Niagara West, in 30 seconds or less, please.
All right, I'll do my best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, thank you for the question. I think that, once again, I think this is a grave challenge. I talked to about 150 stakeholders in terms of uncertainty and what's going on here, and certainly one of the things I hear is the fact that I think people are less optimistic now than they were in the past, and I think one of those issues is debt. And once again, as it's been said before, if we spend it now, we still have to repay it at some point in the future, and that creates uncertainty. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I'm pleased to be joining this debate on our Conservative opposition motion. The member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, has, I think, put forward a motion where any member of this House can find something to speak to that relates to what's happening in their constituency or that is affecting people that they're representing. I know in my case, I'll be focusing a lot of my comments on obviously the energy sector. I come from the suburbs of Calgary, where a great many families are still hurting 3 years after this government took power, and it's failed them. It's failed all of them. You have a lot more people who are still unemployed today or underemployed today, and many of it and much of it related to policy decisions made by the federal government. And I'm going to be referring to some of them and trying to itemize the case against the Liberal government's economic policies thus far. I think one of the things in the motion that we'll all notice is there's a litany of issues that the energy sector and energy workers are facing today in Calgary, in Edmonton, in Regina, in Saskatoon, and in different parts of British Columbia, is that we have a government that's intent on phasing out the oil sands, but also hurting, and I mean it, hurting the energy industry and the energy workers who depend on those jobs. We have a Prime Minister who twice now said that he wanted to phase out the oil sands. The first time he said it was a mistake, and the second time he actually said it in Paris in their legislative assembly. And he perhaps thought that Albertans would not catch on, and we did, and we know he has it out for us. He has it out for the industry that accounts for over 20% of Canada's exports in dollar figures. That is an incredible amount when you compare that to, say, the auto sector. And we all saw the news of General Motors shutting down its plant in Oshawa. And I, as an Albertan, I know many of my residents and constituents back home feel the pain. We understand the pain that comes with losing your jobs, being told that you're not welcome to come back to work tomorrow, that your employer no longer needs you to come in. And we understand it because it's been going on month after month after month in the province of Alberta. People have been losing their jobs or been told, we don't need you 5 days a week anymore. If you're working construction, you can come in 1 day a week. You can't feed your family on 1 day a week of work. You know, there's a great Yiddish proverb that says, if things are not as you wish, wish them as they are. And I wish the government would take that advice. Stop saying one thing and doing another. Stop wishing for the end of certain jobs in the private sector. Why not wish them all to succeed? We have been given an incredible endowment, a natural endowment of oil and gas. Alberta is the sunniest province in Canada. It has the most sunny days of any province in Canada. A great boon for the solar power industry. There's quite a bit of renewable energy being developed and has been being developed by of all places, energy companies, because they're in the business of energy in whatever way that it's delivered. So why not promote all of them? Why not defend all of them? And that's what Alberta needs. That's what Canada needs. We need a government that wants to champion the private sector, not to meddle in the private sector, but to let it expand, to let it create jobs, let it do what it does best, provide prosperity for Canadian families. You don't need a government plan. You don't need a government strategy. You don't need government tinkering with, different rules. But that's exactly what we have here. We have a government that's more intent on creating plans and strategies for plans to plan for strategies, creating more jobs in the public sector here in Ottawa than allowing the private sector to simply do what it does best. So we don't have a champion. Many members have said this already. I'm sure many members will come after me to say it. We have a government that's cancelled pipeline projects. The government strangled Energy East to the point that TransCanada could not continue anymore. We have a government that defeated Northern Gateway. And you hear this often, the government will say, and government caucus members will say, well, actually it was a court decision. Well, that's not true. There was an order in council cancelling Northern Gateway passed in 2016. It's dash 1047. That's the order in council. It passed November 25, 2016, that cancelled Northern Gateway. It's a government that has, crowed about a $40 billion investment in LNG, while we lost $78 billion in LNG development. And that $40 billion was approved back in 2012 by the regulator, was recently approved to go ahead by the private sector only after they got assurances in the final deal that they would be exempted from British Columbia's carbon tax, that they would be exempted from basically the last 3 years of bad economic policy passed by both the Liberal government and the provincial NDP government in the case of British Columbia. If that isn't an indictment of how bad things have become, then I don't know what is. The $40 billion project approved in 2012 can only go ahead this year with the proviso written into the contract that the past 3 years of bad economic policy doesn't apply to them, then I don't know what is. I also don't know what we could call more so than this is a form of corporate welfare. This project could not go ahead because the government has been intent on strangling them, on making it impossible for them to continue, develop their project, create the jobs, create the prosperity to ensure that they can provide taxes and pay royalties to different levels of government. But we have fully a government intent on making it more complicated. When I talked about us needing a champion, I want to reference one of my constituents who's always willing to send me detailed technical information, David Robinson, who sent me information about New York State is now pursuing a court case. It's been brought forward. It's a civil lawsuit against a bunch of oil companies saying that they have failed and that they have disguised, actually, the carbon emission costs in their regulatory filings. It specifically targets Alberta oil sands and Alberta corporations. It specifically targets them. This is a huge danger to publicly listed companies, especially the ones based out of Alberta, those based in Canada, because this lawsuit has the potential to force them to do huge and massive write-downs forced upon us by a state government, by the Attorney General, Barbara Underwood in New York State, if they win this case. Where is the government championing the cause of Alberta's energy sector, of Canada's energy sector, to protect our good name in front of the courts there? They're pursuing, they have a very litigious culture there, but they're pursuing this exactly so they can undermine our continued prosperity and our ability to develop our resources. Those resources, we don't develop them for just the purpose of developing resources. We develop them because they provide prosperity, because they provide jobs, they provide an income that you can feed your family. And that's what the vast majority of people want to do. They just want to be left alone. That is what you'll hear from countless Albertans. The slogan we've adopted is build that pipe. We really don't care anymore which pipe that is, just build that pipe. And then again, you'll have the government say that the previous government did not get it done. What they mean to say is it didn't get pipe built to Tidewater. Well, it's difficult to get any pipeline built for a private corporation nowadays in Canada when you had the previous government and many caucus members who took both volunteers and help from all the different environmental groups who were adamantly opposed to any type of development anytime. So it's quite rich for the government now to turn the argument on its tail and deny that that is the case, that they took the help of those environmental groups and opposed all development. The second part that's ridiculous is Northern Gateway got to Tidewater. Energy East would have gotten to Tidewater. The Anchor Loop upgrade that was proposed and completed and built by Kinder Morgan expanded shipping out of Burnaby. The Enbridge Line 9B, the Keystone pipeline, not the XL, but the basic pipeline that went to Cushing, eventually went to Tidewater in Texas, in Freeport. To say that the previous government didn't get it done is to simply ignore the facts as they are presented. Like I said, there's an order in council that cancelled Northern Gateway. That's an indictment of the government's ability to get anything done, any pipelines built. And the people who suffer from 3 years of bad economic policy are Albertans, are Canadians who need these jobs. In the energy sector, like I said, the #1 export that Canada produces is energy exports. It's where the vast majority of jobs in Alberta are either directly or indirectly related. So you have a government who's tried to impede for the past 3 years the prosperity that Albertans enjoy, the jobs that provide for our families, and the opportunity that comes with it. Like I've said before in this House, we have spent a generation doing two things: attracting people to our province to convince them to join in the shared prosperity that hard work can create. We don't have the great advantage of beautiful West Coast beaches. And the second part is we spent a generation convincing young people and women to get into the sciences, technology, engineering, math, the STEMs. And convincing them to do that took a generation. And because of the government's decisions, because of 3 years of bad economic policy, all that work has been undone. Mr. Speaker, I hope all members of the House will be joining me in voting for this motion.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue the question that I asked to the previous speaker, because I think it's an important issue. I would like to be able to tell the constituents in which I represent where the Conservative Party really is on this issue. They talk about taxes and wanting to reduce taxes. This government negotiated an agreement that saw the CPP increases for workers into the future, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives within this resolution and other speakers have indicated, and they see this as a tax for businesses. Will the member, or can the member, give a clear indication so that I can say to my constituents that the Conservative Party will not in any way attempt to get rid of the increase of benefits to Canada's CPP that was negotiated by the Government of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question. He's very diligent in asking the same question to get an answer. It's hard to pay into CPP or EI when you don't have a job. It's hard to provide for your family when you don't have a job. It's also hard to face a government that is fully intent on phasing out your bread and butter. The sector of the economy you have chosen to devote your life into, to get the skills, get the education and experience necessary to climb the promotion ladder, if that is your wish, and to provide for your family an income so that they can live off it, so they can basically share in that prosperity. The member talks about, are we going to do one thing or another, make policy decisions? The government has already over $1 trillion in debt that it's saddled future generations with. That includes federal government debt with Crown Corporation debt, all cobbled together. Hard decisions will have to be made by future governments because of the bad decisions of the past 3 years.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was interested in, I know the Conservative motion calls for something that's an impossibility, repealing a bill that has not yet passed. It doesn't have royal assent, Bill C-69. But I find C-69 deeply troubling because the current government chose to maintain the architecture put in place by Stephen Harper, chose to break election promises Liberals have made to really restore proper environmental assessment. And it's baffling to me that the Conservatives, I don't think that the Conservatives have read the bill to see how closely it tracks with what Stephen Harper wanted by keeping the number of assessments we will ever see in this country down to fewer than 100 a year, and never restore the system that Brian Mulroney put in place that included up to 5,000 screenings a year to ensure federal projects really did receive an assessment for their environmental impact. C-69 doesn't do this, and I think calling for its repeal prematurely, since it hasn't passed yet, misses the mark. We should be prepared to compromise and get a good bill through the Senate. And I asked my colleague if he'd be prepared to actually look at the bill and see if we might agree on some areas where it could be improved.
Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for the question on C-69. Obviously, I voted against the bill. It's a bad bill. It's poorly worded. It has flowery language inside it. It's a matter that's no longer before the House. Now it's in another place, in the Senate, for consideration. The vast majority of my constituents want to see C-69 fail, and they want to see the bill defeated by the Senate. They want to see it ended. Bill C-69 is the anti-pipeline end of any type of large-scale energy infrastructure development in Canada. It would basically mean the end of hundreds of thousands of Alberta jobs well into the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Alberta for the great speech he gave today and for his commitment to the people in his riding. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I have about a 50% urban, 50% rural riding, and the carbon tax is going to have a huge impact, especially on my farmers. Earlier today, one of my colleagues tried to downplay the impact that the carbon tax will have on farmers. But, Mr. Speaker, one farmer in my jurisdiction, in my riding, contacted me, and at 50,000 liters of fuel per year, at 12 cents a liter, and that's at the current carbon tax rate, that's $6,000 a year off of his bottom line. That's only on farm, let alone the cost of transportation of things to his farm, transportation of products from the farm, all of those things adding to the carbon tax. I wonder if my colleague agrees that the carbon tax will, in fact, have a huge negative impact on our agricultural community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I thank the member for the question. Of course, it will have a huge impact on farmers in the farming community. I don't happen to represent a riding with many farmers. What you'll find in my riding at the deep, deep southeast part of it is actually what I would call ranchettes. So these are more hobby farms, hobby ranches that some Calgarians have chosen to develop. But to give you an example directly from my riding, I have an arena on the north side of my riding that when the Alberta government introduced its carbon tax, it raised the cost of heating and cooling the arena by tens of thousands of dollars. They had no choice but to raise fees on parents and kids who are just coming in to join a tournament, and on like hockey dads who are coming in on weekends just for a quick game in the morning. The carbon tax has real impact on people. It raises the cost of living. It's very regressive and very unfair.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I'd also like to thank the member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen Nicola for the motion that we are debating today. Unfortunately, the motion contains so many false claims and premises that it's difficult to know where to start. But I'll start with the first part of the motion, which has to do with the energy sector and Bill C-69. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Conservatives' approach undermined Canadians' trust in the way that large-scale development projects were assessed and evaluated. This approach didn't work. It required a new overall approach, which is included in C-69. C-69 restores balance between economic development and environmental stewardship. It ensures that good projects do move forward, and this restores the trust of investors and Canadians. This is one of the many reasons that I will be voting against today's motion. This motion would bring us back to a time when some people felt that it was acceptable to simply go around the public's concerns and the concerns of environmentalists and Indigenous peoples. But that time is over, Mr. Speaker. Although the impact of these failed policies are still felt today, particularly when it comes to the price differential for Western Canadian oil.
Critically important to remember, Mr. Speaker. The motion doesn't mention it, but our government inherited a flawed review system that led to projects going before the courts rather than getting shovels in the ground. That's why our government has been taking steps since day one to ensure that good projects that improve market access move forward. That's precisely why we've supported the Keystone XL project and approved the Line 3 replacement pipeline. It's also why we're helping producers build up refining capacity here in Canada, and why, in the fall 2018 economic statement last month, we announced major tax incentives for refiners and upgraders. It's also why the Minister of Natural Resources has written to the National Energy Board about ways to maximize existing pipeline capacity. And of course, it's why our government purchased and invested in the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, which is a $4.5 billion investment in Alberta's energy sector. Today's motion is silent on all of those points, conveniently silent. But Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that our government is a staunch supporter of Alberta's energy sector, that we have been from day one since we took office, that we are committed to developing Canada's resources the right way. Now, to be fair, on the oil price differential, there are a number of factors behind the perfect storm that caused the almost unprecedented price discount. For example, there was a temporary over 900,000 barrel a day drop in demand for Canadian oil when a number of refineries in the American Midwest were offline. That came as the increase in oil sands production was outpacing Canada's capacity to transport and export additional barrels. Comme le Premier ministre l'a dit,
as the Prime Minister said, all these elements came together to create the crisis that is still a burden for Canadian workers in the oil sector. Mr. Speaker, Albertans are suffering. They're worried about their future. This led the government of Alberta to announce that it would reduce its oil production in that province to 325,000 barrels a day starting January 1st. We recognize that the province made this important decision in the interest of Albertans, and we share Albertans' frustration concerning the current and unacceptable price discrepancy. We've also said clearly that the status quo cannot continue, because when Alberta suffers, all of Canada suffers. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot simply attribute the current price differential to chance or bad luck. One of the reasons that the capacity is currently insufficient is that there was an entire decade lost for the oil sector in Canada. After a decade of inaction, 99% of our oil exports went only to the U.S. at that time. Once again, you won't see any mention of that in today's opposition motion. Rather, the motion proposes to repeal Bill C-69 in favor of their failed approach.
Inside of the House, our government came to office to do things differently, to do different things, to get the hard work done for Canadians. Central to that was restoring confidence in impact assessments, improving transparency, and enhancing public participation through project reviews. All of it reflected in our proposal for a single, integrated, and consistent process, a process that includes the specialized expertise of federal regulators and a new Canadian energy regulator. That is important and frankly overdue. Because while the National Energy Board has served Canadians well, the structure, role, and mandate have remained relatively unchanged since it was created back in 1959. Bill 669 will replace the NEB with a new regulator that has the required independence and the proper accountability to oversee a strong, safe, and sustainable Canadian energy sector in the 21st century. The new Canadian energy regulator would provide a more effective governance model, greater certainty in timely decisions, more public consultation, better Indigenous engagement, and stronger safety and environmental protections. This new approach would also help to diversify Canada's energy markets, expand our energy infrastructure, and drive economic growth. How? By ensuring that good resource projects get built in a timely, predictable, and transparent way. Indeed, Bill 669 would actually tighten those timelines, eliminate overlap among review panels, and make government more accountable. Bill 669 is part of a broader plan for moving Canada's resource sector forward the right way, creating good jobs and real opportunities for all Canadians. Again, the motion ignores that larger context. The motion ignores the fact that private industry is on board with our plan, and across the world we are seeing companies take the lead in tackling climate change. For instance, Shell announced yesterday that it plans to link executive salaries to emission targets as part of its efforts to cut the net carbon footprint of the energy it sells. Today's motion ignores the progress that the private sector is making. It ignores the generational investments we are making to drive innovation and support clean technologies in the resources sector, including Canada's oil and gas industry. La motion ne tient pas compte non plus.
The motion also ignores the free trade agreement signed with the U.S. and Mexico on the weekend, a trade agreement that represents significant benefits for the energy sector in Canada. It will enable the oil sector in Canada to save some $60 million in administrative costs and other costs. Once again, the motion is silent on that subject. Just like the motion fails to address the Fall Economic Update 2018, which responded directly to recommendations from the economic strategic tables from the joint group working on the future of oil and gas, which called for measures to improve competitiveness. We listened, we acted. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the efforts made by our government. Bill C-69 is an important aspect of that, developing better rules for a better Canada. Once again, we're proving that our government strongly supports Canadian workers in the resource sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the colleague from across the aisle for his speech. You know, it's really amazing in 3 years how this country can change from something that was, you know, going great guns, everything was expanding, growing, people had jobs, they enjoyed a good quality of life, they weren't worried about the future, their kids were attending sports complexes, playing hockey, soccer, playing football, great quality of life. And 3 years later, today we sit here, if you're in the manufacturing sector, if you are a blue-collar worker at a manufacturing plant, you're sitting there and you're worried, do I have a future? When we talked to manufacturers this summer, we talked to some over 99 stakeholders across Canada. They all said, we're holding on, we're waiting for this Canada-U.S. agreement to be done and get rid of these steel and aluminum tariffs, and then we should be all right. Wait a minute, they got a trade agreement. Wait a minute, trade agreement's worse than what we had before. He promised to be better. Wait a minute, we still have aluminum steel tariffs. Exactly. What the heck's going on here? And we sign on to this. Then we go to the forestry sector and say, wait a minute, where was the tariffs removal on forestry products? And the forestry workers are saying, well, what about our future? You go to 3 or 4 different sectors, Mr. Speaker, all those employees today are worried about their futures. Now, I will give them credit. They did have some positive stuff in their fall update. The capital cost allowance is a good step in the right direction. But until they get rid of C-69, until they actually do something concrete to be more competitive, to allow our companies to become more competitive here in Canada, these jobs are leaving. What are they going to do to prevent that from happening?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and certainly when it comes to NAFTA 2.0 or USMCA, certainly it's what we're hearing from the other side is actually quite astonishing. The fact that Brian Mulroney, the former Prime Minister of Canada, Conservative Prime Minister, actually said that we had to get it signed. And we had to get it signed. Why? Because actually the future of our sectors, of our economy, depended on it. Certainly we know that the Conservatives would have capitulated a long time ago. But we stuck to it, and we made sure that we got a good deal for Canadians. And I think that is the backbone of where we can move forward. However, when he talks about the Fall Economic Update, certainly when I met with businesses across my riding, across actually Ontario and other places across Canada, they were asking for the capital cost allowance, certainly the quickly appreciating that we could basically write off their capital expenses quicker. And that is something that we listened to and that we delivered on with our Fall Economic Update. It's something that, you know what, by responding to that, we know that the companies that are looking for investing, that will be reinvesting in their companies, and that is good for jobs, that is good for Canada. Merci, Mr. President.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Of course, we work fairly closely, him in the natural resources portfolio, myself on the environment. He spent a decent amount of his remarks on Bill C-69, which seeks to restore the confidence that was lost in the environmental assessment process under 10 years under Stephen Harper. I'm curious, Mr. Speaker, if the Parliamentary Secretary could offer commentary on how we were able to develop a program that's actually going to allow projects to move forward in the right way by including Indigenous perspectives, protecting our environment, and even gaining support of industry like the Mining Association of Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague as well for all his hard work on this very important file. Certainly, Bill 669, as he mentioned, the mining sector of Canada is supportive of this bill, because they want to see it move forward, because they know that having a process, one project, one review, is key for businesses. And that is key because they are investing a lot of money. And right now, what we've been seeing under the former government's approach, basically, projects would move forward without any certainty that at the end of the day, we would know what the result would be. Why? Because Indigenous consultation were actually done at the end and not at the beginning. We are proposing a shorter time frame, making sure that all of the concerns, all the regulations are known up front. So when they are starting the process, they know what rules that they have to address, that they have to make sure that they follow, and by doing that, businesses get the certainty that they deserve and that they need to invest that money in Canada. So that's why it's a very important bill that we move forward with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to rise today to speak on this opposition day. It's great to rise because we know the economy of Canada is strong. We know the economy is growing, and we know that benefits all middle-class workers and those Canadians that are working very, very hard and diligent to join the middle class. And I'm proud to state that, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to offer my colleagues on the other side a chance today. Please take a look at the Globe and Mail today. Look at the article from the CEO of Linamar, Linda Hazen-France, and she talks about how her company is investing in Canada, how her company is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in their plants in Guelph, and how we're competing and how we're winning, and how Ontario is the place to invest in the world when it comes to innovation, when it comes to highly valued manufacturing, and how those jobs are coming here, Mr. Speaker, to the province of Ontario. And I as a member of Parliament for the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, know full well the economic contributions. Our entrepreneurs who are working diligently, putting capital at work and employing thousands of Canadians, and most importantly, creating those good middle-class jobs that we want for Canadians and their families. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago recently, Canadians chose a government committed to growing the middle class and creating new opportunities for Canadians to succeed. They wanted a government that would base its decision on science and facts. Mr. Speaker, they wanted a government that would be bold, that would be a trailblazer, that would lead, and that's what we're certainly doing, Mr. Speaker. They wanted solutions that work with a proven record of delivering positive results for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want Canada to be more competitive simply to enrich the top 1% at the expense of everyone else. Canadians want a more competitive Canada, so the hardworking Canadians have more opportunities to share in the benefits that come from a strong and growing economy. We ask the wealthiest 1% of Canadians to pay a little bit more so that we can cut taxes for middle-class Canadians, a tax cut for 9 million Canadians over a 5-year period, a multi-billion-dollar tax cut to hardworking middle-class Canadians from coast to coast to coast. With new measures like the Canada Child Benefit, we have provided real help to those who need it. These results are not built on ideology, Mr. Speaker. They are built on facts, and the facts are clear. Over the course of the past 3 years, Canadians have created over 500,000 full-time jobs. Many of those jobs in the city of Vaughan and the riding I represent of Vaughan Woodbridge. The unemployment rate is at an historic 40-year low, and the share of working-age Canadians with jobs is at an all-time high, Mr. Speaker. Our economy grew the fastest pace among our G7 peers in 2017 at 3%, and we are expected to remain among the leaders in growth this year and next year. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the economic growth we're seeing in Canada is inclusive. Canadians are benefiting from it from coast to coast to coast. Groups who have been underrepresented in the labour force, young Canadians, new Canadians, women and Indigenous peoples are joining the workforce and improving their position in it. Mr. Speaker, our successes in building a more competitive Canada and a more competitive economy are far from over. We know that, for example, there is tremendous untapped potential within Canada's small business sector. By empowering entrepreneurs, we are empowering Canadians. Les petites entreprises.
Small businesses represent 7 out of 10 companies in the private sector. We know that low and competitive tax rates enable Canadians to keep more of their income, to invest more in their companies, and create even more good, well-paying jobs. That's why we cut the small business tax rate to 10%, a measure that came into force last January. In January 2019, the rate will be again reduced, dropping to 9%. However, there is work that remains to be done. Even if the economy is strong and growing, we know that we can't take this for granted. The Government of Canada has listened to the business community. We have understood that many companies are concerned about their competitiveness, that the recent tax reform in the U.S. is something that worries them, and that they're afraid of the impact that it could have on their revenues. We also know that Canadian companies have what they need to be competitive and successful. In our fall economic statement, we sought ways of encouraging targeted and responsible investment so that companies can have confidence in the future and to invest in jobs for the middle class.
We continue to grow and strengthen our middle class here in Canada, the backbone of our economy. Notre annonce économique.
Our fall economic statement includes a number of proposals for tax changes in order to focus on corporate investment. These changes include enabling companies to immediately deduct the total cost of machinery and equipment used for manufacturing and to immediately deduce the cost of material used to produce clean energy. In addition, we are putting in place an accelerated investment incentive enabling companies of all sizes and in all sectors of the economy to deduct more of their expenditures related to newly acquired equipment during the year when the investment was made. These changes are important because increased deductions will attract more investments. This will stimulate corporate growth and help create more middle-class jobs.
This allowance is something that will grow our economy, incentivize firms to invest here in Canada, to continue to invest here in Canada, and something we can be proud of. Is a prudent fiscal measure in response to the measures that were brought into the United States. We're doing it in a fiscally prudent manner. We're lowering our debt-to-GDP ratio. We're strengthening our fiscal anchor. We're growing our economy, and we're strengthening our middle class, something we should all be proud of in this country. Dans l'annonce économique de l'automne.
In the fall economic statement, we are also doing more to modernize regulations and to facilitate corporate growth. If you're a business owner, you may have heard that one of the main challenges is complying with all government regulations. Let's be clear, regulation plays an important role.
Regulations play an important role in attracting investment. Our regulations need to be transparent, they need to be effective, there needs to be certainty, and with bills like Bill C-69, that's what we're doing. We're putting in regulations, in bills for investors to know and understand the rules that they face so that they can invest here in Canada and continue to grow our economy. Elle sert de livre règlement qui régit la façon dont les...
Regulations govern the way that companies conduct their activities and ensure that the occupational health and safety of Canadians as well as the environment exists. Over time, some regulations have become outdated, and the regulatory burden has increased. As a result, Canada is perceived as a less attractive place to do business. We are taking steps in the fall statement to overcome this challenge by conducting reviews of legislative provisions to encourage regulatory bodies to take into account economic and considerations regarding the economy and effectiveness. How? By putting in forth a new bill for annual changes to keep regulations up to date. We are also launching a regulatory innovative center and taking immediate steps in response to recommendations put forth by several companies.
Make Canada the most globally connected economy in the world. With the successful conclusion of the new North American Free Trade Agreement, as well as the Canadian-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, CETA, and the Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. And, Mr. Speaker, we are continuing our ongoing negotiations with Mercosur, and let's hope we can come to an agreement, a trade agreement there. We know that progressive, liberalized trade lifts all boats, strengthens our middle class, creates jobs here in Canada, creates jobs abroad, and is something good and we need to do for our future, the future of my children, and those great manufacturers and entrepreneurs located in the riding of Vaughan Woodbridge. Canada is now the only G7 country to have free trade agreements concluded with all other G7 nations. We want to give Canadian businesses more opportunities to grow and succeed, and that's why we're proposing things like an export diversification strategy to help grow Canada's overseas exports by 50% by 2025, with more help for small and medium-sized businesses to help them explore new export opportunities. To boost trade overseas, the government is also proposing to accelerate investments in transportation corridors leading to Asia and Europe. Mr. Speaker, the actions taken by our government in conclusion are not just making Canada and Canadians more competitive, they are also allowing Canadians to actually benefit from being more competitive. More jobs, brighter futures, that is what our government's about. Strengthening the middle class, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at one point, just near the end of his speech, my colleague commented about the successful conclusion of the NAFTA agreements, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's a bit of a joke, because his Prime Minister stood and said he would not even appear at the signing unless the tariffs were removed. And here we are, Mr. Speaker, with the aluminum and steel tariffs still on. From someone in Waterloo Region, Mr. Speaker, who spoke before the Industry Committee just earlier this year. Currently, we directly employ approximately 475 people in Waterloo Region and support significantly more jobs in Canada. These are well-paying, value-added jobs. Current Canada-U.S. tariffs are driving up prices of our inputs in North America and threatening our supply chain. The pressure heightened when the U.S. imposed a 25% tariff on steel, 10% tariff on aluminum under Section 232. These things were made worse when the EU and Canada responded with retaliatory tariffs. Our steel costs are up 18% this year alone. This is a substantial increase that our competitors do not face. Mr. Speaker, how can my colleague actually believe that the USMCA agreement is a good agreement, that's an improvement on the NAFTA agreement, when these tariffs on aluminum and steel continue to damage our small businesses in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the member from Kitchener-Conestoga for his question. Very simply, it is in our overwhelming interest in both Canada and the United States for these reciprocal tariffs to be lifted. Straight up, Mr. Speaker. We've taken measures to protect our industry, including $16.6 billion in reciprocal measures against U.S. imports. We will stand up for Canadian workers. We will stand up for Canadian businesses. But, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say, with regards to the renegotiated NAFTA, the new USMCA, we just have to look at what the former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney said this week. That was a good deal. We just need to look at what individuals such as the Auto Parts Manufacturers Association, it was a good deal. We need to look at organizations, the leaders from Linamar to Martin Rea to Magna, to industries coast to coast to coast that said it was a good deal, Mr. Speaker. It was a great deal negotiated by our government, and if we would have capitulated like the Conservatives wanted, we would have had a worse deal.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague who mentioned the issue of USMCA, and there's no doubt that we've had to make concessions in dairy, concessions in auto, concessions in digital rights, concessions also in patent protection with regards to extension of 2 years, which will affect drug costs. One of the concerns, though, is that right now the USMCA does have to go through Congress and the Senate to be ratified. Congressional members are actually amending the bill right now with regards to the hearings that they're having, the input that they're getting from stakeholders, and so we're unlikely to see the exact same deal. So my question would be to him would be to whether or not they will continue to support a further amended USMCA with greater concessions, or whether this is at least the final drawing line in the sand for them, or will they actually agree to more concessions?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank the honourable member from the Windsor area for his question. I've travelled with him on the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Association down to the United States. We've spoken to a number of senators and congressmen and women about the importance of two-way free trade between Canada and U.S., and I think that's what we need to continue to do. We need to continue that dialogue with the U.S. representatives, both in the Senate and the Congress, ensuring that they know the benefits of trade between our countries, ensuring they know the volume of trade between our two countries, ensuring they know how important the supply chain is between our two countries. And I know down in Windsor that supply chain for autos and auto parts is something considerably important to the future and the lives and the jobs of those auto workers down in Windsor. And that's why that supply chain has been maintained into the new USMCA Accord. And we can be proud of that fact. And when the Prime Minister went to Windsor, he was greeted by those workers, and they thanked him, and they thanked our negotiating team for the new revised USMCA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A smattering of applause from all sides of the House. That's great. Great way to start a speech. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off, I know the House is riveted. They want to know this question. It was asked by the Minister of Environment in last week's QP on Friday, and the Member of Parliament from Central Nova also mentioned it earlier, brought it up. I'm just honoured to be part of their speeches, I guess, Mr. Speaker. But earlier in debate, the Member of Central Nova misled the House by saying, I don't believe in climate change. And Mr. Speaker, so I want to put this all to rest. And so, Mr. Speaker, yes, I believe in climate change. And hopefully that puts that to, hallelujah, that puts that to bed. You know, Mr. Speaker, what I don't believe, though, is how a carbon tax is going to do anything to bring down the global emissions. Nothing. It's going to do nothing to mitigate any of the global emissions and fight global climate change. And they like to say that they've got a plan, and well, really what they have is a tax plan. And you know, the electors that elected our friend from Central Nova, you know, they should probably be a little bit concerned. You know what? I guess that's what you get when you elect somebody from away. You know, he might have been born in Antigonish, but he spent his formative years outside of the riding, and that's what we're seeing here today. So, the words to those in the electors in Central Nova, that's what you get when you elect somebody from away. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to stand in the House and actually speak to this motion, a motion that was brought forth by my colleague, my good friend, the Member of Parliament from Central Okanagan, Smeltering Nickel. And Mr. Speaker, I do have to say I got right into this speech. I will be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton West. Now, let's get back to the Member of Parliament from Central Okanagan, Smeltering Nickel. And it's fitting that he brought this motion forward, Mr. Speaker, is because, you know, Mr. Speaker, nowhere else has the word, and I'm going to focus my debate, the time that I have, the 7 minutes and 49 seconds, on softwood and how this Liberal government's failures have impacted those foresters and the hardworking forestry families that depend on forestry and softwood for their livelihoods. And the reason why I want to give kudos where it's due is because the very first time that the word softwood was mentioned in this House was December 7th of 2015, and it was done by none other by the Member of Parliament from Central Okanagan, Smeltering Nickel. Mr. Speaker, I would like to actually go down and record that I was the second person to say and bring up the word softwood, but Mr. Speaker, nowhere else in this House has the importance of softwood and our forestry families and fighting for our forestry families been more evident than on this side of the House and with our Conservative caucus. Mr. Speaker, nothing. It wasn't mentioned in the mandate letter for the minister. It wasn't mentioned in the throne speech, from the very first throne speech by this government. The very first, as a matter of fact, Hansard mention of softwood for a Liberal member of Parliament was January 29th of 2016. That is shocking, as I said earlier. Not a mention in the minister's mandate letter, not a mention in the speech from the throne. This is a $69 billion industry that provides 250,000 jobs directly and approximately 1 million indirect jobs. Mr. Speaker, that is huge, and not one mention by this government. They have failed the hardworking forestry families. They have failed rural communities. Over 600 communities across our country are dependent on forestry. Yet this government and their economic policies and their failure to take action on critical issues are failing them. These are jobs in communities where there are often few other options, rural communities, northern communities. Forestry is one of the largest employers of our Indigenous people. Over 12,000, and an industry that works with over 1,400 Indigenous-owned companies and suppliers. Softwood lumber is now being held ransom by increasing protectionist U.S. administration and this government's failure to act when it mattered the most. The Liberal government have continued to fail time and time again, and today's motion is, there's so much fodder for us to use. It's really like a gift. It's a pre-Christmas gift, Mr. Speaker. The fall economic update tabled just a few weeks ago did nothing to protect forestry jobs. The failed economic policies of this government are having severe impact on Canadians right across our country. 2 weeks ago, notices of mill closures, work curtailment, and layoffs swept through my province of British Columbia. Hundreds of job losses in my riding alone. These are families who, just weeks before Christmas, are now facing, well, they're facing tough times. And what do they get from this government? Time and time again, over the last 3 years, as we continue to press, just hang in there. Don't worry, be happy. West Fraser, Timber, Conifex Timber, Tolko Industries, Canfor, Interfor, all announced some form of work or job action. Lumber producers in my riding have shut their doors because of this government's failed policies, inaction on critical issues, and they're pandering to environmental groups, shamefully. Over the last 3 years, we have stressed the importance of this industry time and time again, yet all we have heard from these guys is, hey, we got this. Mr. Speaker, BC is the largest exporter of softwood lumber to the U.S. The BC forest industry is a major contributor to the provincial and national economy. Every province is being negatively impacted by this government's economic policy, but nowhere else is this government's failures more evident in the forestry sector than in my province. Never been better, they're saying. Never been better. Hundreds of job layoffs. Never been better. That's like that tweet that Trudeau did, the Prime Minister did last week where he gave $50 million. My gosh, when there's job losses in Alberta, job losses in BC. How insensitive. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues that are creating this terrible environment. I'm not going to put all of the burden on the government. We've got a massive infestation, whether it was the pine beetle or now the new spruce beetle, or the Liberals. Yeah, that's what we're hearing. Or the wildfires, the devastating wildfires that we've had in the last 2 seasons. Mr. Speaker, in 2017 we lost 1.2 million hectares lost. In 2018 we lost 1.25 million hectares of fiber. It is getting harder and harder for our forestry companies to compete. Here's another issue that these ministers and this government is aware of, and yet they have failed to act, and that is rail access. Rail access for our forestry companies. The recent survey, over $500 million of product has been sitting there, has been stranded. They have stranded our forest companies. They failed to deal with this issue. They rather would like to piecemeal this rail system and this rail issue, a smattering here, a smattering there, but our Western Canadian producers are getting nothing. And that, Mr. Speaker, is shameful. 80% of forestry mills in Canada are captive to only one rail line. There are few other options, especially given a truck driver shortage. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about two things as well, too, before I got 2 minutes. Here we also have a species at risk, the caribou herd problem. Canada is amongst the most rigorous and environmentally sound forestry practices in the world, where we're known around the world for careful management of our forests, yet this government continues to engage and put a priority on environmentalists and their programs rather than our producers who are sustainable. And they are the most sustainable harvesting in the world. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, just last week, the government hosted a roundtable on the issue on the caribou herd. They brought up an activist group called Natural Resources Defense Council, who had the nerve to say on the stage that Canada don't replant their trees. It's the law. You have to replant your trees. As a matter of fact, in British Columbia, for every tree that we harvest, we plant 3. And that's what this government is listening to. And it's shameful. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker, because they give more credibility to the environmentalists like Greenpeace that want to shut down our forestry companies. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, Greenpeace chose a Quebec-based Resolute for their next victim. They went after them, and they went after their customers and said that they are forest destroyers and they're causing caribou death and extinction. And then when they had the lawsuit, Greenpeace came back and said, well, you know, it's more hyperbole, heated rhetoric, non-verifiable statements, or subjective opinion. They should not be taken literally or expose them to any legal liability. That's who this government is listening to, Mr. Speaker, and that, Mr. Speaker, is shameful. We will always stand up for Canadian jobs, and we will stand up against this government's failed economic policies.
Questions and comments. And before we get to that, I just want to remind honourable members, just as you have, as members have done now, when we start the period for questions and comments, any member interested in participating in that, it's good that they stand up right at the start of that. It gives us chair occupants an idea of how many people we would like to fit into a short 5-minute period. And when members see that there's quite a bit of interest in participating in that period, it would reinforce the notion of keeping your interventions more concise. So we'll go first to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I know there was a couple shots taken at me for having spent some time out in Calgary. As an Atlantic Canadian, one of the things that actually makes you more from Nova Scotia is that you spend a couple of years out west. One of the reasons there's so many people do that is because the previous government described us as a culture of defeatism and never invested in Atlantic Canada for 10 years, Mr. Speaker. My question to the honourable member, though, is with respect to the radio interview that I referenced in my remarks. When asked whether human beings and their industrial activity caused climate change, he indicated that the climate has been changing for thousands of years and likened it to more bodies going into a room heating it up. Mr. Speaker, when he was asked directly, does human industrial activity cause climate change, he said quite possibly, and the interviewer said quite possibly or it does, and he accused the interviewer of trying to go down a rabbit hole. So I'm going to give the honourable member an opportunity to clarify his remarks. Does he believe that climate change is a result of humans' industrial activity, or does he think it's a factor of more people being on the planet? And if he does believe that we are responsible for climate change, Mr. Speaker, can he name one thing that the Conservative Party is going to do to contribute to the fight against climate change?
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I love this. Deflect, deflect, deflect. It's all about them, not us. There's nothing to see here. Yes, I believe in climate change. Does that work? Does that work? You know, Mr. Speaker, what we should be asking these guys and the government across the way and the my honourable colleague from Central Nova is, you know, what are they doing? What is their plan? They're taxing. We know that it's a tax, but what are they doing? You know, what are they doing to impact, well, let's say the caribou herds that maybe Maybe there's the impact of climate change on the caribou herds. What's your action for that? What's your plan for that? What's their plan for that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I should ask as well, too, what their plan is to work with the provincial governments and the forestry sector to stem the tides of fires and pests. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Environment has stood in the House and talked about the carbon tax plan and how it's going to limit wildfires and floods. How high does that have to be? We've had a carbon tax in BC for over 10 years.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a quick climate change question to my friend. The first climate change legislation passed in a democracy was passed by the late Jack Layton and the NDP and unanimously agreed upon this House and Chamber, later died in the Senate. I would ask my colleague whether or not he agrees with the Senate killing a bill that was actually agreed in this chamber on climate change, and what that says to the world when we have an undemocratic, unelected Senate that actually defeated legislation on climate change from a democratized chamber like this one.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Speaker, I'm not going to get into one house versus the other house or policies and laws and legislation that have been done in the past. Everybody knows that when I'm asked on that, I politely decline and say I wasn't elected at that time, so I'll leave it at that. I want to say this, so Mr. Speaker, it is interesting we have this debate. We are losing hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of jobs because of this government's failed policies. And we hear the heckling across the way, and it's so insensitive when we've got oil workers, we've got forestry workers, we've got manufacturers that are out of work, and we hear the heckling from the government side. And Mr. Speaker, that in itself is shameful. They should know better.
Question et commentaire. La députée de Madawaska.
The honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For my honourable colleague for Caribou Prince George, I think that my colleague from Central Nova was able to be sensitive to his people because he'd gone for a while to the west. Can my honourable colleague tell me if the leader of his leader, who represents Regina Capel, can represent Canadians properly? And my other question, what is the plan of the Conservatives to deal with these issues?
That's a great question. Absolutely. Mr. Scheer, Andrew Scheer, our honourable caller, our leader, the leader of the official opposition, is not only going to be the leader for now, he's going to be the leader for our country for the future. Mr. Speaker, that gives me an opportunity. He talked about our honourable colleague going to Calgary for a while. I spent time in Grand Bank because of the questionable surf clam scam that the former Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, Canadian Coast Guard levied on the town of Grand Bank. I guess that makes me very successful and the ability to represent all of Canadians, because I spent a lot of time on the East Coast dealing with the clam scam issue and as well on the West Coast. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll cede the floor.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to hear so many cheers, or jeers perhaps. Now, I'm pleased to rise today to speak on an Opposition Day motion calling for the House to recognize the looming job crisis. Now, the Liberals will stand here in the House and outside as well, one after the other, and spout off how rosy things are. Super-duper low unemployment, best-in-class GDP, dropping levels of poverty for everyone, rising wages, all the work done for women in the workforce, the $40 billion national housing study. Actually, I've just done as much work for all these items as the Liberals have, because all they've done is announce things and not actually delivered anything. I'm going to look at the facts for all this. It reminds me of a meme. How to annoy a liberal, use facts and logic. Well, I want to give you a trigger warning right now. I'm going to use facts and logic. Now let's look at the unemployment rate. We are 57% higher than the U.S. right now for their unemployment rate. The U.S., with probably the largest disadvantaged and marginalized demographics in the free world, and we have 57% higher unemployment rate than them. We have the 5th highest unemployment rate in the G7. We're ahead of only France and Italy, kind of basket case economies with low growth and high average age, and we're barely ahead of them. Since the economic crisis in the last couple of years, I'm going to go over how the unemployment rates changed. In the U.S., unemployment has dropped 55%. In the UK, dealing with Brexit, they were still able to drop their unemployment rate 50%. Japan, 38%. Germany's dropped its unemployment rate 52%. Where does Canada sit? Ours has dropped 19%. Now, it's great. Every job created is a win. But why are we so far behind all the other G7 countries? The world is riding on an economic boom, and we're sitting out on the sidelines. Now, we hear again and again from the other side, Canada has the highest GDP growth in the G7. They used to repeat that every day until I rose on a point of order and offered to table a document from the Library of Parliament showing that we weren't first. So all of a sudden, they changed their mantra to, we've got among the highest growth in the G7. Now, just the last couple of weeks, they're back to saying, we are the best in the G7. Well, here's where we are. We're not the best. We're not the second best. We've fallen behind the U.S. and Germany. And we're also well below the IMF advanced countries, mostly made up of the OECD countries. Our GDP growth is well below that, well below the OECD, and also well below the world GDP growth. This government talks a lot about reducing poverty. Just on Friday, we were discussing their poverty reduction plan, and they talked, well, we're going to measure it from now on. But you actually look at the document, page 8, where it has the metrics, it's a blank page. Government said on Friday they're reducing poverty for seniors. But the reality is, poverty rates among seniors has gone up since the government took over in 2015. Wages. The finance minister stood in this House and said, Canadians are seeing the strongest wage growth in years. Well, guess what? Parliamentary Budget Officer says basically the entire growth in wages is due to the increase in the minimum wages in BC, Alberta, and Ontario. Now, we can debate all day whether increase in minimum wages is good or bad, whether it moves away unemployment for those that are employment for those at the bottom, or it benefits them. But the reality is, it was government-imposed, provincial government-imposed minimum wage increases that basically make up the entire wage growth in Canada. PBO also stated for the first time in decades, we're reaching the end of a growth cycle without wage gains. Now, people in Canada feel they're not getting ahead, they're falling behind. And why are they feeling that? Because they are. So Liberals say, what the heck? People are in trouble, what should we do? Let's hit them with a carbon tax, why not? Now, women in the workplace, we hear again and again from this government, gender-based analysis this, we're doing this for women. It's wonderful, but it's not working. Workforce participation for women has dropped since this government took over. It actually reached a high under the Harper era, but it's actually dropped since this government's taken over. Time after time, they stand here and brag about all they're doing, but it's not working. The National Housing Program. We heard Liberals stand and stay on Friday, $5 billion this year. Well, former PBO Kevin Page from the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy has stated they are only able to identify $1.5 billion over 5 years, not $5 billion this year, $1.5 billion over 5 years. They say the Liberals' entire plan for housing is just a glossy document. Now, last week we held an emergency debate on the crisis in Alberta, where Liberal actions have led to the price of a barrel of Alberta crude to be valued about the same as 2 lattes from Starbucks. Now, those are 2 talls and not ventes. Now, I want to review the Liberal record. First, they discredited the National Energy Board. The PM said it had been gutted and therefore couldn't be trusted. He says decisions would go back to being based on science, facts, and evidence, as if the NEB wasn't already making decisions based on that. He said the NEB would have to consider the views of the public. So science, facts, and evidence if necessary, but not necessarily science, facts, and evidence. Opponents jumped all over the newly discredited NEB. They used the PM's own word again and again against the NEB's approvals of pipelines, such as Northern Gateway. Now, this was bringing oil to a deep water port where we bring in large ships and get them over to Asia. Killed by the Liberals by an order in council. They'll stand and say, oh, it was a business decision, but it was killed by the cabinet in an order in council. Now, we had the Liberal MP from Calgary Centre who was in the cabinet at the time. Now, Calgary Centre is the heart of our headquarters of our oil industry. What did he say? He said, well, Northern Gateway was just merely paused, but it was killed. That just shows how completely out of touch the Liberals are with reality. We asked the Member of Parliament from Edmonton Centre, the Liberal MP, to stand and tell the people of Edmonton that he'd vote against the job-killing, pipeline-killing, Alberta-killing C-69, the No New Pipeline Everywhere bill. Now, this is a bill to ensure that no resource projects are ever built again in Canada. And what was his response? He said he was proud of the bill, and he was proud of the government. He's proud that the government gave taxpayer funding to Tides Canada, the same Tides funded through the U.S. that is working to destroy the Alberta economy, working to destroy Alberta jobs, and this government gave money to it. He was proud of that. He was proud of the carbon tax, a tax that sees Edmonton cement companies are losing out on government infrastructure contracts to China because they're priced out of the market because of the tax. He says he's proud of the policies that have sent people to food bank in record numbers in Edmonton. The Liberal member from Edmonton Centre said he was proud by the Liberals killed Energy East by constantly moving the goalposts. Proud to see the actions of his government reward the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with guaranteed markets to the East Coast by blocking Alberta oil. He is proud to have voted for the tanker ban to landlock Alberta oil, all the while ignoring the fact that we've never had an oil spill on the BC coast. It's a testament to the great work of the Pacific Coast pilots. The Liberal member for Edmonton Centre said he was proud of their department, how they've driven Kinder Morgan out of the country with $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money to invest in Texas to compete with us and to let TMX sit unstarted. And he was proud of the Liberal policy that sent hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money to China for the Asian Infrastructure Bank to build oil pipelines in the suburbs of Beijing. Taxpayers' money from Alberta to China to build pipelines outside of Beijing. And by the way, not one penny of any of the Infrastructure Bank projects have gone to Canadian businesses. Now, Alberta is suffering through its worst crisis since Trudeau Sr. almost destroyed Alberta with his national energy policy. And today's Liberals are right back at it. It's shameful that the 3 Liberal MPs from Alberta are proudly watching this happen. With friends like these, Mr. Speaker, Alberta does not need enemies. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, it's just to hear what's coming from the other side. I mean, I guess I can't blame them for being green with envy with the record growth rates and employment rates that this country has seen under our government, the lowest unemployment rate since in 40 years. So I mean, I guess I could see why they'd want to try to mess with the facts as much as possible to. I guess I'm lost for the reasoning behind why they would want to go in that direction when there's so much great news to talk about what this government has been able to achieve in the last 3 years. But I guess I'd like to ask the question, of the member across the way, whether he feels that climate change is actually, because of human GHG-generated causes, or if he thinks that it's just whatever he actually might think that it is, whether it's just millions of years of climate evolution, and if he does believe that it's actually caused by human-generated GHG emissions, what is the plan that they have for actually doing something about it? They like to talk and bash this government for the actions that it's taking, the responsible actions it's taking to deal with climate change and the threat, the existential threat that it provides to future generations. But we still have not heard of any plan from the other side, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say normally I thank my colleague for the question, but I don't. It's offensive. We are here to discuss the crisis that's happening. I'm here discussing the crisis that's happening in Alberta. 100,000 people unemployed because of this government. Record usage of food banks. Suicides on the rise. and the member gets up across, oh, what is your belief? We know climate is changing. Thank you very much. I want to comment, although Brett Schaefer from the Fulbright School at Stanford University comments that the government's large emitter pricing system is going to defeat their own purpose. He asked, what's our plan? Their plan doesn't work. But I want to get back to why we're debating today, the jobs crisis. 3,000 unemployed in Oshawa. I would ask the member, take this issue seriously. Stand up for constituents and workers in Canada. Stop playing politics.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Climate Change, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the interesting parts of the motion talks about higher payroll taxes. The member talked at length about the difficult time for businesses, which, by the way, is not based in fact when you actually look at the economic record of our government. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm curious. One of the things that I've asked previous speakers about, and I got a very troubling answer, is he actually concerned that the Canada Pension Plan enhancements this government made are going to be so devastating to the Canadian economy that the Conservative Party of Canada would take away from a dignified retirement for our seniors by repealing the improvements we've made to the Canada Pension Plan?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Well, this government has commented so much about making fact-based decision-making, but he shows once again great on announcements and D on delivery. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses did a massive survey, thousands upon thousands of businesses, and what they heard was very clear, that the increases in the payroll tax is going to come at the expense of lower wage increases for employees, less job opportunities. The reality is also, as stated in quite a few reports, that this is a made-up crisis by the Liberal government in order to push through another tax. It's very clear that CPP is safe, but it delivers below average returns compared to RRSPs or other investment areas. It's purely a tax on jobs, and it's going to cost Canadians in the shorter and the long run.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before addressing a question to my honourable friend who's working incredibly hard for our province of Alberta, just addressing some of the comments that are coming from the other side. Did they not see the 2,000 people in the streets of Calgary protesting this Prime Minister's visit there? These are people who are out of work. These are people who can't put food on the table. These are people who can't afford to have Christmas this year. And when they stand up on the other side asking us about climate change and about pension reforms, it's disgusting, Mr. Speaker, to hear what they're saying. And us on this side of the House, we're standing up for these workers. And there's a member over here from Edmonton West who's standing up for our community there in Edmonton every single day and pushing back against this terrible rhetoric we're hearing from the other side. So I'd like to first say that to that side of the House, but also to commend the member for the hard work that he's doing for his constituents and what he continues to do to highlight this jobs crisis, not only in our province, but across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton and my neighbour from Edmonton Riverbend for his well thought out and tough question. He's right, though. We are here to discuss the jobs crisis. Not only in Alberta, but we've seen Bombardier slashing thousands of jobs. We see Oshawa decimated. And I would ask the members on the other side to take this issue seriously. These are people's lives at stake, people we need to help, and not just to stand on the other side, speak out with false information about how great the economy is, and get to work with all sides of this House to help people in Canada. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Orléans. Today, we'll be talking about economic growth across Canada, of course, as well as job creation. With the fall economic update, the government continues to carry out its mandate of growing the middle class, while investing in a financially responsible manner to promote the growth and sustainable growth of the economy. In the Fall Economic Update 2018, we proposed to improve competition by allowing for deductions for machinery and equipment for the production of goods, and by incentivizing such deductions to encourage all businesses of all sizes in all sectors to grow. This is good for forestry, for small businesses in Pontiac, and all across Canada. These changes will increase investment in assets that will stimulate business growth and create jobs for middle-class Canadians. We're also proposing to increase growth in the clean tech sector by allowing for an immediate deduction of the full cost of machinery. This will help Canada meet its objectives in terms of climate change and become more competitive internationally. Thirdly, we propose eliminating obstacles to interprovincial trade by working with provinces and territories to allow companies to transport goods more easily and to align regulations and inspections of goods, particularly in the construction sector. We are also proposing facilitating the trade of alcoholic products between provinces and territories. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Pontiac is a riding that is close to Ontario, so interprovincial trade is very, very important. My constituents are very interested in these measures. We're also proposing facilitating business growth by modifying federal regulations and encouraging regulatory bodies to factor in economic competitiveness when they develop and implement regulations. We will do so while continuing to protect the health and safety of Canadians and protecting the environment as well. We will also create a social financing fund that will give charitable organizations across the country access to a new source of funding that will help them be matched with non-governmental investors. Finally, I would mention that we are going to make progress on pay equity to ensure that men and women in federally regulated sectors receive equal pay for equal work.
State of the economy, I am just so pleased to be able to speak to the people of the Pontiac and say that our economy is strong and our economy is growing. At 3%, Canada has the strongest growth of all of the group of G7 countries in 2017, and is expected to remain there among the fastest growing economies this year and next. There are more and more good, well-paying jobs for Canadians, and that's what happens when a country together creates 550,000 new full-time jobs, pushing the unemployment rate to a historic 40-year low. We're talking about a strong economy both in the Pontiac and across the country. And this is reflected in wage growth. Canadians' wages are growing. For the average Canadian worker, wage growth is outpacing inflation. And if current trends continue, we know in 2018 it could mark the strongest year of wage growth in close to a decade. Consumer confidence is strong, and that's reflected in Christmas purchasing already. With more money, more jobs, rising wages, and lower taxes for the middle class, Canadians are feeling confident about their own financial positions. This is reflected in consumer confidence that is elevated by all historic standards. Also, business profits are way up. The after-tax profitability of businesses in Canada is elevated compared to its historical average, adding further positive conditions for more investment. And then, of course, there's the federal debt to GDP ratio. My riding is very concerned about ensuring that we're controlled in our expenditures. And the federal debt to GDP ratio is expected to continue to decline and reach 28.5% by 23-24. Quand on parle de croître l'économie,
in terms of growing the economy, it's also important to talk about the environment and the fact that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, last month, the IPCC's report confirmed that we are the last generation to be to contribute to climate change, and we need to take action now. Last week, doctors across the country, or experts rather across the country, called this a public health crisis. Our plan to grow the economy and protect the environment is working. Our emissions are going down, and Canadians have created hundreds of millions of jobs across the country since we were elected. We are putting a price on pollution. Canadians expected that, we campaigned on it, and we are doing it. We are phasing out carbon to ensure that 90% of our electricity will be clean by 2030. We are making historic investments in public transport and green infrastructure, including, for example, biking paths around Pontiac. We're offering significant incentives to companies that invest in green tech, as I said earlier. We have imposed a moratorium on offshore drilling in the Arctic, which is a very important issue. And we are also protecting nature with an investment of $1.3 billion over 4 years.
Any serious government, any government concerned with climate change, understands that you need to put a price on pollution. The World Bank, former Conservative prime ministers, Nobel Prize winning individuals, business leaders from across our country, they all support this. And for a decade, the Conservatives had a chance to do something about it. And they didn't take it. They didn't take that opportunity. And just because they couldn't grow the economy or protect the environment, it seems they chose to do neither. I would posit, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives of today are no different than the Conservatives of the Harper era. Instead of bringing ideas to the table, they're fear-mongering. They're trying to play the same old game, ignoring the costs of climate change, which have impacted Pontiac severely, floods, droughts, terrible weather events, ignoring the costs of climate change, and they're putting the future of our kids and grandkids at risk. They have no climate plan, none whatsoever, and they have no intention of creating one so far as we can tell. It's irresponsible. Canadians deserve better, and that's why today on my Facebook page, Will Amos Pontiac, Canadians can see the open letter that I have written to Andrew Scheer, and I'm taking the leader of the official opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that reminder. But in that open letter,
order. And a point of order by the honourable member for Ottawa-Beach-Kemeng. The member has identified a member of this chamber by his house, and I thank the honourable member for Ottawa-Beach-Kemeng. The member for Pontiac did correct his mistake right after having made the mistake. The honourable member for Pontiac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to continue discussing this open letter that I wrote to the Leader of the Official Opposition, because I think that thanks to the opposition, unfortunately, we're not holding a serious debate on important issues like climate change and the cost of pollution. It's become very politicized, and I'd like to know, and I am asking the Leader of the Opposition, what the Conservatives' position is on the federal jurisdiction for carbon pricing.
The government of Saskatchewan has brought a reference case to the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal, while British Columbia is intervening in this matter, while Ontario is intervening in this matter, while we have a number of non-governmental organizations intervening in this matter. Even the Alberta Conservatives are intervening in this matter. But the federal Conservatives appear to have no position on this litigation, appear to have no concrete idea of what is the federal jurisdiction over pollution pricing, and I would dearly love to hear it. So I invite my colleagues across the way to tell us all about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's one thing very sure. Seniors are lining up for food bank more than ever. Seniors have been telling me there's no way they can afford the heat and everything else. And they don't drive. They take the bus, and yet they're suffering greatly. If you look at the economic update, There's nothing there for seniors. They're re-announcing things for other places and said that it's all for seniors. So my question to my member across is that, why are you targeting seniors with your terrible carbon tax? And for BC, it's no longer revenue neutral. The BC government has taken it and said, nah, this is a tax grab after all, right? So that's my question.
The
honourable member for Pontiac.
Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. Speaking of seniors, Pontiac demographically has many, many, many seniors. It's a riding where if you're the member of Parliament and you're not paying attention to seniors every single day, then there's going to be a real challenge. And I'll tell you what the seniors in the Pontiac have told me. They said, thank you to the federal government for increasing the GIS, the guaranteed income supplement, by 10% for single low-income seniors. That's real support after a decade of no increases such as that. On public transit for seniors, absolutely an important issue. Thank you for raising it. The $180 billion being spent over 10 years on infrastructure is going to be directed massively towards public transit, and that is definitely in the interest of our seniors. So overall, I think, Mr. Speaker, the seniors are looking at the government of Canada of today and saying, wow, this is a government that's acting.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. I've been sitting in the House here since about 10 o'clock this morning and listening to speech after speech after speech, and almost none of the Liberal members are able to speak to the motion itself. They talk about putting a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, a week or two after this government came to power in 2015, their Minister of the Environment gave the permission to Montreal to dump 8 billion litres of sewage, raw sewage, into the St. Lawrence River. February of this year, they gave permission for the City of Quebec to spill 46 million litres of raw sewage into the St. Lawrence River. So my question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. We talk about a price on pollution. How much did Montreal pay to pollute the St. Lawrence River, and how much did the City of Quebec pay to pollute the St. Lawrence River?
Right.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. The issue of such spills into rivers, that has absolutely to do with a decade of failing to invest adequately in municipal infrastructures. And that's exactly what the $180 billion being spent over 10 years is all about. Because we know that when municipalities don't invest in their water and wastewater in a regular fashion, and it's happened here in our region of the National Capital, in the city that I represent in Gatineau. The city of Gatineau knows that it needs to invest in water and wastewater, and they are. And guess what? That's thanks to the investments of this federal government that is taking municipal infrastructure seriously.
We got time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my honourable friend from Pontiac, and we were friends before politics, both in the environmental movement. Briefly, my question is this. We have warnings from the IPCC that we must reduce greenhouse gases globally 45% below 2010 levels by 2030. This is not a number which can be negotiated. This is an absolute if we want to ensure the survival of civilization. So my question, honourable colleague, is it better when the Liberals who understand climate change don't have a plan? Is that better than the Conservatives who clearly don't care and don't have a plan?
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I appreciate all of her dedication to this issue and the work we've done, both past and present. Obviously, I reject the premise of the question. Our plan is solid. Our plan is working. Our plan is a focus on investing in infrastructure, pricing pollution, making sure that we shut down coal-fired power plants. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker, and at the end of the day, this issue is too important to Canadians to devolve into partisan bickering. I think at the end of the day, we need the Conservatives to step up and answer to the public around questions of jurisdiction, and we need the Green Party and the NDP and the Bloc Québécois to step up with concrete proposals of their own that take into account the realities across the country, because the realities in Alberta are not the exact same as they are in Quebec.
Before we go to resuming debate, just commend honourable members for keeping their interventions concise. We've had 3 questions in 5-minute rounds, the last 3 rounds, so it's very good. We'll now go to resuming debate and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to address some concerns raised by my colleagues across the way about the softwood lumber ongoing issue. This is an important sector in the Canadian economy, as we know, supporting thousands of jobs and communities across our land, creating many positive spin-offs in related industries and services. And of course, we're focused on modernizing, making sure that we have an efficient, environmentally sustainable lumber companies, which we do, and they have the potential to serve not only the entirety of the market here in Canada, but down in the United States around the world. In the U.S., where there's a demand for lumber that exceeds supply, housing and other industries rely on Canada for stable, predictable access to quality products. When not available, the house prices in the United States have increased by a significant amount due to the increase in softwood lumber prices, which is a direct result of the imposition of U.S. tariffs on Canada's softwood lumber. This dispute has become one of the most enduring trade disputes between both nations, with a history of well over 25 years. Indeed, it goes back close to 80. Over the past 25 years, the United States lumber industry has frequently sought U.S. government restrictions on reliable, high-quality Canadian softwood lumber imports through the application of import duties. The countervailing and anti-dumping duties imposed by the U.S. Department of Commerce on Canadian softwood lumber is entirely unjustified. Canada believes that these determinations are inconsistent with U.S. trade law and with the international trade obligations of the United States under the World Trade Organization. In the past, U.S. claims have always been found to be without basis. Canada believes this once again to be the case. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, our government remains committed to vigorously defending the interests of the Canadian softwood lumber industry. Starting in late 2017, the government initiated dispute settlement proceedings under the NAFTA Chapter 19 dispute resolution mechanism. Canada is pursuing 3 challenges before NAFTA Chapter 19 panels against these countervailing duty determinations: the anti-dumping determination and also the U.S. International Trade Commission's finding of material injury. We worked very hard to maintain the independent and impartial Chapter 19 binational panel review mechanism for anti-dumping and countervailing duty investigations in the new NAFTA, one of the immediate byproducts of the good work that went into that. The modernized NAFTA preserves this binational panel of Chapter 19. It enhances the existing inclusion of all NAFTA partners from Global Safeguard Action and adds new elements that strengthen cooperation on duty evasion and enhance transparency in trade remedy investigations. Mr. Speaker, these are good things. Given the integrated nature of the North American economy, it's important to minimize these disruptors that can, and as we've seen, result from the imposition of unfair and unjust trade remedies and trade tariffs, such as those on steel and aluminum. This outcome ensures that trade remedies are applied in a fair, transparent, and responsible way while maintaining recourse when necessary to an impartial binational panel. Canada is also challenging the U.S. final determinations in softwood lumber through the World Trade Organization. The WTO Director General has appointed panelists to rule on Canada's challenges of U.S. anti-dumping and countervailing duty determinations. We submitted briefs in both cases. A second anti-dumping hearing took place very recently on December the 4th, and the first hearing of the countervailing duties case will take place in February 26-28 of 2019. On June 1st, 2017, the Government of Canada announced a softwood lumber action plan in the amount of a total of $867 million over 3 years. This was aimed to support the needs of the affected workers and communities. This plan strengthened the forest industry and diversifies markets for Canadian wood and wood products. It also includes an envelope, a basket of resources over 3 years of $105 million from the Business Development Bank and up to $500 million from Export Development Canada to viable firms. This, Mr. Speaker, is the Canadian government in action. On top of this, it includes an additional $90 million to help reduce layoffs by extending the duration of work-sharing arrangements and to help affected workers upgrade their skills. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to opening up new markets for our softwood lumber. the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Trade, the Minister of Global Affairs have all been actively pursuing such objectives. The softwood lumber dispute, Mr. Speaker, is historically an extremely challenging issue. Your government has allocated a tremendous amount of resources, totaling almost $1 billion, to alleviate the suffering that has been imposed by these unfair and unjust duties by the Americans on their Canadian compatriots. Vis-a-vis NAFTA, vis-a-vis the way forward, Canada will only accept an agreement that reflects the interest of the Canadian softwood lumber sector. In the interim, we will continue to stand up for our forestry workers and the communities that depend on this critical sector of the Canadian economy, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to my colleagues' questions.
Bravo. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member, and I want to say that I did enjoy working with him on the Canada-U.S. file, and we worked relatively well together when we were down in the U.S. explaining the importance of trade. I think when you look at members across the House, we actually all did work pretty good. It was up to the Prime Minister to convince his friend Donald, who he calls Donald last weekend, that trade is important, and he failed drastically. And who paid for that failure, Mr. Speaker? Forestry workers, aluminum and steel workers, manufacturers, oil and gas workers. All these things have one thing in common. Our Prime Minister has failed them. You know, Mr. Speaker, in the last election, that member went around and told his constituents, based on the words of the Prime Minister, that he would balance the deficit. That we'd have a small deficit for a short period of time, but it would be balanced by 2019. Can this member now tell me what he's going to tell his constituents when he knows for a fact that that will not be balanced and has no clue when it will be balanced? What will he tell them now?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, in both these instances, the actions and reactions have been precipitated by the government of the United States. Vis-a-vis softwood lumber, the unjust countervailing anti-dumping duties placed on softwood lumber have resulted in the Government of Canada negotiating hard to ensure that Chapter 19 survived in its entirety in the new NAFTA. As well, Mr. Speaker, we have allocated $1 billion to help the affected workers and companies. And now, Mr. Speaker, let me very quickly transition to another set of unjust and unlawful tariffs imposed on Canadian resources, that is in steel and aluminum. There, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we've allocated $2 billion, an enormous amount of effort, to try and work with our American colleagues to eliminate these unfair and unjust duties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for looking my way. You listen to the other side of the House, and it's everything's rosy and happy, and everybody that they're talking to is pleased and can't wait for the next week, month, budget to come. However, I want to question if this member on the other side of the House, if he was aware of the 2,000 people that were in Calgary protesting the Prime Minister. These are out-of-work oil and gas sector employees who now aren't able to afford to put food on their tables, aren't able to afford to have a Christmas dinner with their families, even celebrate Christmas for that matter. Is this member aware that these people are not as happy as what he's saying everything's great in this country? Is he aware that there's 2,000 people on the streets of Calgary protesting what this government is doing in every sector across the country?
Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In both these major instances, which have acted as disruptive shocks to portions of our economy, our hearts go out to those affected, of course. We have worked very hard to allocate sufficient resources to see them through the times of trouble. I'd like to point out to the honourable member that the Prime Minister, the ministers that are affected by this file, indeed the members of Parliament from all sides, have worked diligently with their constituents to identify those shocks to the system that can be remedied or rectified by the application resources from the Government of Canada. In that instance, Mr. Speaker, it's glad to see the teamwork that we all have focused on those workers and those affected. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, again, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I guess his answer to my previous question is he won't answer the question to his constituents because he won't answer it in the House. But let's ask him another question. In regards to my colleague from Edmonton, he talked about the 2,000 workers that were protesting the Prime Minister in Calgary, trying to get across to him how dire things are out west, how dire the oil and gas sector is. Will they at least do something to help them? Will they stop C-68 and C-69 and recognize the dire consequences of that legislation? Because the people who invest in pipelines tell us point blank, if they go through, they will never invest in a pipeline in Canada again.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we believe in a strong Canadian economy, and we're doing all that we can to support Canadian workers in their endeavours not only to pursue activities and markets within the United States, but to diversify. The Prime Minister has toured the land on numerous occasions, listening to the concerns of those affected, and we're allocating resources to help them to the extent that is absolutely possible. And, Mr. Speaker, we're going to do more than that. Thank you indeed.
Excellent.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand in the House today to talk to Canadians and to my colleagues in this House about the position of my party that was made public today, which puts forward the whole litany of Liberal failures that they are the authors of, and this for 3 years. So it's a real opportunity for the people listening that they should know we can't afford many more risks. We're coming up to an election, and we're going to have to think about putting this country back on track. Someone is going to have to correct the errors they have been making for 3 years. We recently had the economic update by the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister, because I'm sure they talk to one another. They are trying to make Canadians believe that our economy is doing just wonderfully well because of their measures. That's unfortunately not the case. Look at what happened in Oshawa. Look at Via Rail in Quebec. What's happening in Alberta, in the Canadian West, with our oil industry. And all these problems are because of a lack of will on the part of the government to support our workers. There's also the deficit and the conflicts between the federal government and provinces. Now, the government has to work in partnership with other levels of government. We're not seeing this. There's also the carbon tax, which is hurting Canadians and making life more expensive for them. We've seen what's happening in France with workers who have just had it to see their hard-won wages wasted. They're tired of seeing the government in that country take money out of one pocket and then make announcements that there are 50 million here or there because they want to play rock stars. I could also talk about the Trans Mountain file, and there's also the legalization of marijuana. There's immigration, illegal migration, which is costing us a fortune. But, Mr. Speaker, I forgot to say that I will be sharing my time with my colleague now, and my friend, the member for Durham. And I hope I'll have the time to talk about this government's ethical problems. The ethical problems of this Liberal organization, which are hurting us internationally and are hurting our economy. But let's look at our new USMCA, who was signed last week. Now, when we see what happened in Oshawa, it's hard to see how they're going to protect our economy. They left aside our farmers, our steel workers, our aluminum workers. They allowed the Americans to have oversight on our economic sovereignty. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. We have to ask permission of the Americans if we want to negotiate an agreement with other countries. But the Prime Minister agreed to sign the agreement without making sure that the American President would remove these tariffs on aluminum and steel. We still don't know what's going to be on the table for our dairy producers, But we know things are going to cost more for Canadians. We know this government is not helping our small and medium-sized businesses. Now, at least Alberta has brought down taxes in that province to help encourage people to invest. Now, we're seeing this every day, even with foreign investments in our country. Since this Liberal government has been in power, there has been a 50% drop in foreign investments in Canada. Now, that hurts our business people. Now, they invest money to create jobs, but we see that they are going to be dealing with real problems, increasing problems in the future. Another failure, Oshawa, which has decided to close its factory. 2,500 direct jobs affected, but when you look at the collateral damage and the indirect jobs, that's about 10,000 jobs. We were told clearly, they said they would support the auto industry in Ontario, and here is another failure on the part of the Liberal government. And this, you have to add this to the conflicts we were having with other provinces. We expect the Prime Minister to work as a partner with the provinces. And what are we seeing? Conflicts with Ontario, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, etc. on the carbon tax. This is a tax that hurts Canadians, that hurts our families who need fuel, who need gas. These are things they simply need to get to live properly. There's also the Trans Mountain extension. After putting $4.5 billion of our money into this, it decided to give it to an American company so that they could build a pipeline in another country with our money. This government did not create the circumstances that would have helped them in this area. Cannabis legislation. So we have now conflicts with Quebec and Manitoba. And we look at just at all the Canadians this is putting them in conflict with. The carbon tax, I've already talked about it. My colleague's motion mentions it. This tax would allow the government to go and take more money out of Canadian taxpayers' money. This, however, they think that they can reduce greenhouse gases with a carbon tax. But they have no figures to prove this. This government, since it's been in power, has not been able to decrease greenhouse gases. Contrary to the Conservatives, no matter what the Liberals say, we did increase our economy and bring down greenhouse gases by over 2%. So there are all these problems. I talked about Trans Mountain, and I want to talk about the deficit. This is really important. What this government has done is to bring in budgets for 3 years that it will have to be paid for by our children and our grandchildren. In 2019, they had said we would be back to budget balance. And they were in a good position because of the governance of the Conservative Party. $20 billion a year will be added to the debt. This would build 50 arenas for the National Hockey League. 250 municipalities in Canada could have a National Hockey League class arena. Now, we have to stop them, and that's what we intend to do next year. Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleagues in the House to vote for our motion. The motion put forward by the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen. We want that this House recognize the severity of the looming job crisis in Canada caused by the failed economic policies of the Liberal government, especially for workers in the energy sector impacted by the Liberal carbon tax, the No More Pipelines Bill C-69, and the ban on offshore oil tankers, to help workers in the forestry sector impacted by the Liberals' failure to resolve the softwood lumber dispute during NAFTA negotiations, to help farmers impacted by increased input costs due to the Liberal carbon tax, to help those whose jobs and incomes depend on the vitality of the Canadian economy, workers in all sectors impacted by the toxic medley of carbon taxes. I won't go on, but I want people to look into this motion, of which I am very proud. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before beginning, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. Now, he says that a higher salary tax would have negative economic repercussions. Now, if this was the case, will this government repeal the measures that we put in place to help wage earners? The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, when we get back to government, we will undo the dismal policies of this Liberal government. We will support our workers, our small business and medium business. We will relieve the tax burden. They brought in a catastrophic tax reform for Canadians. We've seen that 81% of Canadians pay more taxes. Now, they talk about public transit. We brought in public transit cross tax credits. What we'll do is we will clean house. And I think that Canadians will be proud of what we'll be able to do. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague who lives not very far from where I do in Sherbrooke. I'd like to thank him for contributing to the debate, even although I don't share all his opinions. When I spoke earlier to the motion, I was talking about the fear-mongering that Conservatives indulge in whenever they can, especially vis-à-vis the carbon tax. They do so on almost a daily basis. So they are not always successful. Now, this didn't help them in 2015, but my colleague is from a very progressive region, a very pro-environmental region, and in this motion, he seems to be fighting measures to deal with climate change. So, can my colleague confirm that previously he was in favor of this sort of measure to fight carbon? The Honourable Member. Now, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct some false information. First of all, I am someone who is green. I want to protect our environment. Now, I am against the carbon tax because I think it's just another way to get taxpayers' money. And it is not true that this measure will help us improve the environment. And I would invite my colleague to table a document that proves that a carbon tax would have an impact on greenhouse gases. Because the kind of taxes they have brought in is just taking money out of one pocket and then using it to make gifts, give presents to others. You'll see what we do when we get into government. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for my colleague who was talking about he could have talked about the Canada Child Benefit, about what we've done on the international scene, about what we've done for the economy, about our new initiatives to improve exports. But he talked about the Oshawa plant. Now, at one time, there were 40,000 employees, then 10,000 under Harper, now it's at 2,500. This is one of the reasons why the plant in Oshawa closed. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, really, it's just crazy how this government cannot take responsibility. When things go well, it's them, but when things don't go well, it's everyone else's fault. They've been in power for 3 years. They've had 3 years to take decisions to support our economy and our workers. 2 weeks ago, there were 2,500 jobs in Oshawa. These Liberals are going to have to stand up and defend natural resource workers in the West and defend auto workers in Ontario and farmers everywhere in Canada. Steel workers and aluminum workers who are paying for their mismanagement. It's time that they understood what they're doing. Honestly, I'm having a hard time understanding them. I keep repeating these things. Canadians, and we saw this yesterday in the by-election, another election where we did better than in 2015. And this will happen in all by-elections and will continue up to 2019. Watch out, Mr. Speaker, in a year, we will be running this House.
I think nous allons procéder aux déclarations de députés.
We will now move on to member statements. Member statements. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1970, the Trudeau government arrested 500 people because it was afraid they were criminals. But then things changed today. The government is led by the son of the Prime Minister at the time, and it seems that there are criminals within the government. All parties have voted against the bill to create an organization of criminal organizations. They voted against giving police powers to arrest members of organized gangs. Even the Conservatives just raised the white flag. Municipalities like Saint-Cyp are having trouble going after criminals and criminal gangs. It's very sad if we can't agree on things as simple as a fight against criminal gangs. There is forced prostitution, drugs are being sold in schools, and criminal gangs are growing. It's very difficult to understand why no one is doing anything.
North.
Speaker, I rise today to highlight the work of a Brampton organization, Unity in the Community, focused on bridging the gap between Canadians of all backgrounds by celebrating our diversity. Unity in the Community has been playing a very important role in my riding of Brampton North. They have demonstrated their generosity time and again by organizing food, clothing, and donation drives, planning educational seminars, and hosting celebrations that bring together Bramptonians from all walks of life. To Unity in the Community, thank you for your hard work on behalf of the people of Brampton and the region of Peel. Your efforts have reminded us all that diversity is indeed our strength. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in this time of celebration, I'd like to take a few moments to wish everyone in my beautiful riding of Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix, a very happy holiday season.
with their lives too often on a hectic schedule, we often forget to take the time to fully enjoy every moment spent with our loved ones by telling ourselves that we'll celebrate again next year. Unfortunately, some people leave us and many others are left alone during this time of great gathering. Let's not let our relatives and friends not be surrounded by love and joy. Don't forget that the most beautiful gifts are those that come from the heart. And I'd like to thank you in advance for your great generosity, because I know that my constituents have their hearts on their hands. Be careful, and happy holidays to all.
For York Centre. Mr. Speaker, my riding of York Centre is home to the Toronto Military Family Resource Centre, which many of my constituents rely on. MFRCs are a tremendous help to our military families, who are the strength behind the uniform. Our servicemen and women make extraordinary sacrifices for our country, so it is essential that we ease their burden wherever we can, particularly the career disruption that comes with moving postings. That's why last week I had the honour to announce the launch of the government's Military Spousal Employment Network. This network will support military families by connecting them with the public and private sector employers who understand the realities of service. Military families are integral to the operational success of the Canadian Armed Forces. Anything we can do to ease their burden is worth every effort. Thank you to our CAF, servicewomen and servicemen, and to the families who stand behind them each and every day.
Honourable Member for Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm proud to highlight the youth from Canoe Lake Mixu School and their efforts to build a better community. For the 12th year in a row, the youth from Canoe Lake have organized and hosted the annual Youth Wellness Conference, a multi-day gathering of students and young people from across northern Saskatchewan to discuss issues that matter to them. Issues like building positive relationships, mindfulness, suicide prevention, and ceremonial protocols, among many other things. And when the youth speak, Mr. Speaker, we should be listening. If the youth ask for help, we must provide it. If they ask for support, we must offer it. If they ask for resources, we should provide them. Congratulations on a job well done to these young people, and I call on all the members of this House to become more involved in the lives of the young people in their communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I'm passionate about new technologies, and I'm constantly amazed by the limits it constantly pushes back, but I'm not alone. In my community, the Montbruno Computer Club shares the same passion. It was founded by Mr. Gordon Craig, and the club is now celebrating its 35th anniversary. It has more than 700 members. It has all kinds of courses for all levels. It organizes conferences, social activities, and much more. Conscious of the environment, the club even has a computer equipment recovery service to give a second life to equipment. Mr. Chairman, in this world of tablets, cell phones, applications, wireless connections, and now artificial intelligence, it's clear that the Club Informatique Montbruno is an essential organization. So I'd like to take a moment to thank all of its members for the support they provide our community in this digital age.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, rural crime is rising in Alberta and across Canada. To help address this, myself and 11 other colleagues formed the Alberta Rural Crime Task Force. We listened to thousands of ordinary rural Albertans, as well as from law enforcement officials and community experts. Funny enough, not once did we hear any concerns about the impact of male construction workers in rural areas, despite the Prime Minister's current fear-mongering. Instead, we heard from rural families afraid for their safety, targeted by repeat offenders coming from urban areas who know police are unable to respond quickly. The result of this work is a comprehensive report entitled Toward a Safer Alberta, which compiles what we heard, including solutions that could greatly reduce rural crime. Ideas such as innovations in crime reporting, making police resources more efficient, ending the revolving door justice system, and clarifying person and property rights. Instead of blaming rural Canadians, this Prime Minister should listen to them for once. Canada's Conservatives are committed to reducing rural crime and making our rural communities safer for everyone.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to inform the House of something which should come as no surprise. A Prince Edward Islander has just been nationally recognized in the field of hospitality. Last week, Mr. Ian Cheverie was named HR Canada's Tourism Employee of the Year. Mr. Cheverie is the guest experience manager and concierge at the storied Great George Hotel, which, it should be noted, had the honour of hosting several delegates to the Charlottetown Conference in 1864. In June of this year, Mr. Cheverie was inducted into Les Clefs d'Or, an esteemed society of concierges whose aim is the advancement of hospitality through a global network. After undergoing a rigorous 2-year vetting process, Mr. Cheverie was granted the pair of crossed gold keys to mark this distinction. Prince Edward Islanders are a welcoming, hospitable lot. Ian Cheverie has taken these qualities and parlayed them into something worth celebrating. Congratulations, Ian. You've done us proud.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Well, Mr. Speaker, this morning I had the pleasure of meeting with Dr. Isabelle Hardy and Dr. Marie-Carole Boucher to discuss their project in artificial intelligence and diabetic retinopathy. Over time, diabetes can damage blood vessels in the retina, the photosensitive nerve layer at the back of the eye that helps send images to the brain. Damage to retinal vessels is called diabetic retinopathy, and it is the leading cause of blindness in working-age individuals, and there are currently more than 500,000 Canadians suffering from it. Last year, the Ophthalmology Research Fund of the Université de Montréal and Diabetes Action Canada supported the development of a platform in AI and diabetic retinopathy. This is a huge step forward for the Canadian diabetic population, and I congratulate and thank both doctors for their contribution.
It's with tremendous sadness that I rise today to pay tribute to Don Gregg of Melita, Manitoba, who recently passed away in a tragic farm accident. Don dedicated his life to his family, to agriculture, and to his community. His love for people shone through as he was the first one to stick up his hand to be a volunteer. No matter what happened, no matter what needed to be done, Don was always willing to roll up his sleeves and pitch in. From being an ambulance driver, volunteering with minor hockey, and a farm leader with the Keystone Agriculture Producers, Don was the embodiment of rural Manitoba. And just this past month, I toured the renovations underway at the Melita Communiplex that Don, with the help of many others, spearheaded in the community. To his wife Noreen and son James, thank you for sharing Don with us for all these years. My heart goes out to you during this difficult time, but please know that Don's legacy and impact will be felt for years to come.
The honourable member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
To congratulate Diane Doiron of Pointe-Sapin, New Brunswick, for a recent win at the Atlantic Journalism Award. Diane's photo of a peat bog on fire won gold in photojournalism news in Atlantic Canada. Diane also helps fight fire as a volunteer firefighter with the Bay St. Anne Fire Department. And Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, Diane sat in the gallery of this House to accept the Prime Minister's apology for the past trauma caused by LGBTQ2 purge in the Canadian Armed Forces, RCMP, and public service. Also,
Mr. Speaker, Acadie Nouvelle recently awarded her the title of Personality of the Year when she was the spokesperson for Acadie Love, an LGBT conference held in Caraquet, New Brunswick. Currently, she's being filmed for a documentary called Philosophers, a film focused on people who stand out in their own way because of the qualities and values that define them.
Continued commitment to her community and congratulate her on her achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw the attention of the House to an industry that contributes over $1 billion to our economy and employs 60,000 Canadians in non-traditional manufacturing. The jobs are in rural, coastal, and Indigenous communities, and an impressive 20% growth in the last 5 years. The problem is, if I ask folks to guess what industry this is, few would know the answer. So I won't leave you in suspense. Folks, it's a Canadian fur industry. When people think about fur, we reflect on history. The Hudson's Bay Company, Voyageurs, and beaver hats. But our industry is forward-thinking. It's natural and sustainable. Trappers, hunters, farmers are vital and important stewards of the land and key players in biodiversity, conservation, and climate change adaptation. Canadian fur is certified and held to the highest standards of animal welfare. And I hope all members have a chance to meet with the representatives today. But those who haven't, beware. The trim on Santa's suit is made from Canadian fur, and I wouldn't want any of my colleagues to end up on his naughty list. Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, only in Canada and only under a Liberal government would my province be forced again to take OPEC-like initiatives and reduce production of our precious natural resources. And only in Canada under a Liberal government at the same time would we be importing 100,000 barrels of oil per day from Saudi Arabia and pay world prices. Now, only in Canada under this Liberal government would we ban tanker traffic on the West Coast and allow Saudi ships to park along the pristine eastern shores and along the St. Lawrence Seaway. Now, Mr. Speaker, only this Liberal government would buy a pipeline that was operating effectively and kill 2 other pipelines. And only this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, would go to South America and state the reckless comments that he made about those construction workers who would be building those pipelines today. Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to support our Conservative motion today, because Canadians are fed up with this government. They're fed up with the Prime Minister's stupid comments, and it's time to kick him out of office.
Order. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the courageous and selfless actions of a constituent, Mr. Liam Bernard from Wakaba First Nations in Cape Breton. On September 16, 2016, Ralph Chrisman's pickup truck left a rural highway near Melfort, Nova Scotia. Mr. Chrisman was pinned in his truck as smoke billowed from the truck's engine compartment. The vehicle soon caught fire. Several people on the scene tried to extricate Mr. Chrisman, but significant smoke and heat pushed them back. Mr. Bernard had reached in to unlock the seatbelt and pull back part of the dash, but was forced back with intense conditions. Hearing Mr. Chrisman's call for help, Mr. Bernard returned to the truck, grasped the driver's upper body, and as others held on to him and tugged, Mr. Bernard pulled the injured man to safety moments before the vehicle was fully engulfed in flames. This week, Mr. Bernard will be recognized by the Carnegie Hero Fund Commission, following on his awards such as the Nova Scotia Medal of Bravery and the Governor-General's Star of Courage. To Liam Bernard and his family, I salute your courage and offer my thanks on behalf of a grateful nation. His actions served as an inspiration to his people and to his country.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Statistics Canada reports that last year the number of hate crimes increased by 50% almost. And we now know all too well that online hate can lead to real-life violence. At this time of Hanukkah, Jews gather with families to celebrate the Festival of Lights. They light candles to dispel darkness. And yet this year their celebrations are marred by sadness, since the darkness of anti-Semitism has spread even in Canada. Jewish, Muslim, Black, and LGBTQ2 communities have all been increasingly targeted. Hate has grown, especially online, since the internet enables the hateful to find one another. B'nai B'rith's excellent 8-point plan to tackle anti-Semitism calls for a national action plan. In our common humanity, Canadians of goodwill must urgently band together to counter the forces of hate and division. Government must speak out against bigotry, and our government must also work with the communities affected to investigate, punish, and prevent these crimes of hate. Enough is enough.
The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm standing today to acknowledge Michael Barrett, our new member of Parliament. 87.8% of the vote, proving his hard work and dedication. Now, the seat became available, Mr. Speaker, last spring when we lost our good friend, Gord Brown. But knowing Gord as well as we do, you knew he was not only a good gentleman, he was a very loyal partisan. And I can be assured that he's looking down today and smiling, knowing that his community has indeed returned this seat to the Conservative family. Congratulations and welcome to the team, Michael. I'm looking forward to you taking your seat in this place.
Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to congratulate the first female Canadian athlete to medal in weightlifting. Christine Girard competed in the women's 63-kilogram division in both the 2008 Olympics in Beijing and the 2012 Olympics in London. Yesterday in Ottawa, a 10-year and a 6-year wrong were righted. Christine was finally awarded the bronze for the 2008 Olympics and the gold that she rightfully won in 2012. Not only is she the first female Canadian athlete to win a medal in weightlifting, she is also the first to win gold. This is now the second gold medal Canada won at the London Games. Christine's story is one of perseverance and determination and is one that all Canadians should know. I hope all members of this House will join me in congratulating Christine on receiving her hard-fought medals.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Prime Minister implied that major construction projects bring negative consequences because they bring large numbers of men into communities. Now, this is an insult to Canada's blue-collar workers, especially in the energy sector, who are reeling from thousands of job losses under the Liberals. So can the Prime Minister tell us if he asked for a gender-based analysis on his decisions to kill the Northern Gateway and Energy East pipelines? And does he ask for gender-based analysis on oil imported from Saudi Arabia and the impact that that has on women and girls in that?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the work we've done to support our workers across this country and indeed get big projects built. The LNG Canada terminal in British Columbia is the largest private sector investment in Canadian history. The Nova Gas Pipeline, Line 3 replacement project, the Arnold Apatite Mine, Wood Fibre LNG, the Ridley Island propane terminal. And I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the fact that the Conservatives don't understand that there are differences in how policies get brought in, depending on gender, it underlines why it's so important to do that analysis in the first place.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the results from his policies are the same for both men and women. Thousands and thousands of people out of work. That's his legacy. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Natural Resources Minister claimed that intelligent people know that the courts killed Northern Gateway. But in 2014, the Prime Minister tweeted, if I'm elected Prime Minister, the Northern Gateway pipeline will not become a reality. And then on November 29th, 2016, he proclaimed, we are also announcing that the Government of Canada has directed the National Energy Board to dismiss the application for the Northern Gateway pipeline project. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for his own actions in this jobs crisis?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite should get his facts straight. We've created over 600,000 new jobs over the past 3 years to go with a record low unemployment and the fastest growth rate in the G7 last year. We're going to continue to work hard to grow the economy and support Canadians right across the country. We recognize, however, that Alberta is suffering. There's a massive price differential that is causing significant impacts on them. We continue to work with the industry. I was pleased to be out there a couple of weeks ago to talk with them, to hear their proposals on solutions, and to commit to working with them to help Alberta, because all Canadians care that Albertans do well.
The Honourable Order. The Honourable Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is very simple. The Prime Minister has an opportunity to clear the air. His minister responsible for natural resources claims that it wasn't their fault that the Northern Gateway pipeline got cancelled. Yet here we see the Prime Minister's own quote saying that we are also announcing that the Government of Canada has directed the National Energy Board to dismiss the application for the Northern Gateway Pipelines project. Will the Prime Minister reinstate that application, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on Northern Gateway, the Federal Court of Appeal was very clear that the previous government failed to get the review process for Northern Gateway right, so the court squashed the project's approval. To quote the Federal Court of Appeal, the inadequacies, more than just a handful and more than mere imperfections, left entire subjects of central interest to the affected First Nations, sometimes subjects affecting their subsistence and well-being, entirely ignored. Those, Mr. Speaker, are the facts. We will take no lessons from the party that was unable for 10 years to get resources to non-U.S. markets.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Order.
Lessons on Thursday.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister sounds like he was just reading from the judge's decision on his failed consultations for the Trans Mountain application. But here's the thing. The court ruled in Trans Mountain that there were major deficiencies for those hearings. So what did the Prime Minister do? He announced that he was going to restart them and do it again. Now, here we have a situation where there is real hurt going on in the province of Alberta with thousands of people out of work. We need to get our products to new markets. Northern Gateway will do that. Will he throw a lifeline to the Northern Gateway project and get it back on the books, or does he not believe in it?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a perfect example of the members opposite playing politics, being filled with bluster and support for Alberta that actually won't help. If we were to start right now on Northern Gateway, even if it were acceptable, it would be years before that happened. Before that, we've got the Line 3 coming in next year. We've got the Trans Mountain Pipeline moving forward in the right way, which is what they were unable to get done over 10 years. They did nothing to get resources to new markets, and that's why the oil patch is hurting today.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have admitted that non-binding agreements like the Global Compact on Migration can become customary international law and inform the interpretation of domestic law. This compact also contains language around sensitizing and educating journalists on how they should report about immigration. Canadians want their government, not foreign entities, to be in control of our immigration system, a system that is orderly, compassionate, and fair. Will the Prime Minister assure Canadians that he will not sign on to the United Nations Global Compact on migration?
Prime Minister.
It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, in a question about sensitizing journalists, he's quoting rebel media talking points. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to stand up for immigration, knowing that defending diversity is a source of strength and welcoming people through a rigorous immigration system from around the world is what has made Canada strong and indeed something the world needs more of, not less of like they want to bring in.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the report tabled yesterday on the India trip doesn't answer our questions about the disastrous trip. People were expecting answers to questions like what was someone like Atwal doing at the residence of the Canadian High Commission in India, or was there any foreign interference? Instead, the committee's findings were censored by the Prime Minister's office. Is PMO confusing Liberal security with national security? Are Liberal interests being mixed up with the national interest? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I understand that the NDP is ganging up with the Conservatives on this, but the fact is neither myself nor my office demanded or called for any censoring of the report. A proposal was made by an official, and that was accepted. No addition, no removals. Now a member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. In 2015, the Liberals promised open and transparent government. When it comes to the Prime Minister's trip to India, one thing is clear. It was a total failure when it comes to transparency. In addition to being under investigation by the RCMP, the member for Brampton East is being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner for his participation on this trip. He invited a business partner who got exclusive access to the Prime Minister and other cabinet colleagues. The trip was doubly embarrassing to both him and his government. Is that why the Prime Minister's office heavily censored the report's findings? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat for the member opposite what I said. There was no censorship decision made by the Prime Minister's office. A recommendation was made by an official, a security and intelligence official, and that proposal was accepted. There was no censorship initiated by the Prime Minister's office.
James Bay.
Speaker, the security report on the Prime Minister's National Lampoon vacation to India is out. We find out the Prime Minister actually has the power to redact the documents, including the questions of foreign interference. I mean, what's with that? Questions of foreign interference cuts to the very heart of democratic accountability. Donald Trump would love to have the power to black out investigations into foreign interference into his political hijinks. It was the Prime Minister's decision to put the interests of the Liberal Party ahead of the interests of Canada that caused this debacle. Why is this Prime Minister continuing to put the petty interests of the Liberal Party ahead of the interests of protecting the people of Canada?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we see the member opposite refuses to let facts and direct answers get in the way of sanctimonious rhetoric. Let me repeat for the member opposite. Neither I nor my office requested or directed any redactions. A proposal was made by our professionals in the security and intelligence community, and it was accepted. We did no extra redacting. We did no under redacting. We accepted the advice of the professionals.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary privilege is a powerful tool that's afforded to all members of Parliament so that we can do our jobs, but the Liberal member from Brampton East used his privilege to ask senior law enforcement officials troubling questions about money laundering. After the Prime Minister told us that he was quitting, that MP reversed his decision, maintaining his parliamentary privilege, which protects him from being subpoenaed to the House of Commons and also protects him being forced to testify in court against someone who's, say, accused of money laundering. Is this the Prime Minister actually okay with this scenario? And if he's not, what is he going to do about it?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the member stated his intentions after informing us of the challenges he is facing. He is no longer a member of the Liberal caucus. We respect the independence of the RCMP and the important work they do, and we highlight that being in this House is no protection from criminal prosecutions, as we all found out when Dean Del Mastro was led away in shackles.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, numerous media reports have tied the Minister of Innovation to allegations of questionable real estate deals in Brampton. These reports also involve the Liberal member for Brampton East, Liberal Party donors, a former Liberal Party riding president, and, of course, the Prime Minister's disastrous trip to India. Can the Prime Minister tell us if his Innovation Minister has been questioned by the RCMP in relation to these reported allegations, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, following up on the question the NDP member asked about parliamentary privilege, let me make something clear for people at home. In this House of Commons, members are protected by parliamentary privilege, which also permits them to make baseless accusations. The best way to find out if what the member opposite is saying is true is to see whether he's willing to repeat those insinuations outside the House. I invite my colleague to do so.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to repeat what I've just said in the House of Commons outside, because these allegations are the subject of media reports, Mr. Speaker. They've already been printed. The question was very simple. The question is, of course, the Minister has the benefit of the doubt under Canadian law on this. The question was whether or not the Minister is being investigated. So has the Minister for Innovation been investigated, been questioned by the RCMP, yes or no?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
The RCMP works independently of government. The government of the day does not direct investigations. This government will not undermine our security officials. We respect the work that they do. We know that the Conservatives might have chosen a new leader. What's clear is that their approach to undermining our security officials remains the case today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals think that their little threats and bullying is that's going to make us shut up on this side of the House, they're quite wrong. Yesterday, the Minister of Innovation refused to answer simple questions about an article in the National Post. The story revealed a shady transaction in Brampton. The city even made an official complaint to the RCMP. So I ask my question again today. Can the Minister of Immigration tell us how he's connected to that company? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as I said yesterday and on other days, any allusion to the Minister committing any wrongdoing is false. And if the member repeats it outside the House, he will be hearing from the Minister's lawyer. The member made comments yesterday, and he changed the words he used outside the House as compared to what he said in the House. I invite him to say exactly what he said in the House, outside the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je dois entendre. I have to hear the answers and the questions. And other members do too. Order.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills will please come to order. Alors.
Order.
I thought you were going to behave, you said.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the member can speak louder and shout and threaten, but our knees are not shaking right now. We are going to stand firm on this side of the House. If the minister won't answer about his connection to that company, can he tell us why execs from that company took part in the Prime Minister's India trip and why the minister took a picture with one exec, a former Liberal Riding Association president, and why several execs had made donations to the Liberal Party. All those facts are legit. Can the minister tell us whether he's been contacted by the Mounties, and if so, when? The Honourable House Leader. If the member would like me to speak more slowly, I can do that. And the member knows full well that the Mounties work independently at arm's length from government, and that's all there is to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A confidential report sent to a Liberal MP and a Liberal minister, a $1.1 million windfall for a Liberal Party insider on a real estate flip, who subsequently was a guest of the Prime Minister on an India trip, a forensic investigation ordered by a City Council with the result that Council sends a report to the RCMP. Now, since the Minister has been mentioned in this fact situation, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know from the Minister, has he been interviewed by the RCMP yet? Yes or no?
Well, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what's clear is that the Conservatives have never let facts get into the way of what they say in this place. That member should very well know that when it comes to the RCMP, they work independently of government. The government does not direct the RCMP. This government respects the work of our security officials. We will not undermine their work like the Conservatives clearly continue to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
I don't think that was the answer that she meant to give, Mr. Speaker. Usually she threatens us with legal action outside the House. And if that is the case, I'll be more than happy to accept service at my constituency office when we talk about this later today. Mr. Speaker, the question for the Minister is not to the RCMP, and it's not questioning the RCMP's duties or their investigation. It's to the Minister, and it's this House Leader who's preventing the Minister from standing up and answering his own question, which is, have you been questioned by the RCMP? Yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Milton knows that when we say you in the House, it generally refers to the chair. I don't think she meant the chair. Pretty sure. So, answer. Order, order, order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, even you would know that the RCMP works independently of the government, and this government respects the words of our security officials. The minister has responded to these questions directly in this place. The minister has put himself on the record. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have no problem reminding people when they are taking advantage of the privilege of this place. Members opposite choose to make accusations in this place, but they do not repeat those exact same accusations outside this place, which is absolutely fascinating. We respect the work of the RCMP, and we think they should do their important work.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, our dairy farmers are sick and tired of being used as bargaining chips for trade deals. The Liberals are in such a rush to finish what the Conservatives started, they've turned their backs on dairy farmers for the third time in as many years. And they granted the U.S. oversight over our supply management system. It's unacceptable. And farmers are right to have lost faith in the Liberals. Can the minister tell us when exactly his government is going to fully compensate farmers for all three deals?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable colleague is well aware that we're the party that fought to implement supply management, and we're the party that's going to defend supply management. It's important to note during the NAFTA negotiations, the American government intended to destroy the supply management system, and we made sure that did not happen. We understand that there are impacts on our farmers, and we are committed to fully and fairly supporting them and to make sure they continue to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Essex.
Canada's ambassador to the U.S. told an audience yesterday in Ottawa that in 12 months from now, there's a 90% chance U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum will be gone. He said tariffs are hurting U.S. businesses. You know who is 100% hurting right now? Canadian workers and small businesses. This deal should never have been signed without removing the tariffs in the first place. No one understands why the Liberals are choosing to wait for communities and families in Canada to suffer and gave up our best shot at removing them. Canadians want to know now, what is the plan to remove them?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has always been clear with the United States that the 232 tariffs are completely unacceptable. It is not a national security consideration, and we've challenged it not only here in public, but the Prime Minister has done so with the President at every available opportunity. It is overwhelmingly in the best interest of both Canada and the United States to stop this unfair and unjust practice. In the meantime, our strong, responsive measures of up to $2 billion will help and defend our workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the highly anticipated report of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians was released yesterday, but not before the Prime Minister's office had a look at it. On October 12th. Once censored, the report confirms yet again that the Prime Minister's bungling was somebody else's fault. The Prime Minister produced some nice photo ops in traditional dress, but kept his guest list secret. Why hasn't he released the full guest list for that trip? The Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did not ask for any censorship or redaction to the report. He accepted what was reported by the recommendations of public safety and intelligence officials who recommended that certain information be removed that could compromise national security and international relations. In the preface to the report, it says, pursuant to the relevant legislation on the NSICOP committee, the report was revised to remove potentially harmful information to international relations and public safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. In the same report, it says that the Prime Minister received the report on October 12th and a couple of weeks before it was released and before there was censoring. Nobody got access to that information, but we do know one person who was on the trip, Bhagwan Grewal, a Goreway Heaven exec and former Liberal Riding Association president. Goreway Heaven is the same company that flipped a piece of land in Brampton for a tidy profit. The city of Brampton reported that transaction to the RCMP because the Minister of Innovation was made privy to confidential information about the value of the land. The question is simple. Who invited this individual? The Honourable Government House Leader, Mr. Speaker, as we received an unclassified version of the NCCOP report since it's been tabled in Parliament. We thank the committee for its hard work, and we will study its recommendations carefully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister blamed the member for Surrey Centre for inviting a convicted terrorist on the PM's disastrous India trip. But one of the few lightly asterisk redacted chapters in the committee report shows it was the PMO that put Jaspal Atwal on the guest list. As an RCMP officer belatedly observed, a Google search would have identified the risk if the guest list had been provided to security. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister now accept responsibility for this security breakdown?
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, the member he's referred to has apologized for his role in these events, and he has committed to exercising better judgment. The Prime Minister did not request or direct any redactions. The Prime Minister accepted the redactions proposed by security officials. Security officials recommended the removal of information that could be injurious to national security or international relations if disclosed. If the member opposite has any questions about the process of the committee, perhaps he can consult with the member for Parry Sound Muskoka, who the Conservative leader chose as their representative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, page 3 of this first report of the new committee lays bare a process that allows the Prime Minister to censor the report not only for national security, but to prevent his embarrassment under the guise of international relations. The report was supposed to address the clumsy use of intelligence to excuse how a terrorist got on the PM's trip that sparked a diplomatic incident with India. Instead, the committee's 6 findings on supposed foreign interference are completely redacted. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister get off his asterisks and release the findings?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the recommendations from the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians will obviously be very carefully reviewed to improve operations. While members of the committee cannot divulge classified material, they represent all official political parties in the House of Commons and all sides in the Senate, and they most certainly can complain if they believe any redactions go too far. Those redactions were made on the basis of the professional advice of independent security agencies. That is one of the very good reasons for having a committee of parliamentarians, just like all of our Five Eyes allies.
The Honourable Member. Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Under the Liberals, the auto industry has become a branch plan economy with foreign interests controlling our workers' fate. Look at Australia. With no plan or policy, their auto industry shed tens of thousands of jobs and now has only one Australian working left, the current GM President of Canada, Mr. Hester, who declared Oshawa a done deal. A not-so-fun fact, Mr. Hester resides in the U.S., and with the GM firings, Canada took a much higher percentage of job loss than the U.S. itself. Will the minister call an emergency meeting with Oshawa stakeholders and find a solution, or do they have to shoulder this burden alone?
Yes.
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that GM has made a big mistake by turning its back on the workers in Oshawa. We will not make that same mistake. That is why we've engaged with the province. We're directly dealing with them and my provincial counterpart. That's why I've reached out and spoken with the municipal leadership as well. We'll continue to support this automotive sector going forward. And since 2015, Mr. Speaker, we've seen $5.6 billion worth of investments in the automotive sector. 3,000 jobs have been created during our tenure in the automotive sector. 30,000 jobs were lost in the first few years of the Conservative government when they were in power, Mr. Speaker. That's our record.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a few years now, the TSB has been sounding the alarm on the dangers of operator fatigue in the rail sector. On the one hand, the minister says over and over that safety is his highest priority, but on the other, he lets the industry regulate itself. The result? Nothing has changed. Furthermore, the transportation of crude oil by rail has doubled since the Lac Mégantic tragedy, which is of no comfort whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, does the minister intend on regulating on the issue of fatigue, or will he stick to the same old refrain? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, rail safety is my highest priority. And since the fall of 2017, I have been saying that we will be reviewing the rules on hours of work for train operators. We know that this is an important factor that affects the safety of our trains, and it is something that we have committed to doing and that I announced in the fall of 2017.
James Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, our government announced a few weeks ago a $117 million investment to the Arctic Shipping Group, a historic private-public partnership that blends First Nations, community ownership, and Canadian private sector leadership. With this innovative group now operating the line, the crucial rail link between the town of Churchill and the rest of the country was restored, and the northern Manitobans now see the results of those efforts. Could the Honourable Minister of Transport share this good news with my constituents and the people of Manitoba?
Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley, for his excellent question and for his strong advocacy on behalf of Manitobans. It is with great pleasure that I announce that Via Rail service to Churchill has now been restored and that the first train since the washout arrived at Churchill Station today. We said we were committed, Mr. Speaker, to restoring Via Rail to the Hudson's Bay Rail line. Promise made, promise kept.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, the Milkmean. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we have a looming jobs crisis in Canada, and
the Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, the Milkmean Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, we have a looming jobs crisis here in Canada, and the Liberals don't seem to care. Instead, this Prime Minister would rather spend his time giving out millions of dollars via tweets or threatening lawsuits if opposition members ask questions he doesn't like. Now, the energy sector is in crisis mode. The auto sector is reeling, and there's no end in sight for steel and aluminum tariffs, and softwood lumber producers feel forgotten. When will the Prime Minister realize that his economic policies have failed Canadians, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, let's highlight some key facts. Since 2015, 500,000 jobs, full-time jobs, have been created in the Canadian economy. We have the lowest unemployment rate in the last 40 years. And through our direct programming, the Strategic Innovation Fund, which is part of our government's plan, we've seen jobs created in the Canadian economy. Let me highlight a few examples. CAE, 4,300 jobs. Rio Tinto and Alcoa, 11,500 jobs. Encore, 4,000 jobs. Linamar, 9,500 jobs. Maple Leaf Foods, 1,600 jobs. Marwood Metal, 417 jobs.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no value in creating jobs if the next day even more are lost. Canada has reached a tipping point with severe job losses in oil, auto, and aerospace. No sector is safe. While crippling steel and aluminum tariffs remain, the Liberals have signed a deal that leaves Canada vulnerable to even more national security tariffs. We know the Trump administration is now looking at tariffs on uranium, a $2 billion industry in Canada. Is that next? When will the government get serious and understand that national security and the economy go hand in hand, protect our jobs, and stand up for Canadians' best interests?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the automotive sector because that's very timely, and the member opposite has raised that issue. when the Conservatives were in power, before we hit the economic recession in 2008 and 2009, we saw 30,000 jobs lost during their tenure in the automotive sector. During the first 3 years of our track record, because of our programs and policies, we created a net 6,000 new jobs in the automotive sector. That's a plan that's working because we're investing in Canadians, we're investing in companies, and we're seeing job growth numbers right across the country, Mr. Speaker. That's getting the job done.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that for 1 month now, the whole industry in Canada has been disrupted. 2,500 jobs lost in the auto sector, 3,000 jobs lost in the aeronautics sector, and 100,000 jobs lost in the energy sector. And what is the government doing? Well, just crossing its fingers on aluminum, steel, and softwood lumber. And what else is it doing? It's imposing a carbon tax. Why? The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
The member opposite knows full well that many industries support our price on pollution, including the automotive sector, including the aerospace sector. Let me talk about job creation numbers, Mr. Speaker. Nova Chemicals, this is a very important company in Alberta, 2,200 jobs. Rio Tinto and Alcoa, 11,500 jobs. The aerospace sector, CAE, 4,300 jobs. Toyota, Mr. Speaker, 5,000 jobs. And this is a reflection of direct policies and programs because of our government, and we'll continue to make sure we create more jobs in the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Minister to go outside and repeat that to the Uyghurs who have lost their jobs. The interesting thing is that the Minister is the one rising. Well, seeing as he's willing to rise, can he say yes or no whether he met with the RCMP? The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Français, no.
In French, no. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, Health Canada is approving medical devices such as artificial hips, insulin pumps, and pacemakers that are dangerous and that other countries have banned. Moreover, last week we learned that thousands of women were experiencing health issues after having received breast implants that they thought were safe but that had been approved with no prior studies. Health Canada seems incapable of protecting the health of the public. How can the Minister still rise and say that we have one of the best systems in the world? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know that the medical devices are effective and health. Risks of any products are assessed before they are used. But we do know that it is possible to do better, and that's what we will be doing. We will strengthen the approval process. We will improve surveillance, and we will provide Canadians with more information on data and research that has been completed. Mr. Speaker, this is a situation that we take very seriously, and I'm following it closely.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't want better, they want safety. Now, Health Canada is allowing high-risk medical devices to be used when they've been recalled in other countries. They're allowing implants in patients that have only been tested on cadavers and animals. Wow. And they're relying on a voluntary system of reporting problems. Mr. Speaker, insulin pumps, replacement hips, pacemakers, breast implants, and others have caused more than 14,000 injuries and over 1,400 deaths in Canada. Instead of talking points and false assurances, what is this minister doing to fix this broken system?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I as well was very concerned, as many Canadians, when I saw the report last week that was on TV. None of us want to see any Canadians suffer any hardship. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that in August of this year, I was pleased to ask Health Canada to start a review of medical devices. The review is underway, and I'm pleased to say that we have an action plan that is in place. We are taking this matter extremely seriously, and I've asked my officials to make sure that it is done fast and in a way that is transparent to ensure that Canadians get all the information that they need regarding medical devices. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, our farmers and rural communities continue to find themselves at the losing end of this Liberal government's failed policies. The Liberals are giving large industries a pass on their costly and ineffective carbon tax. But there's no exemption for our farmers. Our farmers can't pass on the cost to their business, and farmers are already doing more than their share to reduce carbon emissions. Will the Prime Minister stop unfairly punishing our farmers and abandon his carbon tax scheme?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We campaigned on a promise to make sure that we would grow the economy and and protect the environment at the same time, and that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We know that we Canadians are responsible stewards of the land, and that's why we have exempted farm fuel and gasoline under the federal backstop. We've also provided additional relief for greenhouse farmers for their propane. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to support our agricultural sector in this country.
Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, steel and aluminum tariffs are hurting Canadian economy. Business owners are forced to cut orders, reduce shifts, and lay off workers. Every day these tariffs remain in place, Canadian jobs are at risk. The Prime Minister failed to get Donald Trump to drop the tariffs at his recent signing ceremony. So when will the Prime Minister resolve the trade dispute on steel and aluminum tariffs and stop the job losses in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we're very focused on eliminating the unjustified and illegal tariffs imposed by the United States on Canadian steel and aluminum. This is an absolute priority for our government. We've put in place strong, responsive measures to protect the workers. We've also recently signed the Auto Section 232 side letter, which is of vital importance to automobile workers because it gives Canada important protections against the threat of U.S. automotive tariffs in the future. That would have hurt hundreds of thousands of workers, their jobs, and the factories that produce them. Mr. Speaker, this is a good thing.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, in my region, you don't hear people celebrating the new free trade agreement. We are a proud, innovative, and welcoming people. We produce, among others, cheese and milk and the greenest aluminum in the world. It's called a free trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. There is no reason for quotas or tariffs. The planet needs more green aluminum produced by people who care about its impact. When will the steel and aluminum tariffs be lifted? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, a few days ago, we signed the Section 232 side letter on the auto sector that provides Canadians with significant protections against the threat of American tariffs that my colleague just alluded to. Under the new agreement, supply chains will be secured, which are crucial in the automobile sector, and it will also improve the wages and rights of workers. This agreement is beneficial for hundreds of thousands of Canadians who work in the auto sector and for all Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. And this is an excellent thing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday was a historic day. After more than a year of hard work, Canada, the United States, and Mexico have finally signed the new NAFTA. This agreement safeguards more than $2 billion a day, Mr. Speaker, in cross-border trade between Canada and the United States. I know that this tariff-free access is vital for workers and businesses in my community of Niagara. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs tell this House how Canada will continue to stand up for Canadian businesses and our workers?
Good question.
Free Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Niagara Centre for his excellent question and for his hard work. And always will fight for Canadian workers. And as I've said several times today already, the new NAFTA preserves crucial cross-border supply chain and has significantly improved wages and labor rights for Canadian workers. And last week, the Automobile Section 232 side letter was signed. This now gives Canadian new protections against the threat of U.S. automotive tariffs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Gold Lake.
Here we are.
Mr. Speaker, talking about jobs. Yesterday, we learned the Liberals are planning to move the Aerospace Engineering Test Establishment from Cold Lake to Ottawa. This would severely impact the community of Cold Lake and our defence capability. Will the minister cancel any plans he has of moving these jobs out of CFB Cold Lake, or is this yet another example of the Liberals compromising national security and attacking Alberta for their own political gain?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Our government is actually increasing our investments into our Air Force. Canadian Forces Base Cold Lake plays an important role in our NORAD mission and will continue to play a very important role in our NORAD mission. In fact, we are actually increasing our investments at CFB Cold Lake, including making important upgrades to our infrastructure. And I'm happy to discuss this matter with my colleague to explain some of the important investments that we are making for its constituents and for the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, a U.S. Congressional Commission on China calls the mass internment of hundreds of thousands of Uyghur Muslims in so-called re-education camps a sweeping program of ethnic cleansing. There's credible evidence of mass arbitrary detention, torture, and mistreatment. Will the government call on China to immediately release all those held and conduct an impartial investigation into these abuses? And will Canada apply targeted sanctions against those responsible?
The Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are deeply concerned by the human rights situation faced by Muslim Uyghurs and other minorities in China. We continue to raise this issue at every opportunity, including in Beijing and at international conferences. We call on the Chinese government to ensure the human rights of its citizens are fully respected. The Prime Minister expressed our concerns with the Chinese Premier last week, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs has also discussed it with China's Foreign Minister at every available opportunity. Mr. Speaker, freedom of religion and freedom of expression must be respected.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi, Grand Lake. Mr. Speaker, last Friday we debated C-87, the Poverty Reduction Act. With this legislation, we'll set targets for the lowest level of poverty in Canadian history, establish Canada's official poverty line for the first time, and create a National Poverty Advisory Council that will provide annual reports highlighting our progress in fighting poverty. Could the Minister of Family, Children and Social Development tell the House how the Poverty Reduction Act fits into Canada's first ever National Poverty Reduction Strategy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Miramichi Grand Lake for his hard work in this area. Bill C-87 is an essential part of our poverty reduction strategy because it shows that the $22 billion we have spent on anti-poverty programs have lifted thousands of people out of poverty. These investments are part of a long-term plan to support middle-class families and to support all those who were working hard to join the middle class.
Mr. Speaker, the Privy Council investigation of cabinet leaks surrounding shipbuilding showed that lobbyists, reporters, and dozens of officials were aware of cabinet secrets and Liberal attempts to change the contract. Other than senior civil servants and military officers, only 2 names appear repeatedly in the investigation. The Prime Minister's senior Quebec advisor at the time, Eric Gagne, and CBC reporter James Cudmore. Did Eric Gagne and other officials in the Prime Minister's office hire James Cudmore to silence him?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, the honourable gentleman takes the occasion of questions in question period to lay out certain allegations and insinuations. The evidence in the matter in question will be fully ventilated in a court proceeding, and the courts will determine what evidence is relevant. The courts will determine the facts, and the courts will decide ultimately. And I note the defendant in the case has said we have complete confidence in the courts and in their ability to make decisions as to the relevance of the documents.
Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's First Ministers are meeting this Friday, but the crisis in our energy sector was left off the agenda. The premiers of both Saskatchewan and Alberta have written to the Prime Minister to ask him to change that. Will the Prime Minister add energy market access and the oil price differential to the First Minister's agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for the question. As he knows, the First Minister's meeting is an opportunity for First Ministers to discuss economic competitiveness, trade diversification. Our government has been very clear for a long time. It's unacceptable that Canadian natural resources are so dependent on one market. We believe diversifying market access is good for the Canadian economy. It's certainly good for Alberta and Albertan workers. And our government will always, always take an opportunity, as we have every single time, to discuss with Alberta and other provinces how we can strengthen the Canadian economy.
The honourable member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, today unions, workers, entrepreneurs, and elected members from the Côte-Nord, Bas-Saint-Laurent, Charlevoix, and Montérégie, New Brunswick, came together to call on Ottawa to fill the EI black hole. We have solutions. All are calling for protected regions with permanent measures that will take into account the reality of seasonal work in these regions. Even the Conservatives, after having cut the program when they were in government, all of a sudden discovered empathy for workers on the eve of the election. When will this government respect workers and fill in, once and for all, the EI black hole? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. And I do know, yes, that there is a contrast between this government and the previous government. This government, for the first time in its 2018 budget, recognized the challenges that workers and families face when it comes to seasonal work. However, the member does know that in Budget 2018, we announced a $132 million investment that we will be putting in place along with the provinces and the territories. We look forward to working hard for these families who work so hard to join the middle class. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, on January 1st, Netflix will start billing the TVQ. The company is cooperating and has said that it will pay taxes where the law requires. In the end, it wasn't that complicated. Now, Quebec also collects the GST for Ottawa, but because the Liberals are the servants of the multinationals, they sent a letter to direct that Netflix not pay the GST, contrary to all the other Quebec businesses. Why are the Liberals so intent on favouring foreign multinationals on the backs of businesses here? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we've already been very clear on the issue of taxes. You know, we've been working on a very important file. We're working along with the departments, and our colleague knows that we have set up a committee of experts that is reviewing legislation, that is consulting, and we will be tabling legislation over the coming years that will be important for future generations with very clear principles. And all those who participate in the system will contribute to the system. There is no free pass.
Attention of honourable members, the presence in the South Gallery of a truly remarkable Canadian. Mr. Louis Levi Oakes of Akwesasne, Quebec, is the last surviving Mohawk code talker. During World War II, the Mohawk language was one of 33 native languages used to send communications between forces. Renowned for having the only unbroken military code in history, the code talkers, including Mr. Oakes, provided an invaluable contribution to the Allied war effort. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Sharon Ann Firth, a member of the Gwich'in First Nation and the first Indigenous woman to be inducted into Canada's Sports Hall of Fame. Sharon and her late twin sister Shirley Firth Larson were among the first Indigenous athletes to represent Canada at the Olympics, and in January 2018 they were honoured with their own postage stamp. honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on a question privilege arising out of question period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do, in fact, rise on a question of privilege arising out of question period. In answer to important and direct questions about the ethical behaviours of members of the Liberal caucus, rather than answering those questions, time and again, both the Liberal House Leader and the Prime Minister himself have threatened members of the opposition with lawsuit. Allow me to quote from Boskin Gagnon, page 107. Threatening a member during a proceeding of Parliament or while the member is circulating within the parliamentary precinct is a violation of the rights of Parliament. Any form of intimidation of a member with respect to the member's actions during a proceeding in Parliament could amount to contempt. And it goes on. Speaker Bosley noted in 1986 that he or she has been threatened, intimidated, or in any way influenced. There should be a case for the chair to consider. Mr. Speaker, this is an important issue as we as members of Parliament have within our duties an important task, which is to hold the government to account. If every time we attempt to do that and garner from them the answers that Canadians deserve, we are threatened with lawsuit for questions that we say both here in the House and in public, the threats continue, is a form of intimidation of our rights and is a privilege against those rights of members of Parliament in order for us to perform our jobs on behalf of all Canadians. I ask you to seek a prima facie case of privilege, and if you do so, I will be happy to move the appropriate motion.
Hear, hear.
I also have notice of a question privilege from the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn. Is it on the same question? Honourable member for Calgary Forest.
She's right. I'll give the floor.
The honourable opposition House Leader wishes to rise on the same question.
Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to rise and say that we wholeheartedly support the question of privilege from the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I would like to reserve the right to add more to this question of privilege. However, I think it's important to note two citations at page 198 of the second edition of Joseph Maginot's Parliamentary Privilege of Canada. It tells of an incident in 1758 where the Nova Scotia House of Assembly proceeded against someone who made threats against a member. In a ruling on September 19, 1973, Mr. Speaker Lamoureux at page 6709 of the debate stated that he has no hesitation in reaffirming the principle that parliamentary privilege includes the right of a member to discharge his responsibilities as a member of the House free from threats and attempt at intimidation. And on March 24, 1994, at page 2705 of debates, Speaker Perron described the seriousness of the issue of intimidation this way. Threats of blackmail or intimidation of a member of Parliament should never be taken lightly. When such occurs, the very essence of free speech is undermined. Without the guarantee of freedom of speech, no member of Parliament can do his duty as expected. Mr. Speaker, this is very serious. This goes to the very heart of what we do here in Parliament. This government said that when they were elected that they were going to be open and transparent. I recall the House leaders saying we had to have tough conversations in this place. We are asking legitimate questions, and to be met with these kinds of threats are very serious. So I would ask that you would give us the opportunity to further add to this important question of privilege.
The honourable
First, I would like to thank
Valley and the opposition House Leader. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader is rising on the same question.
Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order, I think that it's really important that we recognize, Mr. Speaker, is that parliamentary privilege is something that is indeed something that has to be recognized inside the chamber. And at the end of the day, members opposite, Mr. Speaker, members opposite, under the importance of members' privilege, I sat back and I listened to the comments. I would appreciate if they, too, would be patient in listening to what I have to say, Mr. Speaker. Privilege is an important issue. I have served as a parliamentarian for 30 years now, or close to 30 years now, Mr. Speaker, and I have heard the assertions
the assertions from the past, when someone stands in their place, part of parliamentary privilege also ensures that there's a sense of responsibility that accompanies that particular privilege, Mr. Speaker. And I have witnessed on numerous occasions where you've had Conservatives and New Democrats challenge on the issue of accountability by making the suggestion that the member should go outside the chamber in order to be able to say what he or she might have said inside the chamber, Mr. Speaker. I would remind all members of this House that there is a sense of accountability with the privilege that has been given to us as we sit inside this House, and I would suggest to you that there is no privilege. That is nothing more than a dispute over the facts based in terms of what I've heard over the years from members of Conservative Party and members of the NDP when they challenge members to be accountable for what they're actually saying here that they're not prepared to say outside of the chamber.
Order. I thank the honourable members for Skinnabalcley Valley, the opposition House Leader, the honourable member, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government. House Leader. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, is rising on the same question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just think it's really important when we are framing this discussion, because things do get heated in the House. I've seen this over 15 years. The issue of if a matter is of importance to the House, it needs to be responded to with respect in the House. Whether or not a member who is of a senior cabinet position may be or may not be involved in a police investigation is a matter of issue for the House, which deserves an answer. But what we've seen here is the continual threat of say that again and you will be sued. Sued by the minister, sued out front. That is intimidating and undermining our work. When we are asking legitimate questions, and we respect the Speaker's right to decide whether a question is out of bounds. If the Speaker decides it's out of bounds or non-parliamentary, then it's up for the Speaker and we will stop. But if it is an issue of parliamentary business, the continual response, which has become a tactic of the last 2 days of intimidation and threats, interferes and undermines our ability to do our job.
Very good. I thank the member for Timmins, James Bay, for adding his comments. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette.
On this issue, but I gather we'll hear some more from the honourable opposition House Leader on this issue. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That with regard to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the House A, condemn the violence and abuse committed against hundreds of innocent civilians. B, condemn gender-based sexual violence, particularly against women and girls. C, recognize that the deadliest violence since the Second World War is taking place in that country and has killed at least 6 million people since 1996. And that hundreds of thousands of people have reportedly been systematically subjected to gender-based sexual violence. D, ask the government to, 1, monitor the situation in the country closely, 2, play a leading role in mobilizing the international community to end repeated human rights violations and abuses and protect populations at risk, 3, encourage the International Criminal Court to continue its work as part of the formal investigation into massacres in that country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member, does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? The House has heard the motion. Does it please the motion to adopt? Does it please the House to adopt the motion? There's no unanimous consent.
Member for Calgary, Signal Hills, rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order in response to a question that the Minister of Innovation answer that he gave today. If I heard correctly, the Minister said that among the jobs that were created in Canada since the Liberals took office in 2015, there were 2,200 new jobs created at Nova Corporation. The CEO of Nova Canada happens to be a constituent of mine, so I sent a note and asked him to check on it, and he says, no, it was maintaining 2,200 jobs that existed in 2015.
This sounds like debate to me. This sounds like debate. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills.
Business of supply, opposition motion on failed economic policies of the government.
Debate, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to kick back off our debate today, brought by my friend, our industry critic from Similkameen, Nicola, and another word, but a great member of this House who brings up competitiveness issues all the time, Madam Speaker, now. And literally, if Canadians are following this debate, this is why Conservatives have brought this debate to the floor today. The last week or so in Canada shows how uncompetitive our economy is becoming under the Liberal government, Madam Speaker. Just on the weekend, we saw the Premier of Alberta limiting production of Canadian resources, in fact, controlling or interfering with the private marketplace, Madam Speaker, because of the crisis of depressed oil prices, Madam Speaker, and losing billions of dollars. It was going to be $15 billion before the large drop in price, Madam Speaker. So they were looking at $25, $30 billion less in revenues to Canada as a result of the inability of this government to get pipelines built, Madam Speaker. The other thing we saw in the last week that was very personal to me and my community was the announcement a week ago that GM intended to close the Oshawa assembly plant at the end of next year, Madam Speaker, after a century of assembling automobiles in Oshawa, Madam Speaker, after being at the epicenter of the auto and indeed the manufacturing industry that Ontario was known for, the driving force for decades of Confederation through the success of manufacturing in Ontario, faltering now under 3 years of this government, Madam Speaker. And finally, at the beginning of the previous week, the inability for the government to even answer a question with respect to when the budget will be balanced, Madam Speaker. So Canadians should be very concerned that we have a Prime Minister with no experience in the private sector, no understanding of the needs, the unique needs of the economy in different parts of the country, whether it's softwood in British Columbia, whether it's resources, including potash in our prairies, Madam Speaker, the aerospace industries in Manitoba and in Quebec, Madam Speaker, the manufacturing base in Ontario, seafood and exports in Nova Scotia and the Atlantic provinces, Madam Speaker, a total disconnect with this Prime Minister. Should we be surprised? Here's what he said as a new third-party leader to manufacturers at an auto plant parts factory in southwestern Ontario in January 2015, as he was kicking off his election bid, Madam Speaker. Quote, "The people of southwest Ontario are amazingly resilient and have demonstrated that moving beyond manufacturing-based employment is something they're willing to do." End quote, Madam Speaker. That was his message to manufacturing facilities in southwestern Ontario and writ large to communities like mine in the Durham region, Madam Speaker. We need to just move past it. What else did he say in his first foreign trip abroad as Prime Minister of this country? He offended the resource industry at Davos, Madam Speaker. In January 2016, he said this, quote, "My predecessor wanted you to know Canada for its resources. Well, I want you to know Canada for its resourcefulness." End quote, Madam Speaker. In one brush, mocking or dismissing the impact of the resource sector and the innovation brought to that sector, Madam Speaker. Steam-assisted gravity drainage, the reduction in use of power and water. All these are innovations, Madam Speaker, that over time has reduced the economic and environmental impact of resource development, Madam Speaker. Sweeping that aside with one statement, so much so that the Mayor of Calgary, who is in Davos, criticized the Prime Minister. He's usually his wingman ideologically, Madam Speaker, but criticized such a dismissive and divisive comment, trying to pit one economy versus another, one region against another, as if resource jobs are not the type of jobs we want. We want to be resourceful, as if Ontario has to move past manufacturing, Madam Speaker. This is a Prime Minister who, in the middle of an election campaign, said this about his economic plan. And I don't jest, Madam Speaker. He said this on August 12, 2015, when he was third-party leader running to become Prime Minister. Quote, "The fact is we are proposing a strong and real plan, one that invests in the middle class so that we can grow the economy, not from the top down the way Mr. Harper wants, but from the heart outwards. That's what Canada has always done well with, Madam Speaker. That comment is absolutely ridiculous, and it shows the absence of an understanding of the private sector, capital investment and risk-taking in the economy, Madam Speaker. It was comments like that that in opposition, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood called bozo eruptions, Madam Speaker. They were misplaced comments that showed a Prime Minister so disconnected from the real needs of Canadians that he's not worthy of the job, Madam Speaker. What's interesting about the minister heckling, Madam Speaker, I would note that before she ran for Parliament, she ran on closing the oil sands, Madam Speaker. So here we have a cabinet minister who had made public statements about shutting down the oil sands, no real experience before Parliament. She's at the cabinet table making the decisions, Madam Speaker. These things should really concern people, Madam Speaker. When people come with an activist point of view, trying to shut down jobs that hundreds of thousands of people depend on, Madam Speaker, Canadians should be concerned about the fact that this government is on cruise control, Madam Speaker. The resource industry is in crisis. The manufacturing sector is in crisis. We have tariffs, we have trade disruptions, and we have a government that has piled tax and tariffs on top of the manufacturing base and has them struggling with under it. But the day the Prime Minister made that Care Bear economic speech, as it was termed at the time, Madam Speaker, was August 12th, midway through a marathon campaign. At that point of time, the Liberals were still running on a balanced budget plan, Madam Speaker. Interestingly enough, in third party, the Prime Minister, as third party leader, said this: "It's a well-established fact. Liberals balance budgets. Our platform will be fully costed, fiscally responsible, and a balanced budget." End quote, Madam Speaker. He said that in April 2015. That was their policy. They used to say, "We're the party of Paul Martin. We're going to have a balanced budget." But midway through an election campaign, in fact, mere days after he made the Care Bear economic speech, Madam Speaker, the Liberals changed their fundamental economic position for the country, and on August 25th said they were going to run deficits. Now, at that time, they said the deficit will never exceed $10 billion, Madam Speaker, and they promised to get back to budget by the end of their mandate, 2019, Madam Speaker, but they changed their underlying economic promise to Canadians. Within months, they had indicated they were no longer going to stick to deficits under $10 billion, Madam Speaker, and within a couple of years, they have abandoned any notion of balancing the budget. In fact, it's awkward when the Minister of Finance won't even give a date in which he intends to try and get back to balance, Madam Speaker. Fundamental economic promises to Canadians broken. So why are we seeing a crisis in Western Canada and in Ontario, and the canaries in the coal mine in the last week alone, the price changes by the Alberta Premier and the GM closure? Taxes, tariffs, and trade disruption, Madam Speaker, and excessive regulation. Bill C-69 itself killed the Energy East pipeline, Madam Speaker. An executive of TransCanada Pipelines confirmed that. And we've had taxes upon taxes, not just the carbon tax, which we highlighted last week, Madam Speaker. Payroll taxes in the first budget made it punitive for employers to hire more people. We had small business tax, private company tax changes, Madam Speaker. So they've raised taxes on entrepreneurs. They've raised taxes on hiring people, payroll. They're bringing in a carbon tax. None of those tax increases are happening in the United States. The U.S. is eliminating regulation and lowering taxes. The auto industry competes in the Great Lakes region, Madam Speaker. So when Canada is getting uncompetitive because of actions of this government, you're going to see capital and jobs flow. We've been calling on that for several years. When they're almost banning pipelines through Bill C-69, Madam Speaker, you're going to see companies leave the country. Canadians need to be worried. We need a plan from this government. That is why the Conservatives have brought this debate to the House today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member commented about payroll taxes. But, you know, when you actually look at EI and CPP, let's look at what this government is doing. Since we came into power, the EI, the employment insurance premiums, have actually gone down by about just over half a point. The only other thing that's being affected is the CPP benefits that people are going to be able to use in the future when they retire, when they hit retirement, are going to increase by, in some cases, up to 50%. So I'm assuming that the member is upset specifically about the CPP portion of this and not to the EI portion, because that's actually gone down. Can he confirm to this House if he has a problem specifically with the CPP enhancements that this government is providing for future Canadians when they hit retirement?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The simple answer is yes. In fact, the member, I'm glad he asked the question. I would refer him to the book written by the Finance Minister. Well, I should say ghost written by the Finance Minister. It was actually written by the chief economist for Morneau Chappelle, Fred Vitesse, Madam Speaker, called The Real Retirement, when they said there is no retirement crisis. This entire CPP sham, Madam Speaker, was a concoction of the Wynne government and this government to suggest there was a crisis looming when there wasn't one. In fact, the Finance Minister stated that in his book. In fact, if you analyze, the member misled the House, Madam Speaker. There will be a small group of Canadians, 5%, according to Mr. Vitesse, that will see any benefit from the CPP reforms, Madam Speaker. In fact, had they not cut the tax-free savings account in their first budget, Madam Speaker, that would have likely captured many of the people to plan for their own retirement, Madam Speaker. So that member should understand that whether it's in Kingston, DuPont and other companies probably looking at fewer hirings, moving capital, speak up at the caucus meetings, Madam Speaker, because right now he's part of a government that's driving jobs to the United States, not to Canada.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for the Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Elected to protect the coast and represent jobs in BC on the coast, where we are obviously threatened by the risks of an unrefined oil spill. Tens of thousands of jobs in the aquaculture and fishery sector have been already identified as at risk. So we're trying to find jobs that don't preclude the existing economy and existing environment we have right now. We hear about climate change impacts every day. We see the effects of climate change, unprecedented forest fires. And so in my region, I'm proud to represent jobs at Harmac, at Vancouver Island University, at the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre, Habitat for Humanity, the Canadian Electric Vehicles, all who are part of the movement across the country that are acting on climate change but are also employing people right now. The green building sector employs more people than forestry, oil, gas, and mining put together. Does my colleague see the benefit of investing in this additional energy path that can employ people and protect our environment?
The honourable member for Durham.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question. I was in British Columbia for several days and had a great meeting at Stem Cell in Vancouver doing unbelievable innovation in cellular regeneration therapies, Madam Speaker, working with stem cells, visionary leaders that established that company that came out of the Terry Fox Laboratories, Madam Speaker. I like to see some of that investment. The trouble is they can't access capital in Canada, Madam Speaker. In fact, their capital is being accessed from the United States. Increasingly, because of the regulatory regime of this government, whether it's green tech, whether it's R&D in pharma or biotech, Madam Speaker, capital is not coming to Canada because confidence is diminished under this government. In fact, this government has actually worked against entrepreneurs with their changes to closely held private corporations, with their treatment of dividends, Madam Speaker, with the treatment of retained earnings and where they want to go with that, Madam Speaker. They were almost going to eliminate stock options as well, Madam Speaker. So if we're going to compete for talent and capital, we actually have to reverse most of the decisions of this government. So whether it's in resources, green tech or manufacturing in Ontario, we have to be competitive or we won't see the jobs and investment.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Speaker and Madam Speaker, and I want to say before I get into my speech that I appreciate the member from Durham and his slightly historical knowledge of my riding and the various different manufacturers in it. I would suggest to him, Madam Speaker, through you, that perhaps he should spend more time in his riding as opposed to Ottawa, and he would then understand and learn about some of the hardships that seniors are going through. It's not a manufactured crisis with respect to seniors. In fact, there is a real problem, a problem that we need to prepare for through our programs such as CPP to make sure that seniors have the tools that they need to retire when they get to that point. He mentioned the tax-free savings account. Well, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, but there are a select few people that could actually use the tax-free savings account that would have money to be able to put into that at the end of their yearly earnings to benefit off that. And of course, he knows exactly who those people are because they're primarily his donors. You know, I take the honor to speak to this motion today, Madam Speaker, but I am absolutely perplexed by the context of it. It's as though for 3 years the Conservative Party were throwing various things against the wall, and none of them would actually stick. And then they said, hey, I got an idea. Why don't we grab everything together and throw it against the wall at the same time, and maybe at least one of them will stick. This motion is so convoluted, jumping all over the place. You obviously know when writing it that there's absolutely no way that the governing party is going to support it, and I find it very disingenuous that the Conservative Party would take the opportunity through an Opposition Day motion to use it in such a way that, to use it in such a politically partisan way when they could actually take this opportunity to demonstrate a genuine passion for improving upon policy, for improving upon legislation, for trying to impact the day-to-day lives of Canadians, which they could very well do through an opposition motion. But yet here we are to discuss this particular motion. And I'll actually, gladly go through this motion, Madam Speaker, and talk about some of the falsehoods in it. I'm not going to ignore what's before us on the piece of paper here. There is so much to speak about. I don't even know if in the 17 minutes remaining that I have, I can actually get through it all. But let's just take a stab at this. The first part, they say, recognizing the severity of the looming job crisis in Canada caused by the failed economic policies of the Liberals. Madam Speaker, unemployment in Canada is at a 40-year high. The Canadian economy has created over 500,000 jobs since 2015. Employment is at an all-time high. The unemployment rate is at an all-time low. Thank you to my Conservative colleagues for heckling me to correct that, and I did. Our unemployment rate is at an all-time low. More people are working now than we have ever had over the past 40 years. And that's a huge accomplishment by this government and the economic certainty that exists within Canada. You know, the next part of their diatribe of issues in their motion, that the carbon tax closed General Motors plant in Oshawa. This is categorically untrue. General Motors has closed 4 plants in the United States. The U.S. does not have a price on pollution, yet they're still doing it. The only reason why, and GM has been very clear, they're moving towards electric vehicles. That's where they're focusing their attention. The president from GM just said that. Madam Speaker, maybe if the Conservatives could wrap their head around the notion that the economy and the marketplace and the goods that people want to buy are changing, we could actually see them contribute positively to policy that will impact our economy. But yet they're stuck in debating and trying to insist that we don't change to adapt to the changes in the marketplace. The next part they talk about, the Canadian economy is at a competitive disadvantage. We have the lowest small business tax rate in the G7, Madam Speaker. And we have and Canada's corporate tax rate is also amongst the lowest in the G7. We have the fastest growing GDP in the G7, Madam Speaker. I cannot understand how somebody can actually write this into a motion that they present before this House, knowing that the vast majority of evidence out there doesn't support it. The U.S. tax changes put Canadian businesses at a competitive disadvantage. Meanwhile, the facts are that the accelerated investment incentive introduced in the fall economic statement will lower the marginal effective tax rate on new businesses. That is significantly lower than what's in the U.S. And I'd actually like to talk a little bit about, Madam Speaker, about what we are doing for small businesses and specifically what was brought forward in the fall economic statement. First, the government will allow businesses to immediately write off full cost of machinery and equipment used for the manufacturing or processing of goods. This will give significant tax advantage to the year the equipment was purchased, fueling new investments and supporting the adoption of advanced technologies and processes. And for those out there that might not be savvy with respect to the business, the accounting world within businesses, businesses now have the ability, rather than to amortize particular machinery and equipment over a long period of time, writing off that expense over a long period of time over what is normally considered the life of the good or the piece of machinery or equipment, they will be able to write that off immediately in the first year or as per the schedule allows. And that is a huge competitive advantage for businesses to be able to write that expense off in the first year. Second, the government will allow businesses that are specifically buying clean energy equipment to write off the full cost in the year it's put to use. This will also spur new investment as well as the adoption of clean technologies. We expect it to generate more good middle-class jobs and position Canada to achieve climate goals while becoming more globally competitive. Another example, Madam Speaker, of how when you provide the incentives to businesses that will allow businesses to innovate and to purchase and adapt to new technologies immediately, when providing these kinds of incentives to write off these expenses immediately shows initiative by this government to move forward with the agenda of making sure that our economy stays strong while at the same time ensuring that we provide incentive for clean and renewable uses of the equipment that we're buying, and it's specifically, in this example, clean energy equipment. Third, Madam Speaker, the government is introducing a new accelerated investment incentive for businesses of all sizes and all sectors of the economy, allowing firms to write off a larger share of the cost of newly acquired assets in the year the investment was made. Under the accelerated investment incentive, capital investments will generally be eligible for a first-year depreciation allowance equal up to 3 times the allowance that would otherwise apply in the year an asset is acquired and be put to use. Businesses will be able to recover the initial cost of their investment more quickly, reducing risk and providing businesses in Canada with a true incentive to make capital investments. Again, Madam Speaker, you know, these are examples of how we are fueling through tax policy the businesses, small, medium, and large businesses throughout the country so that we can maintain this incredible pace that the Canadian economy is experiencing right now amongst our G7 partners, or when compared to our G7 partners, I should say. I'll go back to the motion, you know, continuing on with some of the other points in here. The Canadian economy is facing a crisis. Like I said, the Canadian economy enjoyed the fastest growth among the G7 in 2017 and continues to be one of the strongest economies in the G7, Madam Speaker. Section 7 says workers in all sectors impacted by the toxic melody of tax increase on local business. Madam Speaker, our government is lowering the small business tax rate. We've already begun that. By January, it will be down to 9%, and that is the lowest rate amongst the G7 when it comes to businesses and business tax. Another demonstration that we are willing to stay competitive in the global environment and the global market to ensure that we can continue to see investment happening right here in Canada and with Canadian businesses. You know, I could go on to address every point. I won't be able to do that in the amount of time that I have. But the underlying principle here, Madam Speaker, is that the Conservatives, through this motion that they're putting forward today, just miss the point. They miss the point that in Canada right now, our economy is strong overall, and we're continuing to advance, making sure that the right tools and processes are in place to see that economy continue to thrive. Now, that's not to say that from time to time we will not experience hardships in one part of the country or another, in one sector or another. These things will always happen. But what will be the test of time, and what we will be able to be judged on later on, is how we responded to those crises in various different sectors and various different areas of the country. So, Madam Speaker, now I would also like to just talk briefly about the investing that we've done in infrastructure. And I find it remarkable because earlier on, when I was sitting here listening to questions and answers, there was an exchange between a member from the Conservative benches and our side who were talking about the crisis with respect to Montreal and the infrastructure that they needed there to make sure that they could make sure that they're not dumping raw sewage into the river. And as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I come from a riding that used to have this problem, that used to have something like 30 to 40 days per year where raw sewage was dumped into Lake Ontario. But through the investments of the previous Liberal government, because unfortunately, because of their policy as it related to investment, there was very little money when the Conservatives were in power, but the previous Liberal government invested collaboratively with the province and the local government, in this case the City of Kingston, to build the Ravensview Water Treatment Plant. And this plant increased the capacity, and we're able to put cleaner water, theoretically speaking, cleaner water back into the lake and where it leaves to go downriver than what was in the lake to begin with. And this was because the provincial and federal governments of the day decided to put investment into that because they recognized the need for it. And as a result, Madam Speaker, the City of Kingston is down to 1, maybe 2 days per year when there are massive rainfalls that some minor overflow occurs, if any at all. And this is why it's so important, Madam Speaker, for governments to recognize and to come to the table when it comes to investing in infrastructure. But it's important to invest in the right infrastructure and to invest in infrastructure that's going to have meaningful impacts in the communities in which it's built and the economy as a whole. Investing in projects that will see multiple spin-offs through the economy. We'll see, when we invest in certain sectors like agri-food, for example, there's another 7 jobs that are created as a result of one job created in that sector. And it's about picking the right sectors and making sure that money is going into those right sectors to have the spin-off occur. So I'll also remind the House, Madam Speaker, about some of the investing that this government has done in infrastructure since 2015. And those investments are paying off. To date, more than 30,000 infrastructure projects have been approved under the Investing in Canada plan, the vast majority of which are already underway, creating good middle-class jobs. Beyond construction, these projects will create long-term economic, social, and environmental returns for Canadians and communities, both big and small. In Budget 2016, the government announced Phase 1 of the Investing in Canada plan, which provides $14.4 billion for short-term investments in rehabilitation, repair, modernization, and existing infrastructure. To date, more than $13 billion, Madam Speaker, has been committed to projects with more than $6 billion already fully invested. These are smart investments in areas that matter most to Canadians: public transit, trade, transportation, green infrastructure, social infrastructure, and rural and northern communities. Madam Speaker, they will also help grow the economy, strengthen the middle class, and build sustainable communities. I will also take the opportunity, because I know that this topic has been coming up quite a bit over the last few days, Madam Speaker, and that's with respect to this government's action when it comes to what's going on in Alberta, and in particular the oil crisis. This government has taken an approach when it comes to approving pipeline projects that is a responsible approach that respects all levels of government, that respects the various different players and partners that are involved in the process. Unlike the approach that was seen for 10 years under Stephen Harper, this approach is the right approach. We might not always like what we hear, but when we receive the information, we can use it in a constructive way to build and to put forward a more robust plan that has the ability to stand the test, the various different tests that come at it. And that's what we've seen. You know, Stephen Harper, you know, we talk about the money, or we talk about his ability to create pipelines and to move oil. Let's not forget, in 2006, Madam Speaker, when Stephen Harper came into power, 15% of the oil in Canada was going to the United States. Madam Speaker, you're probably wondering how much of it was going there in 2015 when he left office. I'll tell you, 99%, the exact same amount. He was not able to effectively diversify the market. And the thing is he had a prime opportunity. In 2006, that was before the 2008 recession hit. Oil was at an all-time high in 2006. There was no better opportunity or no better time to diversify, and he was unable to get it done. And he was unable to get it done, Madam Speaker, because he painted a target on the back of the oil industry by attacking climate movements, by attacking Indigenous communities, by attacking the various different players and partners that go to making decisions. He thought he could bully his way through the process, but what all that ended up with was delays in courts, injunctions that were withheld, and various different legal mechanisms to stop him from getting done what he wanted to do. And I truly believe that that he wanted to build pipelines, but he was unable to do it because of his approach. And that's why this approach is a much different one, Madam Speaker, an approach that respects the process and respects the fact that we need to properly collaborate with everybody and with all players. And so, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is starting to wind down here, and I'm coming to an end. Thank you for that. You know, but I will say, this particular motion, in my opinion, you know, I went through a list of a bunch of the things that it attempted to attack and criticize in it, but the reality is it's just as though the Conservatives decided, hey, we've been unsuccessful in getting any of these talking points to stick. Maybe if we bundle them all together and try to throw them all at once at the wall, one or two of them might stick, and then we will call it a day and be successful. But in reality, they wasted an opposition day motion when they could have been talking and trying to inform policy and informing Canadians as to what this government is doing and what we could be doing better, which there's always opportunity to do better in many different ways, Madam Speaker. They use it as an opportunity to just try to put forward something that obviously this side of the House will not be able to support. And I'll close by just talking a little bit about the fact, Madam Speaker, that when they bring forward something like this, there's no doubt, you know, that there are some people out there that this will resonate with, in particular their base. There are a lot of people who will read some of this and say, yeah, wow, the government's doing some pretty shady stuff. And rather than trying to be forthright and trying to be honest about what's going on, and I've corrected a lot of what was in this at the beginning of my speech, rather than trying to be forthright, they try to play on the fears of Canadians and try to scare Canadians into thinking that the circumstances are so much worse than they actually are. Rather than looking for opportunities to genuinely improve upon things that can be improved, they'd rather scare Canadians into thinking, wow, look at the list of things that we've put forward here. This is such a dire situation. Wow, you better elect Conservatives in 2019, otherwise we're all doomed, right? Yeah, here, right. See, here. Hear that, Madam Speaker? They're agreeing to it. They're basically agreeing to it. They're saying, you're right. We would like to scare people into voting for Conservatives because that's the only way that it'll work. And unfortunately, it's extremely sad to see that members of this House would cheer to that fact, Madam Speaker. They would actually cheer because they know that they're being dishonest to Canadians, but it doesn't matter. As long as they get the objective that they're looking for in 10 months, that's all that really matters to them. But the truth is that the majority of Canadians, I strongly believe, Madam Speaker, can see through that and can see through their tactics. And eventually, they're going to have to learn that if they want to get their message through to Canadians, it's going to have to be in a positive and productive way. And unfortunately, through this motion, they are not doing that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Going to remember for Banff Airdrie. Just a second. I forgot to. I didn't notice that the member for Joliette was getting up on a point of order. Question de privilège.
Point of privilege, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I believe if you find it, you will. If you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following: that the House, regarding the Democratic Republic of Congo, condemn the violence that so many innocent civilians are the victims of. B, condemn the sexual, gender-based violence in the Congo, especially directed at women and children. C, acknowledge that this is the most violent time since the Second World War, because there have been 6 million deaths and hundreds of millions of individuals have been subject to gender violence. D, call on the government to closely follow the situation in this country, play a key role internationally so that the violence and abuse of human rights cease and so that those in danger be protected. Encourage the International Human Rights Court to bring to justice those responsible for the massacres in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to table the motion? Yes? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Adopted.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. You know, I listened to the member's speech. He talked about this so-called balanced approach towards pipeline approvals, the regulatory approvals process. And I got to tell you, I struggle to understand how the heck you can call it balanced when you've got a government that had 3 viable private sector pipelines put before them. 2 of them were cancelled as a result of the actions of that government, clearly. And then we have now one that at best could be described as being on taxpayer-funded life support. They've got, of course, Bill C-69, which would end any possibility of future approvals for pipelines. Now, that is not balanced. And I certainly would like to see him go and try and tell Albertans how balanced that is, because I'll tell you the answer they would give him. And I want to just now read just very briefly a very brief passage from an email I received from a constituent just today, actually. And he happens to be a national sales manager for a oil field service supply company. And he said that they received this email from one of their major companies that they supply. I won't name the company. But he said that this was the quote from the email that they had received. As the oil differential and pipeline woes are continuing to strain our industry, we will not be doing a matting purchase until such time we see some positive news. And then they list off a number of things: differential and commodity price, pipeline approvals, regulatory constraints lifted. And they go on to say, we have governments both federally and provincially who are not working towards opportunities for investment in Canada. Our federal government is holding up the pipeline file and at the same trying to push through Bill C-69 to make it harder for large infrastructure projects like pipelines to get approved. Now, he just says that the effect of an email like this, cancelling an order for in their case, would be about a $20 million hit to their small service company. And that number doesn't include any subsequent spin-offs or jobs or work generated. And I will just say that is one of many like this from Alberta. I want to know what this member would have to say to those people.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, and I do want to remind members to keep their questions short, within 1 minute. That would be much appreciated. If so, they should not go on with their preamble. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, the reason why there's an oil crisis in Canada is because 99% of our oil is going to the United States. When Stephen Harper took office in 2006, 99% was going to the United States. When he left in 2015, 99% was going to the United States. The only impact, the only way that the former Conservative government was able to do anything about the pipelines was to virtually continue to improve upon the fact that oil was going to the United States. They did absolutely nothing to diversify the market and to get it to new markets. And so, Madam Speaker, to answer his question, if they had done a little bit more to get oil to other markets, we wouldn't be in this problem right now.
Order. The honourable member for Banff Ardrey had more than 2 minutes to ask his question a while ago, and he should give the respect to the member to answer. And if he has other questions or comments, then he should get up and when I ask for questions and comments. The honourable member, questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Madam Speaker, the people of Nanaimo, Ladysmith, and in fact BC's entire coast are highly dependent. Our economy, our culture, our way of life is dependent on a clean coast. And so the member opposite, I'm sure, can appreciate our dismay and alarm at the government's $4.5 billion investment in a leaky old pipeline in the name of climate action, when really we want very different kind of infrastructure investment in our community, not something that, for example, an oil spill threatens tens of thousands of jobs in fisheries and aquaculture on our coast. Now, a great example of the kind of investment that we've been asking for is the harbour-to-harbour link. It's been well reviewed. Every party in the 2015 election expressed support for a downtown Vancouver to a downtown Nanaimo ferry run, passenger-only ferry run. It needs infrastructure investment. The Fisheries Minister and the Parliamentary Secretary for Transport have been very supportive of this, and is my colleague opposite willing to stand with us and other coastal MPs asking for a very positive investment that does not threaten coastal jobs but enhances our economy.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I believe that while I know and while everybody I'm sure in this House knows that we are extremely dependent on oil now, I also see new opportunities in the horizon. And I'm very glad this member has brought up some of those opportunities. I recently saw a video on Facebook of a company, Madam Speaker, from British Columbia that was able to take carbon out of the air, add water to it, and turn it into a fuel that could literally be put directly into vehicles without having to alter the vehicle at all. Those are the kind of businesses of the future, Madam Speaker. Other countries know this, and I'm not talking about Northern European countries. Countries like China know this. We need to be moving in that direction too, and we need to ensure that we are putting investments into those new opportunities, while at the same time ensuring that we diversify our existing market with respect to oil.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for this question. He spoke about the Conservatives' failures to diversify our energy sector and get to new markets. But can he also elaborate and talk about whether or not he thinks they actually knew what they were doing when it came to the economy for 10 years? Were they able to create jobs? They had us heading towards another recession, and they were not able to balance the budget and added $150 billion to the debt. So, Madam Speaker, I asked my honourable colleague if he thinks the Conservatives have any credibility when it comes to managing the economy.
Our member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, I don't. And, you know, Madam Speaker, if you actually, the Conservatives will try to make you believe, Madam Speaker, that the reason why they had to run deficits was all because, we were in an economic crisis and we had to do this to make sure that we rebounded out of it. But the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, look back at the last 19 budgets that Conservative parties introduced into this House. 16 of them ran deficits. 2 of them that ran surpluses were on the heels of Paul Martin's $13 billion surplus. The other one, the third one, was in 2015. They cut EI, slashed veterans services, sold shares of GM at bargain prices so that they could produce this budget, quote unquote, that they could then go into the election with. If you look back at the last 150 years, Madam Speaker, Conservatives have been in power for 38% of the time and racked up more than 70% of the debt. They have absolutely no credibility in telling this side of the House how to manage finances.
Questions and comments? Gentleman for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the member mentioned the closing of the General Motors plant, and I got to say, for my community, I found his comments somewhat insensitive. But one of the things that he brought up is businesses don't like uncertainty, and he was correct in saying that the automotive sector they're in a historic transition to electric and autonomous cars, but the point is GM has decided not to do it in Canada. These are once-in-a-generation investments, and plants don't, and companies don't make these investments on a 5-year basis. It's like over 50 years. And one of the biggest uncertainties, Madam Speaker, is this carbon tax. It's the Liberal hidden agenda. They're only telling businesses that the carbon tax will be, by 2022, $50 per ton. But the UN report that the Environment Minister is following says it has to be up to $5,500 a ton by 2030 to be effective. Now, he could help decrease uncertainty if you could just tell the business community, what will their carbon tax be at 2030? Will it be $5,500?
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, the whole point to a price on pollution is to make sure that when people build, manufacture, purchase various goods, one of the components that goes into that, which we know is damning, is how it pollutes our environment. You have to pay to pollute. And through this price on pollution, companies will be incentivized to find new, efficient, effective ways to produce products in a way that they can deliver them to the marketplace and and at the same time create a cleaner environment. The irony behind it is it's a conservative principle. Like, talking about how to affect an economy and the various different prices that are imposed on an economy is like the underpinning to what conservatives believe in, the functioning of the marketplace. How can they not understand this? This is like economics 101. Like, I don't get it. And yet they harp on and on and on and on about it. They claim to be, you know, the party of fiscal responsibility and economic management, but nothing that they say in this House actually supports that.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. On Monday, November 26, General Motors announced that no more products will be allocated to the award-winning plant in Oshawa after December 2019. This was devastating for the over 2,800 workers in Oshawa, but the impact, Madam Speaker, is much broader. It impacts not just the workers, but also their families and all the businesses in the community who depend on the economic activity provided by the plant. Madam Speaker, we have seen time and time again what a closing like this does to a community, not only to its economy, but more importantly, to its people. When we say that the manufacturing sector is one of the backbones of our economy, it's not just a platitude, Madam Speaker, because it links with so many other sectors in the economy. Success in the manufacturing sector has a ripple effects on the rest of the economy. It's what's called the multiplier effect, and for the auto sector, it's estimated that 7 jobs for every job lost on the assembly line. In Oshawa, we've gone through difficult times before, but our community is resilient and able to rise to the challenge. Our consolidated line was scheduled to close in 2008, but because of our tenacity and our ability to innovate, our line was able to remain open for years. And at the time, we worked with all levels of government, federal, provincial, municipal, as well as the unions, the workers, the company, to find a solution, and we did. Today, Madam Speaker, Oshawa workers just want a chance to bid on a new product for our plant. The Prime Minister says he wants to attract the jobs of the future, the exact jobs that GM is saying they won't build in Oshawa. GM is saying it's transitioning to electric and autonomous vehicles. This is a once-in-a-generation investment, and they've decided not to make it in Oshawa or Canada. And we must ask why. This is why the Conservatives put forward a motion in the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology, calling on the government to study the impacts of plant closures in my community of Oshawa and the province. And I can't explain how disappointed I was when the Liberals decided, Madam Speaker, to shut it down. Shameful it is. Actions speak louder than words, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister is good at sounding sincere when he says he wants to use all the tools available to help my community, but when he had the chance to act, the Liberals voted it down. Madam Speaker, the people of Oshawa are asking if the Prime Minister truly cares about our community and our jobs. It's been over a week since we heard the news, and he still hasn't even picked up the phone, called our mayor, and offered his support. And, Madam Speaker, I just want to say how proud I am of our leader. When he found out about the closure of the plant, he changed his plans and came to Oshawa within hours, standing at the gates with the workers. And within 24 hours, we had met with businesses, General Motors, and most importantly, the workers who asked us on this side to fight for their jobs, and that's what we're doing. The Prime Minister has famously said that he wants to transition away from manufacturing. Well, if we can't transition to building the electric and autonomous vehicles of the future, what exactly does the Prime Minister want us to transition to? When will he understand that his failed policies have real consequences for real communities and real people like those in Oshawa? The Liberal talking points, and you've heard them here today, mention that the closure of the plants in the United States is to say it's not just a problem in Canada. And to this, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say two things. First, in addition to the direct losses of over 2,800 jobs in the Oshawa plant, there will be an estimated spillover job losses of an estimated almost 20,000 jobs. When you compare this number to the approximate 3,600 direct jobs that will be lost in the U.S., and you consider that the United States economy is more than 10 times bigger than ours, the impact just isn't comparable. Second, this government has created an environment in which companies regard Canada as a bad place for their investments, and thereby depriving Canadians of good quality manufacturing jobs. In fact, this Prime Minister has implemented policies that have made it very unattractive for investors to see Canada as a worthwhile option. Under this Prime Minister, we've seen the biggest decline in Canadian energy investment in 70 years. The Liberals have chosen to implement policies that have made Canada uncompetitive in the world stage and making sure investors steer clear of our energy sector. The result? Thousands of jobs lost in the energy industry. And in Oshawa, we stand with those workers in the energy field, and we think it's reprehensible that this government is standing in their way. Canada's energy sector is instrumental to the well-being of our economy, and it seems like the Liberals are doing everything they can to ensure that this industry fails. Uncertainty is an investor's worst nightmare, Madam Speaker, and under this Prime Minister, we've seen project after project shut down. Energy East, Northern Gateway, Aurora LNG, and the list goes on and on. And with them, Madam Speaker, we can say goodbye to the $50 million in investment in Durham region, my neck of the woods, due to the energy sector. In addition to uncertainty, an overly burdensome regulatory system, the Liberals have ignored calls by the business community to lower corporate tax rates to give Canada a competitive advantage. This means that companies with low-margin products like cars are finding it hard to compete. And for a Prime Minister that talks so much about the middle class, he doesn't seem to want to help Canadians join it. So our corporate tax rate does not make Canada a competitive jurisdiction, but on top of that, the Liberals have implemented a job-killing carbon tax, which will make Canada even less competitive. The carbon tax not only ensures that companies have to pay more to government rather than that invest in their growth, and it adds to the environment of uncertainty created by the Liberals. For once-in-a-lifetime 50-year investments, companies need to know what their costs are going to be for more than 5 years, Madam Speaker, but the Liberals have not told us how much the carbon tax will rise after 2022. According to the UN report, countries would need a carbon tax of up to $5,500 per ton, which would mean a huge hit for our companies, especially when you consider that the United States and Mexico don't have one. This creates uncertainty for businesses and makes Canada unattractive for future investment. And to add insult to injury, this government has just signed onto a deal, the new NAFTA, without having the 232 steel and aluminum tariffs removed. Madam Speaker, at the Standing Committee on International Trade, we've been studying the impacts of these sectors on these sectors, and the situation is dire. Businesses are shutting down, laying off workers, reducing shifts, or moving productions to other jurisdictions. Once these businesses leave, Madam Speaker, they are not coming back. We've also been hearing from small and medium businesses in these sectors that they can't get the money that the government has taken because of their countervailing measures. The process is too long and onerous, and these businesses just don't have the time to work through the government's red tape. We need this government to give businesses their money back now. What we've seen is that the businesses in bigger industries such as auto and the energy sector are struggling because of the policies of this Liberal government. So you can imagine what it's doing to small businesses in our country. Small and medium-sized businesses make up over 90% of the businesses in this country. They are one of the main drivers of our economy, and they are the most affected by high taxes, burdensome regulations, and the carbon tax. According to a survey by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, 1/3 of business owners are bothered so much by government regulation that they say they would have preferred not going into business in the first place. Isn't that sad, Madam Speaker? When you run a small company and you spend all day trying to run your business, but then you have to spend whatever little time is left trying to navigate the never-ending government red tape, it becomes impossible to focus on growing your business. Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the Finance Minister delivered an update on the state of the economy in which he strongly underestimated the risk that Canada faces in the not-so-distant future. Many economists do not share the Minister's optimism when it comes to the long-term health of the Canadian economy, especially since he relied heavily on the unemployment rate to make his case. And we've heard that here today. The unemployment rate falls not only when people are employed, but also when workers leave the workforce and stop looking for employment. Demographic trends in Canada point to the fact that labour participation rates will continue to fall. There are around 2.7 million Canadians aged 15 to 24 in the labour force compared to 3.4 million Canadians aged 55 to 64. In fact, when you look at the employment rate, the share of labour force that's employed, it has been steadily declining since December 2017. And with that in mind, Madam Speaker, it is even more worrying that the Liberals have continued with their tax and spend strategy rather than cutting the deficit like they promised they would do. Remember, it's supposed to balance itself, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister promised Canadians the budget would be balanced, and yet now the Department of Finance is projecting deficits out to 2045. Madam Speaker, this is a reckless strategy that will put Canada in jeopardy when the next recession comes. To conclude, Madam Speaker, this Liberal government is failing Canadians. They promised they would balance the budget. They promised, and they have not done so. They have raised taxes, making it harder for Canadians and made Canada less competitive for business. They have increased the level of uncertainty for investors and have raised their costs through the carbon tax. And is it really a surprise that businesses are moving or investors are fleeing? That's the scary point, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's comments. I think just to correct the record, there's a number of fallacies that he laid out in terms of the status of the economy. He was correct to point out that unemployment is historically low, but we've added more than 500,000 jobs to the Canadian economy over the past few years. When it comes to investments, we can point to LNG Canada and the energy sector to demonstrate that, in fact, we've just recently seen the largest private sector investment in the history of our country. He did make a number of references to the government's plan to put a price on pollution, and I accept that he disagrees that's the right path forward. But my question to the honourable member opposite is, does he think that it's important that we address the threat posed by climate change, and what is the Conservative Party's plan? I've asked a number of questions on this regard so far today. So far, they've always come back to criticizing our government's plan. I'm curious, can he point to one tangible measure the Conservative Party is going to implement to tackle the imminent threat posed by climate change?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
First of all, Madam Speaker, I'm really pleased that the Parliamentary Secretary has stood up, because he is actually the person that can give the House the answers that we need this afternoon. He is the person that has been putting forth this importance of a carbon tax and how a carbon tax will actually fix the whole idea of climate change. Of course, we actually believe in that, and under our government we saw a reduction, the first government to see a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. But the Prime Minister has actually said that unless other countries do it, it's not going to work. Now, this person that's standing, my colleague here in the House, knows that they've only stated what the price of their carbon tax is going to be to 2020. And we know that the report that he is following, that is his Bible and the Minister's Bible, says it can be up to $5,500 per ton by 2030. This is the big uncertainty. Companies in the resource sector and automotive sector, they're not investing for 5 years, they're investing for 50. So please, this afternoon when he's here in the House, could he please tell businesses what the government's carbon tax is going to be at 2050 and while he's up at 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the members from across the way from Oshawa. We are all shocked and working on the problems with General Motors' plan for winding down their operations in Oshawa. But when we talk about the price on pollution, General Motors themselves have said that that's a critical part of their new product development. Looking at how do we get to the electric car, the car of the future, the 450 engineers that have been hired for Markham, the more that are coming, could the Honourable Speaker or members maybe speak to the change in the automotive industry and the opportunities that brings to Oshawa?
Yeah, member for Oshawa.
Actually, Madam Speaker, I can tell them the opportunity to Oshawa, if they continue on their route forward, the opportunity is zero. We're closing the plant, Madam Speaker. And what I was really disgusted about yesterday is that member was in industry committee, and we brought forward a motion. All we wanted to do is study the impacts that this closure was going to have on my community and my province. And that member stood there, or sat there, and voted against it. Madam Speaker, for us to understand, the Prime Minister promised in this House that he would come up with a plan for jobs in Oshawa. And when they had the chance to stand up and help us understand those impacts, he said absolutely nothing. He voted against it. He shut it down, Madam Speaker. And that is a shame, because we're going to fight for jobs on this side of the House. We're going to fight for certainty for our businesses, and we're going to make sure that the next election, Canadians are well aware of which party in this House is killing their jobs, their future, and the future for their kids.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Essex.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's passion. I question if he's supportive of Ottawa, why he supported the CPTPP, which all of Ottawa was opposed to, and auto workers in Oshawa are not in favour of because it's a direct threat to all of their jobs. I would also ask why his Conservative government gave money to GM without any strings attached, any long-term strings about jobs staying in our country that could have prevented this. But lastly, my question is then to the member when he was in government, why didn't the Conservatives create an auto strategy?
The member for Oshawa, a brief answer, please.
Well, that is a lot, Madam Speaker, but I can say that when we were in government, if the member was paying attention, we actually had an automotive policy that worked quite well. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, when the global economic situation happened, what we did is we took the initiative and was supported by all people in all sectors in the automotive sector to actually support the entire sector. We weren't supporting an individual company, but if we hadn't made those investments, we would have lost over 500,000 jobs. And unfortunately, when you look at what would have happened, Madam Speaker, it would have been horrible for our economy. And unfortunately, again, the NDP has not brought forward any positive things to move forward with the automotive sector. All they do is criticize.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lislec.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the floor. It's a pleasure to follow my colleague on this opposition motion. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to debate this motion put forward by the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. My colleague seems to be more aware of issues in my riding than the Liberal Prime Minister, who clearly insists on pressing on with policies that are harmful to rural Canada. There's the whole issue of the forestry industry, which remains affected by the Liberals' failure to carve out a good deal for softwood in the NAFTA negotiations. And there's also the issue of the carbon tax hanging over our heads. These are not issues that just came up recently. They've been around for a long time, but when it came to negotiating a new deal, now called the USMCA, the Liberals had an opportunity to fix things. The tariffs put in place by the Americans have been harmful, not just to Canadian exporters, but also to the U.S. construction industry, which has indicated that they need our wood, our lumber, for 1/3 of their construction projects in the U.S., and they're going to have to pay more for that product. The Prime Minister announced that a deal had been reached with the U.S. on September 30th, and since then a whole host of questions has come up, and the government was short on answers. Will the new trade deals deal with the issue of will they get rid of the tariffs on steel and aluminum? No. Will they protect our dairy farmers against concessions of market access to the Americans? No. Will the deal put an end to rules that prevent our Canadian industries from competing for contracts in the U.S.? No. Will the deal solve the softwood lumber dispute? No. A lot has been given up and nothing's been obtained in exchange. There's very little concern for our regions and workers in our regions. It's all rhetoric around this new deal. There's a few symbolic mentions of Indigenous people, women, and unions, but the Prime Minister has signed away all the rest for a photo op like last weekend in Buenos Aires. Forestry workers, like those in my riding and at various plants, they provide well-paid jobs and they're helping our region to survive, but they're struggling. And all our dairy farmers have felt abandoned by this government, and the forestry workers have not found anything to celebrate either. And yet they're hardworking, tax-paying Canadians like everyone else. It's on the other side of the House, they're undermining our jobs and going against our interests in their trade negotiations. So it's a double whammy with a $20 billion annual deficit that allows the government to spend lavishly without worrying about it because future generations will have to foot the bill. This government is jeopardizing our future. Canadians will not have an opportunity to assess the impact until the next election. My colleague from Carleton has repeatedly called on the government to indicate how big the carbon tax is going to be, how much money this is going to cost average middle-class families, but the government has systematically refused to answer. They prefer to hide behind platitudes like pollution isn't free. Everyone knows pollution isn't free, Madam Speaker. But this government has hidden the numbers when we've asked for the results of their own studies on the financial impact of the carbon tax on ordinary Canadians. And it's not over, Madam Speaker. This will be another escalating tax that starts at $20 a ton and increases gradually all the way up to $50 by 2022. And I'd like to remind you, Madam Speaker, 2022 is just around the corner. It's just 4 years away. And it's going to go from $20 a ton, and it'll more than double within 4 years. Quebec has nothing to worry about. We already take part in a carbon exchange, so the Liberal tax won't apply in Quebec. That's true for now, but let's wait and see what happens down the road. The Environment Department revealed that the $50 carbon tax would have no impact on greenhouse gas emissions reductions. So they're charging this tax to bring down greenhouse gas emissions, and it will have no impact. And in fact, the Quebec Carbon Exchange has shown that over $1 billion has been invested into the Green Fund on that exchange, and the studies show that there has been no effect on the quantity of GHGs produced in Quebec. And if the tax has to go up to $300 a ton by 2050, it would have to go up to $300 a ton in order for Canada to reach its targets. So it's only a matter of time before Quebec gets dragged into this. And why doesn't the government immediately start charging $300 a ton if they're so sure of themselves? Why? If that's the true solution, the magic solution, why are they so hesitant? Why don't they go straight to $300 a ton instead of going 20, then 50, and waiting to put it at the full amount necessary to produce the results? In my riding, we're close to nature. We love green spaces. When I was mayor of La Pocatière, I was one of the first to institute a recycling program, including brown bins, which you're probably familiar with. And I would encourage people to eat local, to support local producers, and so on. But the fact is, our climate is a winter climate. We can't grow things year-round, so we depend on transportation to bring in food during the winter, and so the government should be supporting transportation rather than taxing it more heavily, and those costs will only be passed on to consumers. And there's a business in my riding that relies on transportation, and of course the cost of insurance. All these costs are set to skyrocket. Unfortunately, in my lifetime, I'm not going to be seeing a subway in my riding. Only Montreal has a subway, so we require other forms of transportation. And there's agriculture, there's no electric tractors yet, and so we're very reliant on fuel for transportation. The carbon tax will increase production costs, and all Canadians will have to pay more for their food, including people downtown living in condos who do their groceries on foot. They'll still have to pay more. Grocery costs are forecast to go up by $300 or $400 a year next year. And we're talking about people who have worked hard their entire lives to accumulate modest savings. They're not millionaires like the Prime Minister. And people on fixed incomes, who depend on the OAS and the GIS, they will see their winter heating costs go up drastically. And it's not enough for the Prime Minister to say people should just invest in solar cells. Not everyone can do that. And it's not very realistic when you're 70 years old to think that you'll be able to afford to do that with your modest savings. By supporting my colleague's motion, my colleague from BC, I hope the government will snap out of its stupor and finally understand the situation of people, ordinary people living in Quebec and in Canada, because we're going to take over in 2019, Madam Speaker. We're a party of the regions. We will take care of our regions because the carbon tax is a tax that is going to have across-the-board impacts on the Canadian economy, including the economy of my region. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for his passionate speech. One thing, Madam Speaker, that the member opposite didn't mention was pipelines and getting pipelines approved and getting pipelines from Market to Tidewater. And Madam Speaker, I'm from the riding of St. John Rothsay, where potentially at one point a pipeline may end. But Madam Speaker, I am confused at times by the party opposite on their stance on pipelines. On one foot, the leader of the opposition speaks about how he's going to approve pipelines. On the second foot, that leader is in the province of Quebec advocating for Quebec's jurisdictional rights over their decisions. In fact, he has a website called Listening to Quebecers. So my question to the member opposite is this. Will he stand up and say he supports Energy East and will be a champion for that pipeline with all his Quebec colleagues? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Good question.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, Energy East has been dead and buried for a long time. The fact is the Conservative Party carried out 4 pipeline projects while we were in office, and that's what enabled us to export our oil. The fact is that, and in fact, the Premier of New Brunswick said only yesterday, he asked a simple question. The New Brunswick Premier asked whether Quebec was going to support a future pipeline.
And the member from St. John Rothsay that he had an opportunity to ask a question, and the member from Banff Airdrie, it's not the first time today that I've had to mention that you cannot be interrupting people while they're speaking. It's not polite to be shouting back and forth at each other, and if they have questions and comments, then they should get up and when it's time to ask questions and comments to see about being recognized. L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. If he could just wrap up and I'll allow someone else to ask a question. Yes, it just seems a bit hypocritical, Madam Speaker, to have a bill C-69 that's going to kill pipelines in Canada coming from a member from New Brunswick whose premier now wants pipelines at all costs in that province.
That's the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take it the member's not in agreement with our environmental programming, but my question is simple, and I still haven't got an answer to this question. Can he name one thing the Conservative Party will do to fight climate change? The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I find it ironic to see the party in power asking us what we're going to do after the next election. The next election is 11 months away, so we have 11 months to reveal what we'll be doing after the next campaign. The Liberal Party in 2015 brought out an electoral platform for the environment 2 weeks after the election. That's the reality, Madam Speaker.
Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate this member's contribution to this area. Does the member believe that a tax on carbon broadly applied is going to not only take away from our competitiveness, but the Liberals continually adding more red tape to federally regulated enterprises is making not just Quebec, but the whole country uncompetitive with our neighbors to the south?
The
honourable member for Montmagny-Lillet-Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. It's long, isn't it? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's an excellent question. I'm an entrepreneur myself, a businessman. I have 23, 24 employees currently, and we have to fight on a daily basis not only against our competitors, but also against the invasion of all levels of government. They keep adding red tape. It's quite a burden, particularly when it comes to the environment. This morning I was at the Natural Resources Committee, and the question was asked, we were asking the witnesses, and there are people there from an organization I've known for years, and those witnesses were confirming that when it comes to the environment, when steps are taken to improve the environment, people in general are in favor of that. They're open to that. We don't even balk at the idea, but except that the government keeps adding red tape. Forget it. It doesn't work for small business. Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, child care.
Calgary Nose Hill, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, and the honourable member for Courtenay-Albany, Veterans Affairs. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
It's always an honour to rise in this great House and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Vancouver Kingsway, and it's important that we discuss the economy in this House. Jobs, it's a fundamental obligation, what our economic vision is. That being said, I have to say that this opposition motion from the Conservatives, I don't know, it kind of looks like a dog's breakfast. I can tell we're almost at the time of the House rising, because this is where they stuff as many things into the hopper as possible, hoping one of them will stick. It's kind of like a Black Friday sale for backbenchers, right-wing privatizers and privateers, hoping for a flat earth and demanding government intervention in the economy. And then they get to get up and jump up and down on carbon tax for the afternoon, and then they all go home feeling that they've done their job. Now, that being said, there are some important things in here. And I'm going to try and sort of go through it so we can actually have a conversation. So this is very long, Madam Speaker. If I read the whole thing, I might not get to actually make comments. But, you know, the House recognizes the severity of the looming job crisis in Canada caused by the failed economic policies of the Liberal government. Now, that's an interesting point because certainly we're seeing across Canada the rising levels of precarious work, workers who are on perpetual contract, workers who are suffering from massive levels of student debt. Right. We have a finance minister who is the finance minister for the 1% with his former company, Morneau Chappelle, who's privatized pensions across the country and stayed in his position as finance minister, taking over his company, taking over files as pensions were failing and the government refused to step in. So the issue of the crisis facing workers is important. In my region, we're seeing a very interesting time in terms of economic development in the resource sector. I'll point to Kirkland Lake Gold, where we have over $300 million shaft investment in the community, which will pay dividends for decades to come. But we're also seeing many, many issues in terms of needing immigration, needing new families, needing job training. I would like to see all that in here. But then as I read on, boy, none of that stuff's there. So what's the issue? Oh, wait, it's the workers in the energy sector impacted by the Liberal carbon tax. Well, you know, it's fascinating the Conservatives rise this today when Rachel Notley stands up and finally says what everyone's known all along, that should have known, is that the resources of this country belong to the people of this country. And Rachel Notley stood up and started to call for a cut in production because Albertans were not getting their best share. Now, the Conservatives' response, as always, is just throw more money at the industry. But we've seen if that industry had invested in the upgraders and the refineries over the years, they would be in a much better position, like Imperial and HoC and Suncor, who did that work. But Conservatives are always wanting a handout without saying that we need to get more efficient. But I want to compliment Rachel Notley for saying in the crisis we have to take action now. And it's much more of a coherent response than the Conservatives saying carbon tax, carbon tax, carbon tax. Oh, they want to ban on offshore oil tankers. Well, you know, for the workers in the BC coast, where that coastline is worth billions of dollars in economic power, the Conservatives believe if you just allow tankers up the coastline, it's going to resolve the crisis in the energy sector. That's kind of like this kind of flat earth, you know, 2 + 2 = 1 kind of mentality. It just doesn't make sense. But let's carry on. Oh, workers in the auto and manufacturing sector. Now, certainly that's a good issue to raise with GM walking away. And what is the cause of all this problem, according to the Conservatives? Oh, it's a carbon tax. Now, I find this fascinating because, again, we have sort of capitalist socialism, where the Conservatives spent $14 billion that were given to GM and Chrysler with no strings attached, and then allowed them to walk away on even paying that back.
That's right.
And we saw that even as GM walked away on paying its debts, it was threatening its workers at the plants. I mean, the Cami plant is the most efficient plant in North America, and they were still threatening to ship the jobs to Mexico because they knew this government, this Prime Minister, would never stand up for Canadian workers. It doesn't matter how productive you are, it doesn't matter how profitable you are, as long as they can find a third world jurisdiction to go to pay lower wages, they know that they've got a government that's got their back. So on the issue of if we are going to spend $14 billion on the auto sector, why was there no auto strategy and a commitment so that when GM turns around and says that they're going into electric cars, which I think is a very positive move, that there's no benefit for Canada? Just as if we've seen here, you know, in the oil sector where we bought ourselves $4.5 billion 65-year-old pipeline because a bunch of Texas investors said they were threatening to leave the country otherwise. Well, I'd say goodbye, go on. $4.5 billion could have done amazing work in terms of either upgrading our energy sector or starting us on the transition. But it's not just that. There's going to be $350 million in capital costs and $2.6 billion in operating costs for 3 years to buy the locomotives and the rail cars to help industry move. There's other incentives of $2.1 billion to the petrochemical upgrading sector, another $1 billion investment in the feedstock infrastructure program. Meanwhile, we've seen no commitments from the federal government at all to work with Alberta on diversifying the energy economy. The #1 place in the world to have green energy is in Alberta. And you talk to workers who work in the oil patch, many people from my region work up there. They're already doing the training and getting ready for a new solar economy. It's happening in Alberta. The federal government's not there. In Ontario, well, hey, we've got the new great economic theorist for the right wing, Doug Ford, who the first thing he did was cancel a whole bunch of energy projects and then say we're open for business, watching the massively growing green sector move to other jurisdictions. Well, I'm not finished. There's a whole bunch of other stuff they've thrown into this. Oh, so they've got the issue of workers in the steel and aluminum sector impacted by the Liberals' failure to have tariffs removed from their products on the NAFTA negotiations. That is a good issue to discuss in this House. Why upwards of $500 million have been collected by this finance minister, and there's been no efforts to stand up for workers who are being affected by the countervailing duties of steel and aluminum. It's not just the small business manufacturers across southern Ontario. In my region, boat dealers are being hit relentlessly, paying the finance minister, and no money's coming back. That is something we could certainly talk about. And how the heck did this government think it was a good idea to sign this agreement with the United States without standing up for steel and aluminum? I think that alone was a good thing for us to be discussing. Right after that, I will support the Conservatives on their next element, on the softwood lumber dispute. The absolute failure of this government to talk about the workers in the softwood industry. In my region, the Ecom mills in Elk Lake and Timmins survive because they are incredibly competitive. But what we're seeing is they're having to be extremely competitive because they're going up against the unfair duties that are being imposed on them. And we have a government that has shown no interest. We've seen no talk from this Prime Minister on the crisis facing workers in the forestry industry. So those elements I will certainly support with this Conservative dog's breakfast motion. But then we get back into it. It's all the workers who are impacted by the toxic medley of carbon taxes, taxes. What do? We call them to repeal the carbon tax, repeal Bill C-69. So Bill C-69, for the folks back home who don't know, was the result of the Supreme Court tossing the Conservative Stephen Harper and the Liberal government's plan for pipeline development because they failed to consult Indigenous people. So they figure we get a motion in this House that says you can ignore Indigenous people, you can ignore your constitutional obligations, and suddenly the economy is going to move ahead. Well, that's not how it's going to work. I certainly support their push on the softwood lumber dispute. Now, on carbon taxes, I think the problem that we have with the Liberal government is they seem to be doing carbon taxes based on favours and friends. We learn that a coal plant in New Brunswick is only going to be paying 92 cents a ton for pollution. That's not any kind of credible weight to bear when ordinary people are going to be paying the carbon tax. And why are we talking about a price on carbon? Well, the Conservatives keep believing if they say it long enough that climate change will go away. But Canadians pay the cost. For example, the $47 billion in abandoned wells in Alberta that have been downloaded to the ranchers, to the farmers, to the citizens because industry didn't pay their share. We have to start addressing the price of pollution, particularly since the latest reports show us of the 3 greatest outliers in the world right now is Russia, China, and Canada. And anyone who thinks that the Liberals just saying nice things will get us there will not. We need to invest. We need to invest in a green energy economy. We need to work with the workers in the sectors who are being affected so that we can start that transition. Talk alone won't do it. So when I look at this overall motion, I see a real opportunity to talk about jobs, but a complete failure because they're paying to the Conservative base without providing a credible response.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There are many things in which I disagree with my colleague in regards to his statements. You know, the principles of trade and how this government has actually advanced, I would suggest to you, in many ways, the automobile industry here in Canada. And having this trade agreement and the considerations that were taken in on regards to the importance of our automobile industry. It is very sad that we lost the jobs in Oshawa. It would be nice to have been able to do more, and of course in opposition the NDP would say that we could do absolutely everything. We give every employee $1 million severance and so forth. It's endless in terms of what the NDP would like to do when they're in third party. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, is that the voting patterns of the New Democrats on the issue of trade, recognizing the importance of things such as the AutoPac agreements from the past, the NDP have always been found wanting. And my question to the member across the way is, would he not acknowledge that in order for Canada's automobile industry to be able to excel into the future, that trade is in fact a very important aspect of it?
A member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it so ironic that the member throws in the AutoPac. The AutoPac was a very strong piece of public policy, and it was traded away by Conservatives and Liberals. In terms of this NAFTA negotiations, when we look at what was done for the auto sector, we have become basically a branch plant client economy of the United States. That never happened when we were 15 and 20 million people back in the 60s and 70s, and when we were fighting for an auto sector. This government gave that up. Now, in terms of the situation in Oshawa, certainly, when we see that many job losses, it's incumbent upon all of us to come together to do something more than Doug Ford's ridiculous, oh, well, they're leaving, too bad, so sad. That is a failure of leadership. We all have an obligation to fight for jobs. But if we are going to look at the failure, what happened with GM and Chrysler, we go back to the fact that this government let them walk on monies that were owed. There were no commitments that were called upon. We paid $14 billion into an industry that as soon as they were making record profits again, walked on us. So what kind of suckers are we as a nation? Do we have doormat written on our foreheads to give that kind of money to any kind of industry without some level of coherent national strategy? And one thing we've called for in the New Democrats for years and years and years is a coherent auto strategy, and we've had none of that. And this is the result.
And comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Can I thank the member for his comments here this morning or this afternoon? The question I have for him is in regards to NDP policy moving forward, in regards to actually seeing our economy advance and progress. You know, when you start talking to them, when you start hearing their compliments or dissatisfaction with any type of trade deal, so they don't think we should export. So they're telling all our farmers and ag producers and all our exporters that we shouldn't do that, that's no good. They're telling our oil and gas workers that they're in a dirty industry. So when you go to the guys at Everest Steel, for example, in Regina, who build pipelines, who are strong union members, who used to historically support this party because it actually stood for them, but it doesn't do that anymore. In fact, it tells them that their jobs are dirty. They're no longer relevant. We don't want them. What does he say to them when they actually require pipelines to be built so that they can have these good jobs? What does he say to the oil workers in Western Canada, who are actually the best in the world, who do produce oil in the most environmentally friendly way in the world? In fact, countries around the world come to Alberta, Saskatchewan, to look at the way we do things so they can actually copy it. Now the Liberals have destroyed that. So what does he say to all those workers? What is the NDP plan to see them back to work, other than we'll find something in the future?
Here, here. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, has about a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always fascinating how the Conservatives have to ratchet it up into misinformation, because, you know, the fact is, in terms of what they're promoting, is that they're saying that because they've never asked the industry to do any kind of serious investment on upgrading, that their economic plan is to ship raw bitumen to China. Raw bitumen to China. I come from mining country, and I'll tell you one thing that we say, and any miner will tell you, if we're not getting the full benefit of it, leave it in the ground, because as Rachel Notley says, Albertans are not getting the full benefit of it, and under years of the Ralph Klein government, and what was that government in Saskatchewan that all ended up in jail? They have never stood up for their industries, because they've never stood up for the workers, because they will let them get away with anything. So if we are going to have a coherent energy policy, we need a coherent energy policy, and part of that is diversification. And that's something that the Conservatives think is some kind of like heresy, because it doesn't fit the flat earth theories of just burn and ship and burn more.
I find it very troubling that I have to stand up again and ask members to be respectful of those people who are speaking. The honourable member for Prince Albert. The honourable member for Prince Albert had more than enough time to ask his question. And he may not like the answer that he received, but I know that I'm sure at some point he may get up to want to speak on this and would want that respect from the House as well. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Vancouver Kingsway, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased. Thank you. I'm pleased to rise today. You know, I'm reminded of the famous words of former Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau when he won an election in 1980, and his famous phrase, "Welcome to the 1980s." Well, that's exactly what I thought when I read this opposition day motion from the federal Conservatives. When in the early 80s, we stood on the cusp of the beginning of a neoliberal or neoconservative economic theory that was championed by Ronald Reagan and later by Brian Mulroney, and it consisted of a certain approach to public policy and public finances, but the guts of that are present in this motion, and that is they want to, the Conservatives want to lower taxes, they want to eliminate regulation, they want to encourage free trade and remove tariffs. They essentially just want to bring in the neoliberal playbook once again. Now, of course, the difference now is that we've had some 40 years of empirical evidence of what the results of that neoliberal economic plan is, and the truth is it's not good. What we've seen in the last 40 years is we've seen a completely dangerous, in fact, potentially fatal rise in carbon on our globe that has caused what I think is the foundational political issue of our time, which is climate change. As in our greed to overdevelop everything very quickly, we are now risking the very environment on Earth that makes all economic activity possible: clean air, clean water, clean land. We see inequality in our country as measured by the Gini coefficient at historic rates now, where the share of wealth in this country is owned by an increasingly small amount of people at the top, where the middle class is actually shrinking and the working class have done worse. And we see a country where the social programs and the public enterprise, the public projects that were once so important a part of Canadian life and that we built in the 1950s and 60s, slowly dismantled and starved over time as our education system, our healthcare system, and our ability as government to intervene positively in the economy for the benefit of all citizens has been slowly strangled by decades of Conservatives and Liberals who pursued the same failed neoliberal economic policy. Now, I want to start by talking about something for people that may be listening or paying attention to this debate. One of the major themes of the Conservative motion under debate today is a complete opposition to and call for the removal of a carbon tax. Now, I think this allows us to have a very, very important conversation in this House about climate change. As I said, I believe that climate change is one of the foundational issues of our time. There's thousands of issues in politics, but sometimes there's certain issues that are so fundamental that they beg us to deal with. And I think looming disastrous climate change is one such issue. Now, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a report, I guess about 3 or 4 weeks ago now, that I think is profoundly alarming and very, very disturbing, and something that all policymakers in this government and in this chamber and all across the world need to pay rapt attention to. You know, there's been, I think, 3 or 4 iterations over the last 25 or 30 years of, you know, in order to deal with rising carbon in our atmosphere, we have to reduce so much by such and such a date. And I've seen Liberal and Conservative governments blow through every one of those and fail to meet every single promise and pledge that they solemnly made internationally and here. In fact, Eddie Goldenberg, the former assistant to former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, was so bold as to say he never had any intention. The Liberals had no intention of ever meeting their Kyoto targets. I mean, that's how brazen and cynical the Liberals have been on climate change. But we've never met any of those targets. But the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said the following. They said that the 2 degrees rise in temperature over pre-industrial times that Paris identified as being imperative to not exceed actually is too much. They said if we proceed to have global temperatures rise by an average of 2 degrees over pre-industrial times, we will lose 99% of the coral reefs on the planet. We will lose thousands of species to extinction, and we risk the melting of the polar ice caps. So they recommend that actually the world needs to get to a 1.5 degree cap, not a 2 degree cap. Now, where are we now? We're on a path right now, if at current levels in this globe, to hit 3 to 5 degrees. We risk environmental Armageddon and climate change disaster. Now, what does that mean we have to do? The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change said that we have to reduce by 45% our carbon emissions as compared to 2010 levels by 2030. Now, these are numbers I think that we all can really understand because they're stark. We all can remember 2010. Whatever Canada was producing in 2010, only 8 years ago, we have to be almost half of that in terms of our national carbon emissions and greenhouse gas emissions. And we have to meet that target within 11 years. Now, are we on target for that?
We are not.
No. Now, I don't know, the Conservatives are day after day, absolutely stone silent in this place and in public about A, whether they take climate change seriously, B, whether they think that it's actually real, and C, what their plan is to deal with it, leaving Canadians completely confused and mystified by what their plan is to deal with this. Do they think it's real? Do they think that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change is joking? Do they think that we don't face rising sea levels and massive uncontrolled forest fires and drought and food production problems and mass migration from climate? Do they think these things are mythical? They won't say. And the Liberals, for their part, what do they say? We just have to be balanced, is what the Liberals say. So they say that, no, we can actually triple the export of raw bitumen through the Burrard Inlet. We can increase oil sands production in northern Alberta. We can purchase a pipeline for $4.5 billion and spend another $9 to $12 billion building it. And we can do that without any problem. But they never, ever tell us how they're going to meet their Paris commitments. And the truth is this: you cannot expand fossil fuel infrastructure at that rate and meet our Paris climate change targets, never mind the warnings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And so the Liberals themselves are ignoring the foundational problem of our times. Now, I want to talk about a second part of this motion, which is the Liberals, the Conservatives' neoliberal fixation on cutting regulations and red tape. Well, I don't know what they mean by red tape or regulations. Just today, I asked a question in the House, and over the last couple of weeks, there's been an excellent investigative reporting done by CBC and other news outlets about medical devices in this country. These are the things that go into our bodies, implanted in our bodies, from pacemakers to insulin pumps, hip replacements, surgical meshes, breast implants. These are medical devices that are implanted in Canadians every day in all of our communities. Now, what do we find out? Well, Health Canada doesn't act when other countries recall defective devices. They continue to allow the devices to be implanted today. They approve products when they've not even been tested on human beings, when they've only been tested on cadavers and animals. And they have a voluntary reporting. What's the result? 14,000 Canadians have been injured by these devices, and 1,400 Canadians have died. Is that the kind of regulation and red tape that Conservatives want to see eliminated? Are we spending too much time at Health Canada? They don't identify that. And I want to finish this by talking quickly about trade. Only a foolhardy government would sign a trade agreement dealing with tariffs with the U.S. without dealing with the U.S. tariffs on Canadian aluminum and steel products. I have a company in my riding, Lazy Boy Furniture. It's costing them $55,000 per month, a Canadian-owned and Canadian-operated company, because of his tariffs. And these Liberals were so incompetent that they actually signed a deal with President Trump on tariffs and trade without dealing with the single most punishing tariff being imposed on Canadian business, instead of holding firm and refusing to do so. That's incompetent, and New Democrats are going to continue to stand up for good trade policies, for good regulations, and for fair tax policy in this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, just to pick up on my colleague's last point in regards to the issue of tariffs, if President Trump says no to Canada and Mexico, and there is no negotiating, then there's a very good chance that there wouldn't be a trade agreement if the NDP were in fact in government. Even if they were to support trade agreements in principle, in which we know that they don't, Madam Speaker. My question is more so related to the overall budgetary policy of the government, where we have actually seen the generations of hundreds of thousands, close to, well over 500,000 jobs, Madam Speaker. And those are real, tangible proofs that we are, in fact, moving forward. When my colleague talks about the environment and jobs in Alberta, the NDP are relatively insensitive to the province of Alberta. You know, Rachel Notley, who is a New Democratic premier, NDP premier, seems to be more on target with what's happening in the real world as we are in government, in terms of ensuring that you can, in fact, balance the economy and the environment, or development along with the environment. Both can exist together. And my question to the colleague would be specifically, does he believe that Rachel Notley's approach in dealing with the environment is also wrong?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I wonder if my honourable colleague is really familiar with the concept of responsible government. The Liberals are in government. They get to make the decisions. They have their hands on levers of power. And whenever any foibles or poor performance or errors are pointed out by the opposition about the government, what does he turn to? He turns to, well, if the NDP were in government, it would be different. Well, that's a hypothetical speculation. What we're here to talk about is their record. Well, for the moment. Now, my honourable friend has a record to defend, and he owes it to explain to the people of Canada a couple things. Why did his government sign a new NAFTA without actually getting a resolution of the steel and aluminum tariffs that are punishing so many companies in this country? Why has his government not got a new softwood lumber agreement when so many forestry communities and companies are still hurting in this country? Those are the questions that he has an obligation to explain to this House and to Canadians, and to explain his government's record. But of course, he'll have a chance to do that next election, and Canadians will have a chance to pass judgment.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for, as usual, an excellent speech with a lot of good points. And I agree with what he had to say about the tariffs, because in my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we have manufacturers who can fabricate in Sarnia or in Michigan, and they're already moving the jobs to Michigan because of the tariffs. And when I look at the number of jobs that have been lost by the failed actions of this government, it's not just the jobs from the tariffs, it's the softwood lumber agreement. That's been going on for nearly 3 years, and the government has done nothing. So could the member elaborate on all of the failures that this government has made in terms of job losses in Canada?
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for an excellent question. Canadian workers and producers are facing mill closures and job losses that will harm communities across our country. In the last softwood lumber dispute, nearly 400 sawmills closed in Canada, and that cost us over 20,000 Canadian jobs. It was disproportionately hurt rural communities. Now, Liberals had a one-year grace period after the previous agreement expired, and that whole year was under President Obama. So they owe a full explanation to Canadians why they weren't able to secure a fair deal for Canadians during that time. It's way past time that the Liberals came clean on why they were not able to conclude a new softwood lumber agreement, tell communities who are suffering when they can expect a deal, and take the necessary steps to immediately fix this. But the truth is, they've been unable to offer that explanation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm glad to get a chance today to talk about this motion that we put forward. It's such a good motion, and it really addresses some of the issues that is being faced by so many sectors in the Canadian economy. You know, Madam Speaker, I think 3 years ago when a lot of people were hitting the polls, you know, they're looking at it and saying, well, okay, let's give this new guy a chance. Let's give this young Prime Minister a chance. You know, what kind of damage could he do? Wow.
They sure got a surprise.
3 years later, we're sitting here. Look at the sectors that have been destroyed. Forestry sector. Forestry sector is in dire straits. They are lucky right now. They are lucky that the U.S. economy is booming, and they're taking everything we can actually give them. If it wasn't for a booming U.S. economy, we'd have massive layoffs in the forestry sector. What does this government do to address that? They had their friend Obama, their bud. He couldn't help them. He couldn't cash in his friendship to do something for our forestry workers. So that file just went to the background and ignored. And again, I look at it and I say, wow, just look at how bad this could be in that sector. Let's talk about the oil and gas sector a couple years later. 100,000 jobs in Alberta alone. Here's a sector that 5 years ago, 6 years ago, was looking for every person to work. They were breaking down barriers. They're hiring First Nations. They're hiring women. They're taking people and putting them in jobs that they historically were never in. And they actually did the jobs, and they belong in those jobs, Madam Speaker. And they broke down so many barriers because of the low unemployment rate that the oil and gas sector had. You know, if you look at the oil and gas sector today, I find it really fascinating when you talk about global warming and the global crisis that we have going on here across the world. Who's got the best technology? We do. Canada does. We're not flaring off oil stacks anymore. We're capturing everything. We're capturing the methane. We're using it. We're actually capturing value out of it. But what does this government do? If it was so worried about the climate change and the crisis that's being created by climate change, they'd actually be saying, you know what, we got to get this oil to market quicker. We got to displace all this dirty oil from other countries that is actually destroying our environment. Do they recognize that? No. Do they recognize the need to actually embrace the technologies that Canada has? No. But you know, other countries are. For example, I was talking to one person who's doing development in the North Sea. They said, the UK said, great. The North Sea, a Canadian company coming here, because you guys know how to do it. You know how to actually extract the oil in an environmentally friendly way to make sure it actually happens with a conscience. We want you here. And we're seeing the investment leaving Canada because all these other countries around the world want that know-how, want that technology. And what do we do here? We throw it out of work. We protest it. We fund the protesters that protest it. Amazing. You know, Madam Speaker, what's even more amazing, you look at this big country from coast to coast to coast, you would say, well, it's a no-brainer. We don't want dirty oil in Eastern Canada. We don't want oil attached to blood and gangs and corrupt governments. We can get this great oil out of Saskatchewan. All we need to do is pipe it there. Well, that's a no-brainer. Could this government get that done? No. They couldn't. What did they do? They played politics with it. What did they do? They actually made it so that Eastern Canada has to import its oil down the Gulf of St. Lawrence in a ship in order to get gas here in Ottawa. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't, Madam Speaker. It does not. You know, we look at the manufacturing sector, Madam Speaker, another sector that they're destroying, and they're going to actually face the reality in this sector here fairly quickly, and that's why it's very important we talk about this. Bombardier, Oshawa are just tip of the icebergs in this sector. We talked to them all this summer. We went around to roundtables with manufacturers, people who are producing the small goods, the fabrication products, and there are some very creative Canadian technologies out there selling around the world. But they're in trouble. They need help. The tariffs, the tariffs that the U.S. has on is one thing. The counter tariffs that we put on, the tax that we put on, is actually doing more harm.
Hear, hear.
And will this government listen to these businesses and say, can you help us? They talk about this fund being there to help them, yet you talk to people that try to apply for the money that's in this fund so that they can get some relief. We heard it on the Trade Committee over and over again. It doesn't work for them. You're not big enough. You don't have enough sales. You don't qualify. Or you need to fill out 90 pages of paperwork in order to actually get the form submitted properly. These are small businesses. They have 8 to 10 employees. That owner is working on the shop floor and actually going to the till and coming back to the shop floor. And now you're going to tell him he's going to spend an extra 60 to 100 hours to apply for relief? And then maybe you'll get something? Crazy. This government's had its head in the sand. They're not listening to Canadians. They don't understand it. Yet they go around the world spending money as if they're drunken sailors. You know, we've got serious problems, economic problems here in this country that we didn't have 4 years ago. We went through a great recession of 2008. We watched Americans lose house after house after house. What happened here in Canada? We pledged through. We put a responsible infrastructure program that actually built water, sewer, and roads, and bridges, and infrastructure that Canadians actually used and need. What does this government do? We're not sure. They're spending it, but I can't tell you where it's going. I definitely tell you it's not going in the riding of Prince Albert, so I don't know where else it's going. I know some of it's going to China to build pipelines there, so they don't have a problem putting them somewhere else. But they do have a huge problem putting them here in Canada. Crazy, Madam Speaker. Absolutely crazy. You know, there's some things they could do, though. First thing is they could do is listen. Like I said, get their head out of the sand. Go talk to Canadians. The manufacturers have some ideas on competitiveness that would really assist them, and I will give them credit. The fall upgrade statement, when they talked about the capital cost allowance and making improvements there, that is a good first step. Good job. I'll give them that. The regulations that we're seeing coming forward, if they don't deal with that, that's a problem. They have to deal with that. They have to streamline it. They have to bring in programs like we had, where if you're going to bring in one new regulation, you have to get rid of 3 old ones. You've got to make it easier to do business here in Canada. We've got great opportunity to attract businesses here to Canada if we're competitive. We've got trade agreements that the Conservatives started and the Liberals finished that actually give our manufacturers market access all over the world. But why aren't they locating here? Why did we have Oshawa shut down? If we're talking about energy or electric vehicles, and we've got all this market access around the world, why didn't GM say, you know what? We're going to transition Oshawa because it's got a great workforce, it's got a great team, it's got a great community, it's 100 years of our soul in Oshawa, so let's make it the home for electric cars. Why didn't they do it? I think that's a fair question to ask this government. Why didn't they do it? Because I know they lobbied the minister enough. He was the most lobbied person by GM in this government. So you can't tell me he didn't know what's going on. Now, maybe he had a land deal on the go and he couldn't talk to him. I'm not sure. That's here nor there. But the reality is, those workers in Oshawa, it's not a nice Christmas. You know, Madam Speaker, I talked to a lot of companies that want to ship their goods across Canada. CanPro Ingredients in my riding, Arborfield, does alfalfa pellets. 2 plants left in Canada that do this, and they're almost ready to shut down. Why? Because transportation. They claim they fixed the transportation problem. They didn't. So Canfor Lumber can't ship its good. Rio Tinto can't ship its aluminum. Over and over again, we're talking to companies that can't get their goods from A to B. Reality is, Madam Speaker, this government has done nothing in the last 3 years except make things worse. Get their heads out of the sand, talk to Canadians, and take action before it's too late. Thank you.
It being 5:15 p.m. and this being the final supply day in the period ending December 10, 2018, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings pursuant to order made Thursday, November 29th, 2018. All questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, December 5th, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
A point of order, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent in order to call it 5:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? Carried. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-392. An Act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbours Act, and other acts. Application of provincial law. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-392, which was tabled by my colleague from Repentigny. I believe that's the name of her riding. It's a very unique name. There are, for a riding, it's not composed of several names. In another legislature where I was a member, it was a lot easier to remember the names of ridings. I have nothing against any riding name. It's part of the democratic process. But this one has a simple name. Some of the names of ridings in the House of Commons are very long. That said, I'm not here to talk about names of ridings. I'm here to speak to this bill. The sponsor of this bill is a woman who has distinguished herself in the last 3.5 years in this chamber as a person who works for the common good, who defends her objectives, her points of view, and she works in collaboration with others, which has been recognized because in the Maclean's contest for MPs, she was voted most congenial MP. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to point out the following because what I will be saying might not be very pleasant to my colleague, which is why I opened the way I did. So the member for Repentigny was duly elected as a member of the Bloc Québécois. She's very proud to defend her points of view, which shows in this bill. This bill, in our opinion, represents the views of a person who wants to make Quebec an independent state rather than a bill that seeks the common good for Canada as a whole. Under this bill, if ever it is passed, it would amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbours Act, and other acts, including the National Energy Board, the Infrastructure Bank, the Maritime Act, as the bill would seek to give priority to some provincial laws over federal laws. The bill would therefore give much more power and authority to local authorities and to the provinces with regard to national works or projects. And this is where the member and our party part ways. We, the Conservative Party, respect provincial jurisdiction and municipal jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, I would like to remind honourable members that I firmly believe in respecting all jurisdictions. I've been here for 10 years, including at the provincial level, and once I gave an interview to Le Devoir when I was the leader of the Action Démocratique Party in Quebec. And at issue were relationships between the provinces and the federal government. If each level of government looks after their own jurisdictions, there is no problem. That works both ways. Now, back to this bill. Even though it is well drafted and goes to the bottom of things, what emerges is that through this bill, we sense that the sponsor of the bill and her colleagues seek to make Quebec an independent state. I don't share those views. It's a legitimate point of view for those duly elected representatives. But as long as I'm here, I'm going to fight for their rights here in this House and their integrity. And I do respect the various political parties within this House and this country. Quebecers a month and a half ago voted a certain way in the election, but I won't get into that. Back to the bill. We have certain reservations because the bill would change the paradigm with regard to federal and provincial jurisdiction. The bill would give provinces jurisdictions in matters which now fall under federal jurisdiction. There are major projects or major works which relate to national unity, which touch Canadians coast to coast. And so if each province can erect borders, so to speak, we will never be able to build national projects. We also have certain reservations because this bill would give unsurpassed powers to the provinces with regard to projects which are in the national interest. It comes down to giving provinces a veto on some projects which might be to the benefit of all Canadians.
So, Madam Speaker, there are needs that the provinces have. They need to be respected within their jurisdiction, of course, but you also have to understand, Madam Speaker, that each province, if it were to have this new power, there would be no end. We wouldn't be able to have any projects of national interest or national scope. And yes, we have to respect everyone's individual interests. Nobody should come along with a bulldozer and just plow right over everyone's interests. But there are ways of doing things. There are steps that need to be taken. There are criteria that have to be met for any project, and that protects all those interests. The people from the Bloc Québécois, I can just hear them saying, look at Energy East. There was no social consensus in Quebec, and that's why, luckily, it was stopped. Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, it's not because Quebec was reluctant and that there were some people in Quebec that had concerns about the project. That's not why it didn't go forward. That project didn't go ahead because of the fact that the Liberal government had thrown even more spanners into the works for the proponent, so the proponent just gave up. And the result is that Canada is not a country that's very welcoming to foreign economic development. There's less and less investment. Canadians are going to have to invest more because the Americans are investing far less in Canada since the Liberals took office. And I would remind everyone, Madam Speaker, that it's unfortunate that that project fell through because not all the requirements were met. And I've been saying this for 3 years. The government didn't respect the way things are done in Quebec. If you come along with your big clunky boots and table everything in English, it's not going to fly in Quebec. So the public will always remain, until something changes, the public will always be the most environmentally conscious, the most economically conscious, and also the most effective. Pipelines will be the most effective way of transporting oil. It's the most environmentally friendly way, and we do have 2,000 kilometers worth of pipelines in Quebec already. And what's interesting, Madam Speaker, is people don't see that. People aren't aware of that. People are surprised when I say, did you know that there's a pipeline under the St. Lawrence River? Do you know how many there are? There are 9 pipelines that go under the St. Lawrence River. And when I say that, everyone's surprised. But you know what, Madam Speaker? There are pipelines on the island of Montreal. They go from east to Dorval Airport. When you say that, everyone's the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport. Everyone's surprised when they hear this because, unfortunately, people who were promoting the other project before, they botched. They didn't do their homework. They didn't do it right. There are pipelines in some of the most heavily populated parts of Quebec. Between Lévis, and it was a project that took about 3 years to build and 7 or 8 years to complete. There are 248 kilometers crossing 6 waterways, including the St. Lawrence River, and it was all done properly. So all this to say, Madam Speaker, that this bill, it got me sidetracked a bit with pipelines, but that's a topic that raised a lot of interest in Quebec. Unfortunately, it wasn't sold properly. They didn't do a good sales job, and so the project died. But the fact remains that we still need pipelines. We need to get Alberta's oil out of Alberta. That oil creates wealth for the entire country. And let's not forget about the importance of equalization to the other parts of the country. Alberta has to be able to get its oil east and west. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit flustered by what I just heard from my colleague, but I'll try just to focus on the bill my bloc colleague has presented. I think I've known this member for some 14 years now, and she's always been very committed to her causes. So this bill, C-392, amends 8 pieces of legislation to require the federal government to comply with certain rules of law relating to land use, planning, the environment, and so on. I'll be supporting this. My colleague from Repentigny has introduced legislation that would require the government to take into account the assessments of the Board on Public Hearings on the Environment, the BAP, it's called in Quebec. I'm in favor of these changes, but I do have some questions about the application and implications of the bill. And that's why I'll be voting in favor, so the committee can study it and so that we can ask witnesses about it, so that we can learn what the true consequences and also the positive effects of this bill would be. Madam Speaker, since I came to the House, I've seen too many bills that have been imposed by the federal government without real environmental assessments. What's worse, it was the Conservative government under Stephen Harper who cut drastically the legal protections and the federal government's ability to enforce the few environmental rules left. However, the environment and protecting our waters and forests are crucial issues. Last Sunday, my office held a public session on the issue of climate change and the need to have a strong federal framework, to have tools at every level to meet our commitments to fight global warming. 120 people from my riding came to listen to speakers like Laurent Simard, Julia Posca-Deleres, and Patrick Bonnet from Greenpeace. He was clear. There can be no energy development without assessments of upstream and downstream greenhouse gas emissions. The federal government must have a short, medium, and long-term plan to reduce GHGs that are released into the atmosphere. The advantage of this bill is that it allows provinces that already have effective assessment tools. In Quebec, for example, there's the BAP. It will allow these jurisdictions to keep using those tools. Take the case of Energy East, that pipeline, and I'd like to respond to the Conservative arguments that were just put forward. The Conservatives from Quebec and the rest of Canada want to revive this pipeline project, and the Liberals, through their Minister of Natural Resources, say they're open to a project like Energy East. But during its study under the Conservatives, the BAP published a mini-study, and TransCanada refused to accept that its project was subject to Quebec's environmental law. The public opinion ruled, and the vast majority of municipalities who had a say on Energy East were opposed to this bill for various reasons, including the fact that there had been the environmental assessments were either inadequate or there was information missing, so there was no real assessment of job creation or economic spin-offs, or the fact that there was no data on the impact on GHG emissions. So the studies were inaccurate or incomplete, and there wasn't enough evidence of spin-offs for the economy. And how many GHGs would be emitted as a result of the pipeline? No idea. Would TransCanada pay for the damage if there was a spill? Maybe. We do know from a reliable source that our wetlands must be protected. If there was a spill, all the water sources in the Greater Montreal area could be contaminated. But that's just half of Quebec, so who cares? We wanted to know what the company's capacity would be to contain a spill. And we know that the response time would be at least an hour and a half to get to a spill. And that made a lot of people react. The 23 municipalities in the Vaudreuil-Soulanges region repeatedly mobilized to ask questions of the company, TransCanada, about Energy East, and they never managed to get any answers to their questions. And the Vaudreuil-Soulanges region is the region in Quebec with the largest number of pipelines passing through it. So, can my colleague guarantee that the BAP will be able to study this if a project like this comes along again? My colleague from Repentigny's bill could ensure that the BAP has jurisdiction. And an important point dear to the NDP is the notion of cooperative federalism. It's a concept that calls for mutual respect between levels of government, promotes cooperation on social and economic policies, and ensures the universality of social programs. We all have cases in our ridings where the federal government has interfered where it should not have or has not respected the opinion of the provincial or municipal government. A very telling case is in the neighboring riding of Montérégie, where there was a communication tower. Rogers informed Châteauguay of his intention to build an antenna system on municipal property, which the company had been leasing since December 2007. The problem was that residents were massively opposed to the location. The municipal team then proposed another location for the tower, and various problems were encountered along the way. And in 2016, in a case between Rogers Communications and the city of Châteauguay, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that the municipality impeded the exercise of federal jurisdiction when it attempted to prohibit the construction of a telecommunications tower by Rogers. The municipality had issued a land reserve notice to prevent the construction of a radio communication antenna system. The Supreme Court finally determined that since radio communication was federal jurisdiction, the city of Châteauguay had encroached on federal jurisdiction. However, the city's campaign helped raise awareness of the importance of land use planning and forced a debate on the issue of procedures, particularly because the city won at the Quebec Court of Appeal. How much money could have been saved if there was a real federal municipal agreement on land use planning and the environment? Probably millions of dollars in legal fees would have been saved at both levels. The NDP believes it's important to respect the concept of cooperative federalism, which aims to counter federal unilateralism and ensure multilateral decisions and negotiations with a long-term perspective. Bill C-392 is a step in that direction. In the end, I see nothing in this bill that could prevent any federal action. On the contrary, it promotes the need for agreement between the levels and reinforces the necessary cooperation. We need strong institutions to be able to cope with the upcoming climate storm. My riding, like all others, needs a strong environmental assessment process that the people of Salaberry-sur-Roi can trust. Currently, this is not the case. A good federal process would avoid some of the disputes that Bill C-392 addresses at an early stage. Indeed, when I think that in my riding, a regional municipality can receive an almost insulting letter from the National Energy Board asking them to stop asking questions because they find them upsetting. It shocks me. When the federal government buys a pipeline with our money, without consulting with Indigenous peoples and without worrying about giving $4.5 billion to a Texas company, that bothers me, Madam Speaker. It's time this government showed some backbone. It's time for us all to work together to fight climate change by supporting the public. My colleague from Longueuil recently spoke in an opinion letter about a Department of War on climate change that would be beyond partisanship. We can disagree with the words, but agree on the need to act as quickly and as vigorously as possible to protect our planet and make sure that we can continue to use it so that it remains healthy for future generations and for ourselves, because the urgency is really in the next 12 years. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate that very much, and once again, an honour for me to rise into this House. I'm going to start by following from the speech I just heard from the NDP. I can only start by illustrating the old saying, which is, I come from a large hunting area, so we use the term that the way she described cooperative federalism, and to avoid the inefficiencies that happen in jurisdictions such as this, her arguments are on target, but unfortunately they're wide of the mark. And the mark, of course, being our Constitution. I think what happens is, with this legislation, is that you're going to achieve the opposite of what you originally set out to do and create even more inefficiencies in our federal system. So we're looking at an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, and other acts as brought forward by the member from Roppongi. Bill C-392 proposes to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Canada Marine Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, the National Capital Act, Radio Communications Act, the Federal Real Property and Federal Immovables Act, and the Canada Infrastructure Bank Act just recently. These, of course, areas of assets that are clearly within the jurisdiction of the Government of Canada, and they make them subject to compliance with provincial laws concerning land use and development and environmental protection. As articulated during the first hour of debate at second reading some time ago, the government is firmly opposed to this idea. What the bill seeks to do is, by way of federal legislation, upset the established division of powers and decades of cooperation between all levels of government on matters of mutual interest, of course. The proposition, Mr. Speaker, is both untenable and it is unnecessary. But we do believe in cooperative federalism, and it can be achieved without going through these measures. This proposition is untenable because it is not a small change. One cannot simply cherry-pick certain elements of federal jurisdiction and place them under provincial control without adversely affecting the capacity of the government to carry out its constitutional obligations. It is tantamount to putting a stick in the spokes of the federal jurisdiction and threatens to upend decades of intergovernmental relations. And I've been here for quite some time, and I can see a lot of these issues come and go. Spats, some disagreements, some harsh words, but nevertheless, we've also seen some great efficiencies created in areas of dual jurisdiction. So the Constitution Act of 1867 clearly sets out the division of powers between federal parliament and the provincial legislatures, which includes powers that the provinces have delegated to municipalities. Section 91 of the Constitution Act lists the matters over which the federal parliament has power, and of course Section 92 sets out the powers for the provincial legislatures. Now, some degree of overlap is inevitable in some laws, as we pointed out. However, this overlap is managed. In Canadian constitutional law, a number of legal doctrines, such as the double aspect doctrine, the paramountcy doctrine, and the interjurisdictional immunity doctrine, help manage these situations and have been calibrated in recent years by the Supreme Court of Canada, all to encourage cooperative federalism, which is the goal that she talked about in her speech from the NDP and others have said. This bill would be an even more inefficient way to bring about more cooperative federalism. So it is unnecessary because each piece of legislation that the proposal seeks to amend already has consultation and environmental protection provisions built into them, which those operating or managing federal assets and activities must follow in order to be enacted. So as always, and will always be, incumbent for anyone acting under the authority of federal legislation to abide by applicable provincial and the municipal laws, or bylaws in their case, just as those acting under the authority of provincial legislation must abide by applicable municipal and federal laws. So, Madam Speaker, this dynamic has lasted for over 150 years now, as we mentioned. Some highly publicized, some not, but you get the idea. All jurisdictions must work together on certain issues to promote and protect the interests of all Canadians. And even when we agree to work together, we must still respect our jurisdictional boundaries. It is important to illustrate the scale of the impact that Bill C-392 would have on federally regulated operations and how the subsequent uncertainty of the regulatory framework could impact the businesses and investment environment of these operators, as well as their participation in the Canadian supply chain and in the Canadian economy in general. Small craft harbors,
very popular where I come from, in northeastern Newfoundland. It is an asset that is of incredible value to our fish harvesters all throughout the entire province, as well as the East Coast, West Coast, and our northern coast as well. The program operates and maintains a national system of harbors to provide commercial fish harvesters and other harbor users with safe and accessible facilities. More than 5,000 volunteers across this country participate in the running of our Small Craft Harbors program and all the harbors from coast to coast to coast. So it's crucial to the fishing industry, and by extension, also to Canada's culture and economy. As of May 2018, the program is responsible for 1,013 harbors, including 883 fishing harbors and 130 recreational harbors. Together, these harbors represent over 10,000 structures across this large country, valued at approximately $6.03 billion. When it comes to aviation, Transport Canada works with its partners and stakeholders, including the general public, the aviation industry, of course, other federal government departments, provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous groups, and international organizations to prevent and or reduce the adverse environmental impacts of air transportation operations. I have some experience of that myself, having a famous little airport known as Gander, or YQX. Over the years, we've also practiced cooperation amongst the three levels of government with the town of Gander, the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and of course the government of Canada with the board, with the Gander Airport Authority. In January 2017, in direct response to communities concerned about aerodrome development, the government introduced new regulatory requirements for anyone seeking to construct a new aerodrome or make affected stakeholders included, but not limited to, the surrounding neighbors and the local land use authority. All stakeholders, including provincial governments, incidentally, can submit their comments and concerns during the consultation process. The proponent of the project must take these concerns into consideration and make reasonable efforts to mitigate them. My friend from the NDP earlier talked about a lot of situations where one felt ran by the other one. Just an area of disrespect was between two levels of government. But this is a symptom of people involved in that situation. It's not the system that we have helps to facilitate a better conversation. Sometimes these things happen, but that's not the fault of the system itself. Sometimes the players involved get a little bit heated. I could apply the same sort of reasoning to small craft harbors as well. So airports, aerodromes, the backbone of the aviation industry in Canada, an industry that employs 140,000 Canadians and contributes over $35 billion in GDP. In both examples, anyone managing an asset or building a new one must already comply with all federal and provincial laws pertaining to environmental protection and land use and development. And if there is a conflict between the two jurisdictions, industry stakeholders know the federal law will prevail. With hundreds of thousands of jobs, tens of billions of dollars at stake in aviation sector and small craft harbor sectors alone, it is in the national interest to maintain a stable and consistent regulatory framework. So the point, Madam Speaker, is that sometimes federal and provincial laws collide. We do agree it happens on occasion. And when they do collide, there needs to be a way to determine which laws and which interests should prevail. Hence, the paramountcy doctrine. Hence, the interjurisdiction immunity doctrine. To be clear, the provinces benefit from this clear division too. They have no qualms, of course, about making the same argument when facing off against municipalities, which I have witnessed on many occasions, that seek to make changes that fall outside of the jurisdiction established for them by provincial statute. Municipal bylaws, particularly those relating to zoning, are routinely contested in the courts on the grounds that they are beyond the statutory authority of the municipality. And of course, provinces do not tolerate laws that are ultra vires any more than the Government of Canada does, of course, and we are responsible for protecting those authorities. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, what is being proposed with Bill C-392 is unworkable because it would hamstring the federal authority rather than advance the spirit of cooperative federalism. Thank you for your time.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today in support of Bill C-392 brought forward by my colleague from Repentigny, who has worked very, very hard to bring this bill forward. She traveled throughout Quebec to hear from the people of Quebec. And I think that was done. I think it was necessary to do it, and I thank her from the bottom of my heart. It is very proud for me to rise. I am very proud, rather, to rise in this House to support this bill, and I would like to congratulate my colleague on this bill. Madam Speaker, is Quebec simply a colony of Canada? It's something one may wonder. It's something one might legitimately ask. And I think that, unfortunately, the only conclusion that can be drawn is yes when one listens to the Liberals and Conservatives. And that's what their opposition to this bill is showing. Constitutionally, Quebec belongs to Quebecers. We know it. It's in the Constitution. But are we masters in our own house? Well, in many areas, yes. But as soon as we're talking about jurisdictions where the federal has a say, then we're not. And under British rule, colonies could make their own rules. But when the federal government makes rules, they are not subject to the colonies or the provinces' rules. That's unacceptable. Oftentimes, the Prime Minister or his ministers say, well, after all, it's because it's 2018. Well, why is it then that in 2018, Quebecers cannot decide on their own rules and regulations? Why do they have to be subject to some superior authority, to a neighbor's authority? We are 10 here, and we have seen many cases where this case comes up. For example, cell towers. My colleague talked about the case in Chateauguay. Well, that was in the media, and it's a perfect example of this kind of situation, an unacceptable situation. A private business can come into a municipality and say, this is where I'm going to put my tower. Now, there are various urban regulations, bylaws, municipal laws that say that this isn't the Far West, that there are standards. And those standards need to be respected. The population has to be consulted, and we have to build infrastructure intelligently. Well, when this infrastructure falls under the federal government, then those rules don't apply. A cell tower, for example, is considered to be under federal jurisdiction. So a business can come along and say, well, you know, I don't really care about your municipal bylaws. I don't care about your provincial rules. If you're not happy, well, go somewhere where the sun doesn't shine. So if a business decides to come in and wants to build the cell tower, and the municipality says, you know, perhaps you could do it next door, we could help you. Well, sometimes the business will say yes or no, but it's really up to the business because they are not subject to the rules and regulations of the province and the municipality. That's unacceptable. And this dates way back to the Victorian times colonialism. Now, the member of Coastal Bays said, or implied, that this bill would be unconstitutional. Well, it couldn't be debated here if that were the case. This bill is constitutional. And it's simply calling on this House, this government, this level of government, that when infrastructure is being built in Quebec, in its municipalities, that it has to comply with the local rules and regulations. You know, we need cell towers, we need infrastructure, but we just want that infrastructure to comply with our rules. My colleague from Montcalm could talk extensively about small airports. You know, under Jean Garon, that our interim leader often quotes, it's under him that agricultural lands were imposed. And it was fair legislation. They wanted to make sure that certain lands serve agriculture and not simply real estate needs. And it's legislation that works well. But let's say that a developer comes along, a private airport developer. Well, once again, the idea of the bill isn't to say there won't be any more airports. We just want them to be integrated appropriately. We want them to comply with municipal and provincial rules. But in this case, you can have a developer come along, the municipality doesn't agree, and the developer can simply say, well, too bad, it falls under federal jurisdiction. And they don't really care. They don't care that this infrastructure comply with what the local population wants. So my question is Quebec a colony of Canada? I would like, when I see what the Liberals and Conservatives are saying, I would say the answer is probably yes. My colleague from Louis Saint Laurent stood up earlier to present the position of the Conservative Party. And he said the common interest has to be defended, even if it goes against the will of the population of Quebec. Really? For a member who represents Quebec, I would have expected a little more support from him. So what he was implying is that, well, we're just going to force Energy East through, even if you don't agree. And we're not going to vote for this bill because it would restrict our powers. Well, what kind of argument is that, if not a colonialist argument? If the population doesn't want it, if there's no economic advantage to it for Quebec, then why would they be for it? You know, it's not going to benefit Quebec. It's simply to get that oil to a refinery. We don't want to pay the price of all the risks. Well, he's saying, even if you don't want it, we're going to impose it. And we're not going to support Bill C-392 because we want to maintain this colonialist approach. It's unacceptable. I am very also disappointed of something else he said earlier. He said it was unfortunate that Energy East had fallen through, and it was because of mobilization in Quebec. Well, Éric Girard, who's the Minister of Finance in the Coalition Avenir du Québec, who came into government, was asked by a journalist if his provincial counterparts were putting pressure on him for Energy East. And he said no. He said there's no social license for the project, so I don't know why we would allow it. So it's very strange then to see the member for Louis Saint Laurent speaking out against the party in power to defend the oil industry out west. We often see that. Perhaps he could stand up occasionally and defend the interests of Quebec, especially because he was the former leader of the party that's now in government there. Now, the government there has said there's no social license. He's saying we want to maintain our colonialist approach and impose it on you anyway. That's unacceptable. Now, this bill covers all kinds of federal infrastructure that could be established. So the bill includes the Aeronautics Act. It includes the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act. It includes the National Capital Act, which deals with any of the Commission's, the NCC's activities in Ontario and the Outaouais. It also includes the Radio Communication Act. I referred earlier to the cell phone towers. It also applies to Federal Real Property and Federal Immovables Act, in other words, federal property, the Canada Marine Act, and it also applies to the Canada Infrastructure Bank Act. So from what I understand is that if there were a project that was funded by the Infrastructure Bank, well, then that project would not be subject to municipal and provincial laws. Once again, we wouldn't be masters in our own house. Mr. Speaker, is Quebec a colony in Canada? Well, given the Liberals and the Conservatives' position, I can only conclude that it is. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de répondre.
The honourable member for Repentigny, right of reply. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, with everything I heard here today, if there were one thing alone that I was going to say would describe my bill, it would be respect. No project on in provincial territory should be accepted from this bill. A small airport or a pipeline are examples of projects that affect the provincial and federal governments and therefore need to be approved in the province. Now, you know, I'm not the one who wrote those words. They came from a letter who was Jean-Marc Fournier, the Liberal Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs at the time. And he published that letter last April in La Presse, and it represented the position of the Quebec government, and it also represented a Quebec consensus, and it fully describes what this bill would do. Currently, projects under federal jurisdiction are above the law. The developers are above our laws. Our environmental laws, our agricultural laws, our municipal bylaws that assure appropriate land development. These laws were adopted by people who were elected by the population of Quebec. They represent the will of the people, and they represent social acceptance. For almost a year now, I have spoken to people throughout sectors and throughout the province. I went to a meeting of the Association of Municipalities to speak with municipalities. I traveled throughout Quebec to speak to regional organizations of agricultural producers, to speak to environmental groups, to speak to citizens groups who are dealing with federal projects that went ahead without consultation with local communities. I've spoken with experts in environmental law and in constitutional law. I've spoken to unions and to student associations. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I didn't meet a single person who was opposed to Bill 392. Many of them, the UPA, unions, municipalities, experts, legislative assembly members, environmental groups, even took the trouble to write me in support of this bill. I'm telling you, everyone thought it made absolute sense that developers would have to respect the laws of Quebec. And yet, during the 2 hours of debate on Bill C-392, I've seen that regardless of whether they're Liberal or Conservative, the federal members just simply want to have the last word. And even if that last word runs counter to what Quebec wants, what the population wants, or what the municipalities want, the Liberals and Conservatives both have used their speaking time to oppose Bill C-392, and both of them have taken the same side. That is so sad, because what exactly is Bill C-392 proposing? It's simply saying that Ottawa has to respect the will of provinces when it comes to land use development. Now, let's be clear. If Ottawa is going to impose stricter rules than those that the provinces have, well, then of course Ottawa will have the last word. So, in other words, in bills under projects under federal jurisdiction, then the stricter rules will prevail, and the environment comes out winning. Now, what is the most important thing for this government and for the Conservative opposition? The common good, the health of the planet, sustainable development, protection of the environment, social license, or simply having the power to be the only ones who can decide who will have the last word. And that's what we'll see tomorrow. As it now stands, the federal government is allowing the destruction of protected woods and farmland to build aerodromes. It allows companies to pollute the air with red dust, and it imposes cell towers on towns disregarding the wishes of the population, so there's no respect. If we are to respect jurisdictions, we need concrete actions, and this is what my bill is all about. And so I call on all elected representatives in this chamber, regardless of their political color, to support the bill in the interest of the constituents they are representing here in the House. That's why we're here, aren't we? Thank you. The question is as follows. Ms. Posey, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moves that Bill C-392, an act to amend the Aeronautics Act, the Fishing and Recreational Harbors Act, and other acts, application of provincial law, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to the order adopted on Thursday, November 29, the recorded division is moved up to Wednesday after deliberations on the supply bill.
For members for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, Calgary-Nose Hill, and Courtenay Alberni are not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notices have been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. It being 6:05, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.